Okay, looks like we're live. Back. I got some drinks in me. I got some, well, drinking. I didn't go drinking, but I got some actual hydration. Got some food in me. Recorded a podcast. Edited a video. It's loading to YouTube now. We got other stuff going on. Oh my goodness, it was a wild time. I did a lot while I stepped away, but now y'all are gonna get my attention because we're gonna play more Tarkir Dragonstorm in this early streamer event thing. So let's give everybody a chance to kind of hop in here. Give everybody a chance to get a bit of a welcome back, if you will, for those people that weren't here earlier. You're a happy fox. Well, welcome. I'm a happy dragon today because we're going to talk and play and talk about dragons. Jeez, it's been a long day. Biddy Jr., how's it going? Yeah, we were live earlier. This is our second round. We're probably going to go. Let's see. It's almost 6:30 local time. I posted 6:30 as the start time, so I'm gonna give people a little bit of time to get here. I just sort of wanted to get things rolling ahead of time. If you're on Twitch, the ads will play through, so you don't have to see that when we first get started playing. But the plan right now is try to get 4 more recorded videos, roughly about 45 minutes to 60 minutes each of footage. So if we can get that, then that puts us at around 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish, depending on how things go. And then, if there's still people wanting to watch more stream or other players wanting to play more games, I may actually, and this is something we talked about earlier, maybe for like a $5 or $10 donation or something, I don't know, take a deck from the chat and play it against other creators. So there's a chance your deck could be played against other people you enjoy watching. Kind of a rare thing, not something we get to do too often, but it's something we can try out. Drift didn't really catch my interest. Seem more for people who like vehicles. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. A lot of the cards I play from Drift haven't been vehicles. I've played a vehicles deck, but yeah, I've played a lot of things that weren't vehicles out of that set. There are a lot of dragons, though. You're right, in this set. Hey, Ophidian, how's it going? Long time no see. So yeah, it looks like people are hopping in here from YouTube and from Twitch. This is good. Give it a couple more minutes and then we'll fire up some games here. Just giving people a chance to sort of roll in, get comfortable. I guess I should have my overlays up here, right? So I can hear y'all when y'all are coming in. Also, by the way, while I have a chance, I haven't really talked about this much, but there's a new bag company, and you'll see a glimpse of the bag in tomorrow's video, because that video is sponsored by Raycon, and I kind of show myself putting their products inside this bag. But there's a company called Cavern Hold, and we're working on a deal, so hopefully I will have a link soon to send y'all to so you can go buy stuff from them. But they make really big, kind of elaborate bags, mostly for carrying board games and stuff, but they're starting to get into doing stuff for card games. So if you saw me in Chicago, I actually had one of their bags because I don't know if you've seen, I used to carry the old Ultra Pro bag, but it's kind of getting older or whatever, and nobody really has a quality just shoulder bag that you could carry and put like decks, sleeves, life counters, blah, blah, whatever in without, the small ones maybe that you can put like 6 decks in. So this was actually pretty cool to see another company doing some real bags, and we should be working out a deal soon. So that's pretty awesome for me. So hopefully I'll be able to send you all that. Ophidian says, I'm halfway between you and Dev's underrated video. Thank you for watching that, honestly. We put in a lot of work. We recorded 4 videos yesterday, so I was really tired. Like, recorded 4 videos, did a gameplay video, recorded something for somebody else's channel, had to go over some stuff for the, what do we call it, the Commander format panel, and set up deck lists for today. So, like, the last 48 hours, I got wore out. Hey, man, the highlight of my time playing in the arena was getting destroyed by yourself. We were playing green counters deck and destroyed my goblins. Oh, I don't ever like destroying people, but cool that you enjoyed it. Honestly, that's one of the things internally I've always kind of had an issue with. Whether it's on arena or in person or whatever, I always felt kind of weird where it's like, if I play somebody who enjoys my work, and I just like beat them or ends up being a smashing, like what kind of experience am I giving to that person? You know what I mean? And then the other side of that is, if I don't put up a good fight or make the game good and they just run over me, like, do they just feel like it was not worth it? Or did they like destroy the illusion or whatever? Like, I don't know. Like, it's always a weird thing. It's a very personal thing. It doesn't, I don't think it's anything that the individuals are doing. It's just like personal perspective. Cap says, I tried making a camping channel, filming the camping, took all the fun about it. I think that is a thing for people when you're making content, of realizing it's the same thing with running a business, right? A lot of people get into business because they're fans, enthusiasts, collectors, whatever, of whatever the thing they are, right? And ultimately, it's a thing when you're doing it for fun in your free time, spending some spare money here or there on it, whatever. But when you have to do it, and there's a process to it, and you can't just like relax and do it a certain way, that sort of changes. You know what I mean? That changes a lot of the experience for people. All right. Looks like we got a lot of people rolled in here now. We got enough to fire up. Let's go ahead and hop over to the screen. Let's see what we can lined up. We do have a lot of decks, honestly. We have access to a lot, but what I think we're going to do is we're going to play some Abzan mid-range. I do have a Temur beatdown deck. We could do tokens on top of tokens. We also have a Mardu speed deck. Credit to Yeoman5 for that, by the way. And then if we have time, like I said, we'll either play some miscellaneous decks or we'll take stuff from the chat. So we're going to hop in here and fire up this Abzan mid-range deck. And of course, since we're trying to make content, we'll do all this live and y'all get to be part of the readings for the videos. Also, has anybody else had this happen in Arena? This has been a weird thing. This happened like 3 or 4 times to me. I hadn't had it happen on my preview account or whatever, but yeah, it's a weird error. Not even sure why it happens, honestly. It just weirdly happens. Fire up the recording now. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? We're going to be playing some Mardu mid-range. There's a lot of new cards out of Tarkir Dragonstorm that we can do some kind of crazy stuff with. So we're going to take a look at today's build and see if we can make this work with lots of new cards. Because that's what you want to see anyway. You want to see how new cards work, right? So starting at the top, not new cards, right? We still got to have cut down to deal with some early stuff. Especially that little, like, Goblin, the Arena Champion, or whatever that guy is. And then some Llanowar Elves to help facilitate our other stuff. Of course, some Get Lost. Some Caustic Bronco. He says, you know, just some value stuff here. We have a Go for the Throat, so we can kill some things. Mosswood Dread Knight. I know you're like, where are the new cards? We're getting there, I promise. There's plenty of new cards in here. Malira, the Living Cure. This is just a way to kind of like stave off a removal or two if we can. But this is where things start getting interesting. We have Zoraline to return all these things. Because if you notice, the majority of the stuff in this deck are going to be 3 or less, so we can get those back, and it's a little bit of life gain if we need it. Tristani, 3 Wishes, big fan of this card. It's a 4/4 body, holds up against a lot of stuff. Can give stuff Death Touch or Vigilance, pretty cheap, but also can give something Double Strike to help in the game. Severance Priest is definitely one of the new cards. This is one of our first ones in the list, and it's kind of a cool card. We've seen this in action a little, and it's actually pretty cool because you get to remove a card from your opponent's hand. If this dies, they get a token equal to the cost, and that's actually super fine if you get rid of a major threat. We do also have Skirmish Rhino, because returning this from the graveyard multiple times should be fun for our opponents, right? Drain our opponents for 2, that's got to be good. Of course, Wilt Leaf Liege, just a little bit of fun stuff. If your opponent makes you discard a card, great. If not, it still pumps up pretty much everything in the deck, but just like a handful of creatures. So this is actually really cool. Can put some of these creatures up +2/+2, which is nice. And then Yathan Roadwatcher. This is a 4-mana 3/3. It enters, you get to mill 4 cards. Then when you do, return target creature mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not from the cards that were milled, it's just from your graveyard. So you could literally like return this, then return Zoraline, or return this and a Rhino so you can drain opponents for 2. Or Priest if you want to take the last card from their hand, or wherever the case is, right? Lots of cool stuff we can do with this card. We'll see how it plays out though. Nothing crazy going on with the lands. It's kind of what you expect. Nothing too surprising there. But if you want the deck list, y'all know the drill. It'll be in the description, all that good stuff. It'll take you over to Moxfield, our channel sponsor. And if you want to save some money, especially with all the new cards coming out, don't forget to check out Tales of Adventure. That's TOAMagic.com. Use code DRAGON, DRAGN, because it'll save you 5%. And saving money is always good, and you get to support your favorite dragon in a set about dragons. Anyway, let's go see if we can drain our opponent with these Skirmisher Rhinos. All right, y'all got to be part of it. Make it the editor's problem. I am the editor. What are you talking about? I'm trying to get money so I can get an editor. I would love to have an editor. Problem is, like, I'm right on the cusp of where having an editor could be affordable or not. Unless I maybe work with somebody out of, like, I don't know, the Philippines or out of the Ukraine or something. But we'll see. Have some thoughts. And some people have reached out, so like, and they're not crazy expensive, so like, well, we'll see how things go. But you know, here's the crazy part. Like, our channel has, I don't know, at this point, almost 3,000 videos up if you count like shorts and everything else. And I've pretty much edited all, but maybe like 50 of them I've done myself, which is crazy when I've been doing stuff every single day. Oh, that's fine. I'll just put a thing on that just says Abzan. People will get over themselves. You knew what I was doing. It'll be in the video. It'll be in the thumbnail. Don't follow your Twitch so much, but watch all your vids. Hey, that's awesome. I appreciate it. No, I always think there's always, like, you know, there's always, well, actually, people, you know, no matter what you do. Okay. What are we going to do with this? We're definitely going to keep it. Here's kind of the tough part when you get hands like this, because, like, we could technically, like, turn to a Zoraline, but, like, do we really want to? I don't know. I mean, maybe so if the opponent's just going to play tap lands here. And then I guess, you know what? I actually don't mind it. Because here's the deal. They get to kill Zoraline if they want on their turn. But then we just get to play Wiltleaf Liege anyway. So that's fine too. Like, either way, we're not in bad shape here. Glacial Dragon Hunt. That's the one you discard and deal 3, right? Yeah. Good call. Oh, they're playing the card I told everybody to be afraid of. Jeskai Revelation. Yeah. If they get to where they can cast that for 7, we're probably effed in the A, folks. Like, that is going to be real bad. And, ooh, not looking good. We're drawing a lot of mana here. All right. We need some help. We need some non-land cards. Really, really badly. All right. They're up to next turn, possibly 6 mana. Yeah, we're not looking good. Our hand is real bad in this matchup. Because basically these cards are dead. They're just playing a control deck with hardly any creatures. So these don't do anything. Yeah, and we just drew another land. I'm, barring the opponent drawing Stone Cold Bricks here, I don't see a way that we win. Whoa, I scratched that. I was not expecting to see a Lila. Okay. I mean, we gotta try, right? Yeah, kill Lana Ruff makes sense. Get some life out of that. Let's see. Whenever you cast a multicolored instant sorcery spell from your hand, exile it instead of putting it in your graveyard. All right. I was thinking there was a reason we could, like, prevent that if we killed our elf, but they're going to get to exile the card anyway, so doesn't really change much. Hey, Bronco, a card that does something. That's not a land. That's impressive. Man, this is not good. We've drawn one threat since our opening hand, and it was one of the smallest ones. But yeah, obviously we're losing the Bronco here, right? Oh no, you get to replay a card, sorry. As long as it's 3 or less. And now they get to kill that. Yep. Alright, we should just be toast here. Yeah, now they have... Oh, gosh. Alright, maybe we find something with this. It gives us a chance, right? Not like that, it doesn't. Gosh. Oh, no. Man, really? Alright, go ahead. I mean, credit to the opponent. Their deck's at least pretty sweet. I mean, I'm not blocking anything. You do whatever you want here. Yeah, no blocks, obviously. Oh my gosh, and we drew a Llanowar Elf. Alright, GG's. Like, we for real didn't do anything that game. Oh, they didn't even need to set up anything. Like, we were already in bad shape. Like, we did literally nothing that whole game. We pretty much played a Wiltleaf Liege and then stared at our opponent. Nope, Mana Base doesn't have a bunch of urges. You know why? Because we're playing a lot of multi-lands, and multi-lands do not count as basic lands. So if you have verges and a bunch of non-basics, then you don't get more than one color out of them in most cases. If you were playing more of the like surveil lands and stuff, you could probably get away with it, but you really can't comfortably here. Alrighty then. I guess this is where we fire this duder off. Let's see what you're playing with. The hand has something. Oh my. Oh my. What is this guy doing in here? Like the others, I'm like, okay, this kind of makes sense. I see what we're doing. What the misbreath out? Really? Yo, I'm so lost. I guess I'm gonna take this. I mean, because if they get Liliana by then, we just sack Llanowar and we have Zoraline, so like, who cares? But weird. And also, if this dies or something, they just get a 2/2 back. So it's like the least threatening thing if they do find an instant spell to kill this. Yeah, I see. This is what's cool when people are brewing, because I'm like, what's this gonna do? At the beginning of your upkeep, you return another creature. So like, yeah, I don't know. I'm so lost. I don't know what's supposed to be happening right now. I'm scared. Yeah, we just attack for 3, I guess. And then we drain for 2. All right. Baelmerk, okay. But this also says creature, so you can't even bounce this. You can flash that in next turn. Okay, well, yeah. Well, alright. We did not have fun. Yeah, I don't know what the opponent was cooking up. It looked like something pretty high tech. Would have been sweet to see what they did, but I don't really know. Weird. Yeah, I didn't know what they were gonna do. I was kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm like, what are we doing with that little dude? Because they didn't even have anything in hand that had ETB triggers, right? So like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why the frog was in there. Okay, we keep this. And I actually think I'm just going to play this as a creature and hope that they use real removal on it, so there's a chance that the skirmish rhino survives. Our opponent is Role Fictitio. Not sure if that's an actual just fun moniker, or if that means they're from like a place that speaks one of the Latin languages. Opponent's thinking this over real hard. Okay. Oh, I wonder if they're doing... Yeah, they're doing the Grixis dragon thing. Oh, no, they're not. See, we have a list that has it in there. Somebody in the chat, in our Discord, actually posted it the other day, and we were talking about it. So I loaded it in case, like, late night we want to play it. Those are dragons. That's kind of amusing. That is very amusing. I think I'm going to kill this. Not sure why they need to be dragons, but they are. Then we play another one. And then it dies and you get... Oh, nope. I was going to say, then it dies and you get the others out of the graveyard. Okay, we have 5 mana. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kill this. Hey, thanks for the new follow. And then we're going to drain the opponent for 2. And attack for 3. Alright. It's so funny. This card almost never gets played except for previously it was ninjas, and now it'll be for dragons. Oh, what are we doing? Thunder Unity. You draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. Okay. That's kind of a sweet card. I still want to get rid of that, though. And just say, you have what's on top, so you need something. I mean, I don't know. If they have, like, Raise the Pass in hand, that's pretty effed up, but... Because they would get... Well, they get 2 dudes and 2 4/1/1s. Okay, so it's not Raise the Pass. That's just game, right? Ooh, nice. Extra damage. Alright. Easy peasy. Yeah, Pug, that's the idea in the other version. It's leyline both for a few reasons. Because you have the weird, like, 2-cost little dude that if you control a dragon, you can put a land in directly into play from your deck. You have the Mox Jasper, and you also have Sarkhan that would count as having other dragons and whatever. So, Essence Challenger seems like it would be pretty good with the Skirmish Rattle. Sort of. But we only have 2 things that gain life in the deck. So, I mean, it's like that and, what's her name? The 3/3 flying bat that can return stuff, right? Without those, we're not really gaining life, I don't think. Covert, go blue. Hey, also, real talk, and I just remembered this because Covert Go Blue also helped. If you don't watch Jim Javis stuff, go do so. Like, watch one of his videos. He is going through a medical issue, and a bunch of us pitched in and did videos for his channel, so he still had some content over the next couple of days. So, that would be really appreciative. Come on, get lost. Nope, no get lost. Dang it. That's sad. Dang, double beans? That ain't fair. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this. And I'm probably taking a dragon if I were guessing. Oh, boy. Well? If I take a dragon, they can't use those easily, but they just use them on their turn. Just means it can't be... Dang. I don't like any of these choices, y'all. I guess I take this. Yep, that goes and searches for a land. And then now they could play Hauntwoods here. Get 2 cards. Oh no, they still only have 1 green. So they probably just kill our priest here. I say that. He might also want to Overlord. Kind of depends. I don't know what his total game plan is here. Okay then. What are we trying to do under the circumstances? We attack, they kill it. Alright. Let's see what happens. Yep. Now, this is where we have a decision to make. I think I'm going to draw to see if we can get closer to a land so we could Zorline and replay the Severance. Dude, okay, we found a land. And then I think we just play this. Alright. I don't really know how we're going to get to the finish line is the problem right now. And we know the Caustic Exhale's there, so we don't really get much out of Zorline. We get 1 shot. That was the best case scenario if we're going to get to Zoraline here. If they don't use the Caustic Exhale. But they might. Okay. That being what it is, then we will... they have the other dragon again, though. Whoa, what's weird? Y'all see that error? How, like, there's no... The Omen's missing? That's so wild. Fortunately, I know what the Omen is. It's the one that gives -X to stuff. But that's kind of crazy looking. I don't know what we do here, team. I think we play this. Alright. And then we just Rhino up, I guess. Take a bunch of damage. Alright. Now, the good news is we can play Road Watcher to get that out of hand by getting this out of the graveyard. So that could help, potentially. Alright, Belmark gets 2 cards. Yeah, this is just good Golgari value deck. That's all that's going on here. Kind of what existed before, but you also get good removal and another sizable creature by having the Scavenger. Yep, you got it. Alright, so here's what we're going to try. I don't know that it's going to work or if it even matters here, but we're going to go here. I think our hand was just too slow and a couple of cards that didn't do much here. Oh, also had that? Alright, yeah, GG's. Yeah, we're just dead. You can attack with a creature land there. Alright. No, there was no point. Even chumping there wasn't even going to do anything. You're already behind. Your opponent plays double beans. You don't have a way to get rid of one. They already drew like 4 cards. That's game over. That's just the way it is. You know, like... The card that exiles cards... No, this is actually fine. I don't mind this. Mulligan this, though. Ugh, that's not good. Alright, I guess we gotta try, huh? Boy. I'm gonna gamble here and go like this. See how this works out. Sure, but it didn't matter if, like, a lot of times when that card dies, what you're worried about doesn't really matter. Because if that thing is that big of a threat, then the card it would have been is actually worse. Caretaker's Talent. Alright, let's go ahead and kill this. I think the issue is I'm going to have to revamp this list because it's just going to need more artifact and enchant removal. Like, too many people are wanting to play a bunch of combo-y kind of little things, and we got to have other stuff to deal with that. Alright. Yep, card for you. Yeah, this is exactly why we just need to get rid of some artifacts and enchantments here. Gonna get rid of our dude? Of course. Don't get to rebuy that. So sad. Do we have anything good in the yard? We don't. That's disappointing. I guess we go here. And I'm just going to play this straight up. Alright. Don't exile it if you kill it. I'm just asking kindly. No! Oh, that's okay. Damn, Anna get lost? Alright, at least it did get exiled, but dang. Like, just a handful of removal. Jeez. And copy it. Nope, just letting it die. All right. There's a cut down, but we... Whoa, Arena. Slow down a second. I kind of want to be able to use this. Tap you for colorless, because I need to have my white and black mana. Yep, alright. I mean, this is all probably just getting swept by something next turn anyway. Oh, Voice of Victory. That's cool. Played that in a deck. I have it in a couple of lists, actually. That card's very good. That seems suspicious. No blocks. I mean, could be a good bluff, but still seems suspicious. Like, doesn't change the fact. Alright, well, we want to get rid of you. And I could attack with our creature land and get in for 7. But does that do enough? Yeah, I might as well do it, right? Oh no, I meant to actually target a card. It didn't matter. Alright, we effectively beat Caretaker's talent. And, I mean, the only 2 new things they played were creatures that didn't stick. So, I don't know. We survived a lot of removal there, man. I thought we were going to be in a lot of trouble. But we actually got away with it because of Zoraline getting us this Rhino back. So, yeah, that worked. Yeah, like I said, I think ultimately we'll have to do something where we add a couple of things. I mean, we do have, like, Get Lost to get rid of enchantments. Nothing really to get rid of artifacts, but we do have the... why do I always forget the name of that thing? The green spell that has the kicker. This thing. Terra Center. So we could play this if we really wanted to, because we have a fair amount of creatures at 29. So there's a world where, like, maybe we cut 1 Road Watcher, maybe something else to play, like, 2 Terra Sunder. And this does double as removal really late in the game, you know, if we need it to. So that's a real possibility. But, yeah, I don't know. Maybe. We still only have 24 lands, 23 land. But, I'm going to play at least 1. But I think ultimately I kind of want 2 in here. All right. Thanks for those of you that are rolling in here. Looks like a small group is actually already piling up over on Twitch and on the YouTube. So thank you very much. Much appreciated. Capricorn. I feel like I've seen one of their videos before. We go first. Yeah, let's keep it. Ooh, this is good. If this lives and we get to go Rhino, Drain, attack with the Bronco, that's pretty sick. I could be talked into those shenanigans pretty easily. Nice. Guess it doesn't matter. Better make sure I have at least have one of those on the battlefield so I can't screw it up on turn 3. Dragons incoming. So now we have a decision to make on would I rather... Nah. I mean, maybe. So I was like, no, yes, no, yeah, probably. All right, let's do it. Hey, I got a land. That's the first time in forever I didn't hit an actual, like, damage spell off of my own Bronco. That's sad that that's reason to celebrate, but, you know, tough times. Excellent. That worked out. I was like, if they have a thing, I at least get a chance to kill it. So that worked out. Now the question is, do we just go for dragon value? Try to get a dragon out of their hand. Let's see what you got. Though they do have dragons. They do be having dragons. Well, those both cost a lot, so I'm just going to take this out of your hand, because that's the only thing that matters. Hey, and we did some damage. Man, we're just trucking. Fantastic. Oh, did you find something with the unknown card? I thought this were just going to play Overlord of the Belmark here. Rivas? Alright, nothing too crazy there to get back. They could also just get back this guy. Oh yeah, they did actually. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. We know what the opponent has in hand. -1 card. So I don't think there's much to worry about here. So what I'm going to do is play this, I think. Because we don't have anything in the graveyard. Yeah. Alright, so let's go ahead and drain them with this. Let's play this. Play this. So now we can also... I won't say protect a creature, but we can get a creature back. And then... use this, because it's the smaller of them. And attack. Ooh, and got to go for the throat. That's awesome. Alright, so this guy costs 8. Alright, sure. You know what? I've never actually played this card in a real deck. I'm not sure what I would do with it, honestly. 8 feels like a lot, but it does have Convoke. So, I mean, that's a thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, there's still one short. Yeah, I'm very curious what this unknown card is. Oh, it was a Scavenger Regent. Oh. This is interesting. So we get -3, -3, which means we're going to keep the Skirmish Rhino, and then they're going to lose their Servant. So I guess this makes a 2/2. So I kind of want this back. It's weird. I almost kind of want Caustic Bronco, if we're being real. But I'm going to just get this back. And then we'll take this. Seems fair. And then we get to attack. They block, take 6. Sure. Oh, wait. Nope. If I had a Rhino in the yard, the turn would be different. Remove this, I guess? Alright, opponent's at 1. Excellent. Yeah, that was a clean, inevitable finish, right? Because now, if this goes to the graveyard, then we can just kill them with Zorline. But if they do also leave themselves shields down, you win with the Cottage. So, like, you kind of got it covered from all the bases there. Was that creature artifact? No. No. But the thing is, if I kill it, if I use the spell to kill it, I'm only attacking for 6 anyway. So I might as well attack with my creature land. Well, because I can only attack for 6. So if I get rid of it, because I tap the 2 mana, I can't activate my lands. So then only 6 gets in anyway. If I attack with the creature land, they still have to block and lose the creature to still only take 6 and be at 1. So I just hold the removal spell for a dragon or something on a future turn. And either way, like, they just can't win after that, you know? This we're going to get rid of. I can't really do anything here, and that's a lot of damage lands if they're playing anything aggressive. This feels a lot better. Question is, what do we keep? I am going to... Man, I really want to keep the Severance Priest. Alright, Wilt Leaf Leash, you're out of here. Like, decision made. Ooh, see, if we'd have kept that other hand, we'd have got cooked. Like, we had nothing but damage lands. That would have been terrible. All these tap lands aren't going to be great either, though. May your hand only have cheap things. Okay. Well, that was true. Spell Pierce is going to be annoying, but we do have a lot of creatures. Alright, I guess I take this. Why not? I mean, it keeps some damage off of us, which is all we can really hope for here. Alright, come on, body. Oh, that was the worst thing. Dang it. That was bad. Yep. And then another spell. Yep, that's what I thought. And we unfortunately got the no removal hand, so not really going to work out for us. Yeah, we just take it. You get a thing back, but you might just be too late here. We only have one creature in the yard, so maybe we find something better. Maybe a rhino? That would be good. No rhino. Oh, you know what? Malira could be alright. Yeah, we know what's in their hand. Let's go with Malira. Because we might get a chance to rebuy on a rhino, right? If we block with the Road Watcher and it dies, we sack Malira, so we get that back. And, like, that's kind of a thing. Not a great thing, but, you know, a thing. So, here's what we have to do. We have to block in a way that makes sense. So, we need Malira to block the thing that doesn't have trample, because we're going to sack Malira at some point. Question is, what do we do with the rest of this? I think we go here and here. I mean, if they have the spells, they have the spells. Where are they not doing anything? Oh, I was going to say, I was about to be crazy. I was like, did they really not have anything? Yeah, that's fine, I think. And now that they've tapped, I'm going to go ahead and do this. Because this is our only shot. We got to hit something good off of this. Yep. Alright. Oh, does it not? Oh, it's only if you cast it. Oh, alright. Well, GG's then. I thought it was a blanket. Well, never mind. That plan was terrible. Gotta read the new cards. Yep. You got it. And then just play anything else and win here. Alright, cool. GG's. Do. Let's see what we got. Yeah, we can play a couple more games with this before we move on. Do. Where are the opponents at? We want to battle. Also, welcome all you new people that just joined the stream. Much appreciated. See the numbers ticking up a little bit there. Thank you. But yeah, this set so far has a lot going on, man. There's like so many different things you can play and build, and like even so far we've seen some similar like decks with the same goal built completely differently. So it's kind of fun. But we'll see how it all goes. Opponents, where you at? I may have to do that thing where you cancel and then like try to get back in the queue. We'll see though. Let me try that. See if it gets us an opponent. I mean, the queue times do get longer as we get into the evening because I'm on the West Coast US. So, you know, unless you get people on the other side of the earth that are actually like back into their prime time, it can be hard to get opponents on. But it's still pretty early though here. It's only 7 o'clock. We usually don't run into that till it gets closer to like 11 to midnight. Then it starts to become a real problem finding opponents. But what cards are y'all individually excited about so far in the set? Or, I guess I should also ask, or want to see featured if we get these other 3 decks done here on the channel? I think we played this person earlier. I'm gonna mulligan. That's better. I'm not upset about that. Let's keep that. Get rid of this. And then let's play that. Let's go Bronco. Don't kill my Bronco. Oh, you're going to kill my Bronco. Okay, fair enough. Things happen, I guess. Let's go ahead and play one of these. And I'll try to just juice it up. I don't know if I want another Dread Knight. I think we want to move this game along a little bit. What color is it? Oh, that's an outpost. It's Mardu. Mardu things. Sure. Well, at least we could block that effectively. I'm in. Block successful. Let's play a land. You know what? Let's see what we get from this. Let's gamble. Ooh, we got a Rhino. I will take it. Though it is slightly tempting to take the Bronco and try to get some extra value. Yep, Caretaker's talent. So I'm going to anticipate a sweeper next turn, which is not good for us, but, you know, is what it is. Hey, what was that about? Oh, a raid. Hey, what's up? Thank you. All right, we can attack for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opponent goes to 4. We can do this to see if we can make it more than that. Oh, Wiltleaf Liege, you're so cool, but so not the card we need right now. Because if we can get them below 4, if we just draw a land, then we can maybe try to get in there with Restless Cottage, you know? So let's just attack. All right, opponent goes to 3. I think I'm willing to play this just in case there's like a Sunfall. Then we don't lose all of our Dread Knights. Yeah, let's go ahead and just draw a card here. Because if they do have a Sunfall, if we can get to a land... Well, we didn't. I was just thinking if we can get to a land, we'd be in pretty good shape. But didn't need it, as it turns out. Cool. Other good news. I don't know if this was the same video, previous video, whatever, but we've beaten a couple of these Caretaker's Talent decks. So, kind of nice. Like a good little bonus. So that's cool. What does raid do? If you've already attacked, then at the end of the turn, your raid triggers. That's kind of it. No, if you're talking about... I'm talking that's the magic raid, obviously. No, if you're talking about raid on Twitch, it means whenever somebody from another stream is done, they can take who's still there from their community and pass them on to another channel so they can continue watching similar things and maybe get introduced to a new creator. So it's a pile of people from their channel to bring them over to another channel, basically. How do I feel about Mono Red Standard destroying Explorer in the Arena Championships? I don't really have a feeling toward it. It was just the right deck to play. Like, if you think everybody's going to play Rakdos, whatever it was, Demons, which they did, there was like a quarter of the field was one deck, and it does well against that, and it does well against the other popular deck, which is it Phoenix? Good choice for the weekend. I think there's ways to beat it and prepare for it, and I think other decks could do well against it. Like, I think it would struggle somewhat, possibly against, like, the mono green splashing white or black or whatever could have been a thing, but nobody played it. So, you know. We have to mulligan this. No green mana with all this action happening. Very sad. This is a little better. So let's keep this. And... wow, I'm going to get rid of Cut Down. You would love to see an adaptive deck with the 3-color Flash Snake. I don't know what adaptive is that you're referring to. Oh, artist talent. Usually when you see artist talent, that means you're going to see the artifact as well, the monument. You know what? I'm just going to go for it. I probably should do something with Malira because I have 2 of them, but I'm trying to just be mana efficient here. And if they take a turn off to play the monument, that's okay for us. We don't hate that. Oh, well, no monument. That might just be a dead Trostani in the future. Oh, well, it's at least not that dead, so that's cool. Okay, well, maybe next turn we try to get rid of artist talent. I mean, we do have at least a little protection if there's, like, any type of sweeper here. Okay. Non-creature spells cost 1 less. Oh, you're so tempting. Alright, we gotta just get rid of this, though. And I guess I'm just attacking for 6, right? Well, I could do this, and it'll probably come back to our hand. But then I can't... I don't even have black mana to reuse it. Nah, whatever. We're just attacking. Let's get in for all of it. In the turn. Because we can also now, like, try to protect Trostani, and then if we get an untapped land, we could just double striker. Yeah, so it is a discard deck, the Fear of Infinity. But Fear of Infinity can't even block here. Wow. We did it with 2 lands. Well, we finally found the black mana, whatever. Alright, I ain't mad at that. I mean, it wasn't pretty, I ain't gonna lie. But it had just enough efficiency to get it done, thanks to Trostani's really big size. So, you know, yeah, I agree. A W is a W. It's not always pretty. But yeah, how do we feel about the Abzan aggro-y stuff? That was actually pretty fun. I think there's a lot of room for flexibility. At the end, you saw that we changed out a couple of cards. The final list will obviously be updated. But yeah, I think this is actually pretty neat. I think there's a lot of new cards to explore. So we got to figure out which ones are the best ones for the deck. Or, you know, are there any planeswalkers that fit? Stuff like that. But you get the best of the removal package, which is super cool, between the 3 colors. And being able to, like, recur rhinos and stuff. Like, that's actually a pretty big game. So lots of fun little things you can do with this. I'm into it. But, you know, link in the description, all that good stuff. Be sure to check out sponsors and watch another video, because when you watch it all the way through, that helps the channel. So all of you for now, we'll see you next time. All right, cool. That's done and out the way. Adaptive, like how Fangiffer's Familiar and Tranquil Throwback are modal choices. Oh, I've never referred to that as adaptive. Though, to be honest, I would not recommend playing that. That sounds like a very mana-intensive deck, and you'd probably be behind a lot early. There's probably a way to do it, but it'd have to be a really, really, really tight list. All right. Also, hey, those of you that are new, became a raid. Thank you. Welcome for hanging out. My name is PowrDragn. I don't know if you've ever seen me before, but if you've been on the YouTubes, I may have popped up for you. We just, by the way, chat, everybody, I don't know how many of y'all know this. On the first week of March, we completed 5 years of consecutive videos on YouTube. That's crazy, y'all. Like, and I've been putting up, I think when I looked at the average, it's almost like 1.5 videos a day if you count shorts. So, like, tons of content on the channel, and I've literally edited almost all those by myself. So, yeah, I appreciate the support. It's a lot of work. But yeah, if y'all want stuff, even today, actually, we had 2 videos go up. One where I ranked every dragon from Tarkir Dragonstorm, which was a pretty hard ranking to do, honestly. But that was a fun one. And then me with Dev from MTG, where we put up our regular set video, where we give our 10 underrated cards in the set. So usually good information to kind of get you set up for crafting, not crafting, or whatever. And then Sunday or Monday, after I review pre-releases, after I see like the first online tournament, after we review all the results from the streamer event, I usually put together a video that's also going to be cards you should and cards you shouldn't craft based on the early information we have in the set. So if you want all that, go over to YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything. Yeah, Color of Magic, we also have that podcast. I just recorded that earlier, so that'll be up tomorrow as well. Yeah, man, these early release days are busy for me. But it's good. I'd rather be busy than not. When I'm not busy, I'm just wondering why I'm not busy, you know? Okay. We're going to jump into the experimental hole a little bit here. We're going to look at some Abzan beatdown. This is not dragons. This is just efficient creatures taking advantage of one of my favorite cards in the set, Temur Battlecrier. 3 mana, 4/3, makes all your other stuff cost less, equal to the number of 4 or greater power creatures that you have. So this is actually kind of neat. No idea if this is going to go off the way we want, but it should be a lot of fun one way or the other. If anything, though, now that I'm thinking about it, I probably want one more Outcaster Trailblazer, which means I probably end up, man, I don't know. Lists like this get so tight. That's like always the toughest part of just, you know what, let's just play it like it is, and we'll see what happens. Let's make a video out of this bad boy. That first one went pretty smooth, too. I was a little surprised. All right. Does raid count as an attack trigger, or is it its own separate attack trigger? There's no trigger for raid. Raid triggers at the end of the turn. So it just wants to know, did you attack on this turn or not? If the answer is yes, your raid trigger triggers and you do whatever the raid thing says. If you haven't, your raid trigger does not trigger and you don't get anything. That's pretty much it. It's not an attack trigger. It's an end of step trigger for itself for the raid mechanic. The raid just checks to see that the game state did the thing it requested that you do. Might be a clever way to sneak Ugin in, but you have that many big creatures. You don't need them. Honestly, here's the thing. I just don't like Ugin. Like, I've never liked an Ugin card. I have never liked an Ugin story, anything about it. But jamming Ugin in a list like this is literally just to have a card that says, well, 1, pay 7, destroy a thing, and then draw a card, gain 3. Because it would do nothing else in here. You know what I mean? It's literally just a 7 mana thing that kills the thing. Which, you know, getting rid of a card is not bad, but I don't think that's what you want to be doing in here. And then when you don't have the mana reduction or whatever, it's just slow and clunky, and you're going to hate that you drew it. Alright, what's up, Dragon Brood? I know we're talking about dragons in the set, and we're doing big crazy things with Temur. But what if we did low to the ground beatdown with Temur? And that's what we're going to be looking at today. And I want to give credit. I was already working on a version of this, and then I also saw one from Yeoman5, who, you know, he's always putting cool stuff together for beginning of seasons. So I stole a couple of ideas from him and slimmed my deck up, and we'll see how this works out. But starting at the top, we have some old cards, and we'll roll into some new cards. But Burst Lightning, you need to have some amount of removal, and we can get our mana reduced on our spells, and we'll talk about that in a second, so that could be cool. Llanowar Elf obviously helps us fuel our other cards. Paw Patch Recruit, really good just in general. Kind of a big defensive card. Quirion Beastcaller, since we're playing almost all creatures, this should actually get a lot of counters on it during the course of the game. Yavimaya Iconoclast. This is one that gets underplayed. I think the most recent time I played this was when we played like a Naya Elves deck. As the last time I played it. And I guess we had a Gruul Haste deck. Those are like the 2 times I've played this. So it should be kind of neat in here since it checks all the right colors, and it is a hasty boy. Outcaster Trailblazer. Now, this has potential to do a lot of stuff in this list, because from here on out, a lot of things we're going to talk about are going to be 4 power or bigger, but it works really well with another card in the deck, and we'll get to it in a second. But Serac, Elusive Hunter. This is 3 for a 4/3. It can't be countered. Whenever a creature you control or a creature spell you control becomes a target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, draw a card. That means even if they try to counter one of your creatures, you get to draw a card. If they, I don't know, go for the throat a creature, you get to draw a card. So like really cool in general, and it randomly has trample. Okay, first new card really here, or second new card actually, because the Surak is new. But Frostcliff Siege is a 3 mana enchantment. You get to choose either side. Jeskai says whenever one or more creatures you control do a combat damage to your player, you get to draw a card. So if we need cards, we go that route. But if we just need to get over some tokens, well, you can choose Temur, and creatures you control get +1/+0 and have trample, and haste. And haste is very good with a couple of cards in the deck when they're so big. One of my favorite new cards in Magic is Temur Battlecrier, 3 mana for a 4/3. During your turn, spells you cast cost 1 less for each creature you control power 4 or greater. We have a lot of creatures with power 4 or greater. But when you do something like this, here's an example. Say you have Temur Battlecrier, then you could play a Trailblazer for 1, well, for 2, technically, but you get a mana back. But then now you have 2 things with power 2 or greater, which means then you could play like Surak or whatever and have a hasty boy. So like some silly stuff that you could potentially pull off. Speaking of which, Surak, the Hunt Caller, also going to be in here giving some stuff haste, just a quality 5/4 body that your opponents have to deal with. And then if any of your stuff is giving things haste, well, Dragonhawk might actually kill your opponent. Come into play, maybe get 3 triggers, get to attack, get 3 triggers. That's probably going to be enough to kill your opponent, but we'll see how it works out. Y'all know the drill. At the bottom in the description, you'll have a link that takes you over to Mox Fatal channel sponsor where you can download this, but also we have another sponsor, Tales of Adventure. You check them out if you want to buy Magic, especially new stuff, or maybe stuff to fill out your commander decks. But you can use code DRAGON, DRAGN. It'll save you 5%. And you'll be supporting us and put us on our way to make better content. And hopefully, some point, get an editor to help us out. Anyway, let's go see if being low to the ground beatdown is a way to get the wins. The Angelo says, hey, dude, I wanted to say I like your attitude and your YouTube vids. You're cool. Thank you so much. I try to be pretty even kill most of the time. I try not to get too out of whack. We're trying to have fun and play games, you know? If games upset you all the time, you probably should stop gaming or get a pet that'll let you take some anxiety away or go for a walk or something. You know, like, I don't know. The card you're building around reminds me of the MH3 commander. There's probably a lot of cards in MH3 that make good commanders. All right. What do we got going on here? We have Restless Ridgeline, Botanical Sanctum, Carplusian Forest. How do I feel about this? We're going to keep it for sure. I think... I think I'm okay just playing this. I don't think I have to play Paw Patch here on 1. I think I want maximum options. So I'm just going to play this on 2. No haste. And then I get to either kill something, play a recruit, or maybe just play Frostcliff Siege. That turn passed very quickly. All right, chat, quick vote. I don't know how many are lagging behind or not, but do we want to get the bonus with trample? You know what? Let's go trample haste. And just get in there for 4. Because next turn, even if they kill our creatures, we get to double Paw Patch Recruit. And those are each going to be +1 with haste. And then we still have 6 damage in hand. So, like, I don't know, maybe. You know, things are random, but we'll see how it works out. Well, that sort of changes things now, doesn't it? I mean, I guess we still do it. Only can attack with 2 of them, though. The fact that Nissa's even thinking about blocking is good for us. Because they didn't, like, auto, just like, I'll just take 6. Okay, fair. I can respect that. Look how much damage this is letting us do, though. The +1 and haste is kind of filthy. And you trample just for sport, you know? Alright, they have mana here. 3 mana to be exact, so they can do a lot. Spelunking. Alright, we don't fear that too much. Ooh, alright, so if we play this, that's 4. I'm assuming they're going to block that. They would take 6, 7? I don't think we die, right? I'm like, I don't think we die. Like, maybe we do. Hell, I don't know. Yeah, let's just play it. Let's get a green mana. Just be all in on the plan here. Alright. I mean, if there's a way they combo out and kill us, good job to them. If not, they need to get above at least 4 life, because we can, no matter what, shoot for 4. Yep, we don't care about no Lumra. Actually, I say that. You get a lot of mana off of Nissa here, so we do kind of care about Lumra. I mean, you can keep this cycle going. And I don't blame the opponent for going through the actions here, because, like, part of their thought, if I was in their shoes, is try to get enough blockers for all the attackers and see if you can just hold off the damage. But there's also the issue of direct damage. The next creature we play is also going to have haste, you know. But they have a fistful of cards. I mean, no telling what they could do here. Alright, Analyst. And there's 2 lands in the yard, so you can spend 4 to get 2 more. Oh no, because you also had the Fable Passage. So yes, that's a lot more mana. I mean, I don't know, maybe they get Loomer up to 20 and just haste it. Like, at this rate, I guess it's possible. Yeah, there's another Analyst, so yeah, it's all possible. Alright, 2 more triggers from Nissa. 3, actually. And if they have basics, they can go search for 2 more to get to 5. And then have 6, 7, 8 mana available. Alright. I mean, they're doing the thing. I mean, doppelgang a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Actually, doppelgang our siege and 1 creature and we lose. Oh, opponent, if you have doppelgang, do it. Because that gives all their stuff haste. So if they do that, we're tapped out. We're dead. I mean, we've been stuck on 3 land, but still, like, beside the point. I also could have been smarter and just killed Nissa, but I was just going for the win. Oh, opponent, no! Why did you not copy our siege? I mean, they'll have enough mana that if they have another doppelgang, they can still do it. All right, you got 6 mana. I mean, you can still doppelgang here. Spelunking, sure. Yeah, if we win this, it's going to be strictly because the opponent didn't copy our siege. Rob Boomsma says, thanks for always making content. I'm sure it makes for a long day. It does. It makes for a lot of long days, friend. I mean, we're not really playing Magic. We're just watching the opponent do their thing. The bad part is they're not even really playing new cards. It's all old stuff. Like, there's one Ureni, I guess. Okay, looks like you have another Doppelgang. Doppelgang the Siege. Nope, looks like going for, like, World Wake or whatever that thing is. Play the burn spell. Alright, I mean, we win. I mean, to be fair, I could have just killed Nissa after we'd already gotten another Nissa out of the way. That would have been the smart move. I didn't make the right play, but... And if they still have a doppelgang, they still win. Like, let's be clear. I don't know what they have left in the way of basics or whatever, or if this generates enough, and they have another burn spell in hand. Alright. Go get another one. Alright, so you've got 8 floating plus another 4, so that's 12. You have Ureni. Alright. So you obviously get to kill all my stuff. You have like 15 lands, it doesn't matter. So literally, this is just the Nissa deck with Ureni. I was actually kind of hoping they had some other cool new cards they were messing around with. Do you have anything to give something haste? Nope. Alright. Well, after all that... I mean, like, that's... I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes, after all that, great. That's pretty crazy. I think our opponent, for real, had like a 6-minute turn. And I just sit here and chatted with y'all. And then we were just sitting there going, well, if we get a turn, we're just going to burst lightning. Wow, that's crazy. It's a way, and it's one of those games where like you feel bad because the opponent could have won, but at the same time, we also could have made a safe play instead of just going for it. So, never punished, I guess. That is crazy, though. We literally just sit there, and the opponent just took a whole pile of a turn. Oh, no, they definitely did the right thing. You know, they definitely did. But, to be fair, they also weren't playing hardly any new cards. They basically just played an old deck and put, I'm assuming, like 3 copies of Ureni in it. So, that's not really what today's for. We're trying to play decks that feature more new cards if we can. But yo, that Siege? That Siege did real work. Like, that Siege was probably responsible 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus a haste turn. So that Siege was probably responsible for like 10 bonus damage we wouldn't have had at that point. That's kind of cool. Oh, looks like we're in the queue. Just gotta wait to get somebody to play with. Oh, here we go. That didn't take that long. See, Favretto, I've seen this dude around at events and stuff. Haven't really got to talk to him much, but he seems like a nice guy. We'll keep this. I will give you the hello as well. I don't have a fancy little hat emoji guy. Alright, so the question is, do we want to slow the opponent down? Like, no, we're just going for it. Like, let them attack us and do their thing. Whatever. Who am I kidding? No, now, look. I didn't kill your dude. You weren't supposed to kill my dude. Them were the rules. Actually, there's no rules. Let's just kill this. One of these. Alright. So, what does this need to look like? Actually, I kind of want to play Surak first. They're both 4/3s, but like... What do... Because, like, if they have a removal spell, we at least get a card. But if we play this, and it dies, we don't get anything. But the upside is, if it lives, then we could play Surak for 2, play a land, play big Surak for 2, and that's a pretty strong turn. So, like, if they just have a removal spell, we lose, basically, I think. I mean, they're just playing Goblins, just going to run us over. So, like, what do you do? Oh, double House Squad Heavy? Yeah. That's tough. Yeah, that's not good for us, I'll tell you that. Yeah, don't need another Battle Crier here, though. That's not part of the game plan. Oh, actually, I won't be able to, because I need double green for that still. Yeesh. Wasn't thinking about that part of the plan. Alright, guess we're just going to do this, then. Oh, actually, you know what? I messed up. If I was going to do that, I should have just done Battle Crier into Surak, because then Surak still would have cost 1. And I could have had an extra... Oh, I messed up. Yeah, it's going to take a while to get used to the sequencing here, because it's doing some weird things. Oh, alright. Well, we're probably dead anyway. So it doesn't much matter. Alright, GG's. Yeah, see, again, we're not even playing new cards here. Like, this is just goblins with 1 new goblin in it. Come on, let's play more fun new cards. Do. I don't think things... Okay. I'm gonna get a little preachy for a second. And this isn't against nothing at you against Drowning Fish. Nothing you said wrong there. But I think thinking about cards as being better than this card is a bad way of thinking. Because the decks you want a Temur Battle Crier in are not the decks you're going to want Rhino in. So they're both going to be good, but for very different reasons in very different decks. So convincing yourself that you should be thinking about one more than the other, I don't think is always a good way to be. We're going to keep this, by the way. But I see a lot of people get caught up in that, of like, what's the better value thing, or what's this thing, or what play should be, and it's like, man, a lot of these things are not absolutes, you know? Oh, no. Oh, gosh, what are we going to do here? I guess I at least play the thing that could potentially kill a thing if it blocks. Or at least kill this big thing. Alright, that's going to be a lot of mobilization here in a second. Ooh, boy. Wow. Wow. What are we looking to do? I guess we're just going to be mana efficient and play this. Pass a turn. Like, to kill Surak, I at least get a card. You know what I mean? Like, it's not great, but it's something. All right, so that at least helps stave off some of the pain. All right. So fortunately, we're in a situation where our creatures just happen to be bigger, which is helping. But let's go ahead and play this. Yeah, no need to attack there just yet. Surok's gonna die as well. Oh, we're sun falling. Alright, well, that is a thing that happened. And playing a land. Alright. They still have 2 cards in hand, so it's a long way from being over here. Oh, no! Why did we draw something? We've been... Man, and this early access event, we've been drawing lots of land. I have definitely been a proverbial landlord today. I mean, obviously this is suspicious, right? Like, I'm attacking, like, what do we think's gonna happen? Alright, get in there for 5. And please, let's draw some things that are not lands. Oh, Enduring Courage. That's a good card to have. Especially with all the tokens from Mobilize. That's pretty slick. I guess... I guess it doesn't really matter. End up with a 3/3 either way. Oh, gosh. Alright, well... I mean, we do what we gotta do, I guess. Don't love it, but, you know, if it's all we got. Let's find another Surok or something here. Big Surok would be great. Get in there for 8, 9, actually. That'd be a big attack. Oh, no. Yep, and those bad boys can attack if they want to. All right, need something big here. Oh, my gosh. All right, GG's. Like, we drew, what, 5 lands in a row and a Burst Lightning. Like, you know, what are you going to do? Yeah, all right. We're just dead. I mean, either way, if they have haste, it doesn't matter. We're cooked. Yeah, almost any card would have been better. Like, any enchantment, any creature would have been great there. Like, we just did nothing for 4 draws, at least. I was like, that's pretty tough. When that happens, well, that's what the end of the games are going to look like, you know? That's just part of playing the game. No, that wasn't a bad matchup at all. Like, we literally, if we get other creatures, like, we could win easily. We could have got a Siege and could have been drawing cards. We could have got a big 5-power Surok and attacked for 9 and would have practically killed them. We could have got all kinds of things. I mean, Mobilize is fine. Most of the abilities are fine. Like, we played a Mobilize deck earlier and it was good. You know, flooding is part of the game, though. Like, you got to take the good with the bad, right? The same way that we got hyper lucky and won games today on 2 lands and 3 lands. You know, sometimes you're going to draw whatever we drew, 10 lands, and, you know, it's just not going to feel great. We also, with that much mana, could have got the Dragonhawk, right? Dragonhawk would have triggered our creature, also got us a card, which you probably could cast, because we had so much land. So that could have been an option. Yeah, we could add all kinds of things. Like, what would you prefer? A War Leader's Call versus the Enduring Courage in the Mobilize deck? I don't think it's a preference thing. It just kind of depends on what you want the rest of the deck to do. If you have a bunch of stuff that's just making tokens in addition to doing that, then maybe you just want War Leader's Call because you're just making tokens straight up and getting triggers. But if most of your tokens come directly from creatures, then maybe you want something like the Enduring guy because your creatures get haste that also produce your tokens. So it's not always like better or worse. Sometimes it's just what does the rest of the deck look like, right? Like if Also, are you playing enough things that you want to have mana to support 4 mana things or 5 mana things? Right? Like our opponent's deck was playing 4s and 5s, so they're probably okay going a little bit heavier and they're planning for that. Whereas if you're going like Arabella, Dollmaker Shop, blah, blah, whatever, then maybe you don't want to be on the upper end, right? Because your deck's not built to support the upper end. So then you probably want to go with War Leader's Call. Yeah, we're keeping this. Also, the thing to note about Temur Battlecrier is it's every spell you play after this. It doesn't matter if it's creature, land, whatever. Just, it gets a reduction. I was wondering how many people were going to play that, and then it returns to your hand. Yeah. Because I actually considered that in one of my War Leaders Call decks. Because it's just like automatic triggers, right? You just get to do that every turn. Are we killing a Beast Caller? We are not. We're playing a Mount. Oh, I see. So if you're trying to play your second spell every turn, that's pretty smart. Pretty smart. Got to give credit where it's due. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I guess we got to go for it. I could kill their mouse, but whatever. I assume they will try to take this turn to kill Battlecrier and play their 2/2 if they have it. Oh no, they are not, friends. They are definitely not. Okay. Well, I have one thing. So this costs 4? Damn it. Short one. That's not going to work. Like, I'm looking, what are our other options if we don't get to play Burst Lightning here? Ooh, wait, actually, we can play... Oh, no, because that'll only be 3 things. So I was thinking we do this. Yeah, we're still going to be a mana short. And then do this, but this only gives us... Yeah, that's not going to do it. I guess if that's the case, I might just give this haste and go for it, right? Play this tapped. I guess I could always just kill this, though. And kind of put the pressure on the opponent. Yeah, I'll do this because we start growing our other dude. Oh, if I kick this, though, I could also attack with that. Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't have the gumption. I'm weak. Sorry. I'm weak. I mean, you gotta do something. I mean, I guess you don't have to do anything, but... Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and kill this mouse before we have to worry about it. Honestly, in hindsight, I probably should have just paid Kicker on the Iconoclast. I think that was the right answer. I just didn't commit. I'm a wuss. That's a cool little setup, though, honestly. Like, you gotta give the opponent credit. That's really cool. Yeah, GG's. Because now we can just activate our land. Put it on the Trampler. Alright. Battlecrier did its job. What's wild, too, is the Battlecrier really, just that turn giving you 2 extra bodies, also allowed us to pump this twice. So, like, while it seems kind of simple, it really did a lot there. Kind of nice. And I will tell you, Elspeth, I think, is as good as advertised. I think that might be, man, the best Planeswalker they've made in a while. Like, Elspeth can outright win games. Because the 0 ability is literally like, if the board stalled, your opponent just, all your creatures got 1 bigger, and they have flying. And for whatever reason, it's not even flying till end of turn. It's flying till your next turn, which is gross. It's so much value for 5 mana. I may need to do that at some point. Like, do a video ranking all the planeswalkers. That might be like an hour and a half video, but could be fun. Yeah, speaking of, if y'all didn't see the video where I went up last night, where we ranked all of the dragons in Tarkir Dragonstorm, that actually took a while. But it was fun. I think it was a good deck building exercise for myself, too. Kind of just got my head right with, like, where is everything going and how much are these cards and what are we likely to play? So that was kind of helpful to just walk through that. Yeah, Elspeth in your counters deck. I'm going to bet it's going to be pretty good. Just saying. Let's keep this. Kurohitsu. What's up, bro? It's so funny. Two people playing effigy stuff. Alright. Let's see what happens. I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't necessarily want to run Battlecryer into a deck with red and white, but it feels like the best thing to do here. So, here's hoping. Maybe their plan is just to play, like, 2 creatures or something. If Battlecryer lives, though, look how sick this turn could be. Like, we could go Blazer, Blazer, Dragonhawk, which is a pile of cards. Oh, Temur, the Battlecryer is gonna... No! No! Oh, that was so close. Why? Ah, boo. Boo. We were almost there. We almost did the thing. Well, now this isn't as cool. I think we just play it anyway straight up, though. Man, that would have been a sicko turn. That would have been insane. Because we literally would have went Trailblazer, Trailblazer, Dragonhawk for 2. I think at that point. No, for 3. But it also would have resulted in a bunch of cards and a mana leftovers. That would have been kind of cool. Yeah, we've been seeing some versions of this deck with the Sage of the Skies and whatever, which makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I think with our draw being what it is, and we didn't get an early removal spell for this guy, like, we're probably dead skis. Yeah, I'm just going to let it through. We're not doing anything productive here. I mean, we're kind of just playing a Dragonhawk and hoping for the best. Oh, and there's the Burst Lightning. Oh, jeez. Yeah, we're probably dead here. Yep. Oh, and they had another shelter. Alright, GG's. I mean, if your opponent just draws hot, what are you going to do? To play the dragon with Storm? Nah, I'm not trying to play that Storm Dragon. I think the Storm Dragon's a trap. I think there's times it will go off and look great, but there's too often you're just going to pay 6 and just have, like, this derpy guy, you know? Do, 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 do. Though I think that's part of the issue. I do need to play a couple more removal in this deck, though. Realistically. While what we're doing is fun and it's neat, like, we do need to play a couple more removal. Even if it's just, like, lightning strikes or something. Or bounce spells or whatever. Alright. Let's go ahead and play a Llanowar Elf and see if it lives. Ah, Beanstalk. Boo. Who shows up to have fun and plays Beanstalk? Who are these people? Like, there's nothing fun about Beanstalk. What are we doing? Hey, at least I got a card for my troubles. Alright, let's, you Yeah, this is probably fine. Alright, get in there. Oh, well, you're a cute card to have here. I was not expecting to draw that, let me tell you. Alright, D. Let's do it. We're going to go hasty. We're going to play this, because this is just more damage right now. We're going to attack. And then I'm going to hope to draw an untapped land, so that I actually do some stuff with the Dragonhawk here. Alright, Dragonstorm, combo time. Is it not Dragonstorm combo time? No, you get to destroy an artifact or enchantment. That's real. Yep. Just kill my fun, why don't you? Oh, you're pretty good too, though. Alright, so opponent's at 10. We play this. Give itself haste. They block. This, because it doesn't have trample, they take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we try to kill him with this. Alright, I mean, I guess that's the way to go. I mean, just keep it coming, I guess. Alright, opponent goes to 3. I think we're in good shape here. Even if there's a dragon that, like, gains 3 life or whatever, I don't think that matters too much here. Yeah, we should be good. We're not worried about a ley line or anything. Yep. And go to attacks. Give this guy haste. It also will trigger again. So much damage. GG's. Whew. Did we even... sadly... Oh, no, we did play a couple of new cards that game. All right. I don't know, man. Y'all, that red-blue siege is kind of legit. Like, it really is. Like, just making everything in this haste is crazy. Like, and occasionally you can just be like, well, I'm down to 1 creature. I just want it to draw cards so I can get back into the game. But, man, everything having haste, especially when it's already 5 power, so good. See you later, Jay White. Jaffer, also a good dude. Let's keep this. Man, this relies a lot on our Llanowar not dying, though. Here's hoping. Big money, no whammies. Maybe a tap land for old Jaffer here. Okay, we at least get a chance to put our Quirion Beastcaller down. Oh, that's cool. Give Jaffer the hello. Hadn't seen him in person in an event in a minute. You know what's funny? This is like the only time I use emotes that aren't just like GG or thinking. Is when I'm with other creators I know are well-meaning. Otherwise, like, I'd rather not have chat in my games, like, at all. Almost any game I play. Need to find a blue land, though, at this point. Untapped blue land would be real nice. I would really, really, really appreciate that. I mean, I would take any land, but preferably a blue one. Thank you. That's so nice. Okay, so, now the question is, which way do we go about this? I think we tap this for our green. And then we can do this, which also gets us another point. Then we attack. Alright. So now, even if dragons show up, everything being +1 is going to be pretty big business. Don't kill my battle crier. It ain't done nothing. You actually kind of did do something to you. Let me play another body. I was like, it didn't do anything. Oh, it did do something. Great commentating. Hey, Godfather, how's it going? I did do commentary this past weekend for Arena Championship 8. It was a lot of fun. I always like doing that stuff. got to do commentary with my friend Corey Baumeister. I actually did some commentating with Corey way back during the pandemic, so it was cool to get to work with him again. Okay, what do we got in the yard, Jaffer? Oh, okay, Rakdos makes sense. Okay, there's some stuff going on here. So these are 2 less. So I could actually cast this for 3. I cast this for 2, though. Man, I kind of don't want to lose my Battle Crier, but I also kind of feel like maybe I have to lose our Battle Crier. Oh boy, what are we looking to do here? We got to give stuff trample, right? We just can't not do it. If I do this, that trades, they take 1. I assume you block here, that's 2, so that's 3. And 8, that's 11. We can't kill them with this yet. I think we can only attack with these. Yeah, I assume that would be the block for sure. Alright. In the turn. I also didn't necessarily want to use this on a creature because with them being at 6, that's already 4 damage. So if we can get our attacks with trample to make up the difference, we could be okay here. I also feel like a lot of times today I've been functioning on like 2 or 3 land or on like 7 land. Oh, we had another Tursa. That's unfortunate. Alright, well currently only 2 cards over there. Alright, 5 cards in the yard. So still no freebie. But you do have access to 2 mana. And a fear of missing out. Okay. So we need one like 1 or 2 cost creature, I think. And that will set us up for what we want. Or we just draw that. I was like, well, that's the other way we go about business. We have 3 red lands. We'll just, yeah. Kind of unassuming, but just like, yeah, GG's. Sorry, man. That was one of the highlights of your weekend. So good to see you doing that. Yeah, I've done them all since 3. I skipped 7. So I did 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and the Magic Online Championships that happened in the middle of there. So I've done 7 total events for them in the last couple years. I think my lip has a hole in it. Did I brew an Elf Ball Ooze Health deck? Sort of, technically, but I'm not going to play it. If the decks don't have at least like 10 new cards, I try not to play them in the early access event. Unless it's at the very end of the night and we just want to like try something or whatever. Otherwise, we're just building standard decks with like 4 new cards that fit the deck. And that's not fun for our opponents. That's not fun for their audience. Like, their audience doesn't get to see new cards in action. You don't get to see new cards in action. So I try to stay away from those decks. Yeah, Siege with FOMO is pretty sick too, right? Because you get to attack, trigger, untap, attack again, get the other trigger. Like, it's pretty gross. I like what he had set up though, because you had the Rakdos that if it was in play, you remove that. Now you're attacking with the 5/5 plus the Death Toucher. Like, you can do some silly things. Oh no, we cannot keep this. That's an easy mulligan. This is a little better. We'll keep it. I'm gonna get rid of one of those. Stadium Headliner. Probably the most popular card today, if we're being real. Like, seen that card more than anything else. Mostly because, like, if you're just doing any type of low ground aggro, if you're doing goblins, if you're doing tokens, if you're doing mobilize, like, all those things are good with that card. Lethal Demolition, yep, turns into 3 little ones. Makes sense. Can't argue that logic too much. No attacks. Yeah, we got a very, very slow draw here with no new cards in it, unfortunately. Novus Inspector. Okay, so is this just a Boros tokens aggro-y thing? Yeah, that's what it looks like is going on here. Alright. Obviously attack with everything, because that's what I would do. We will block one of these. I don't know what the world looks like that potentially gets us out of trouble here. But we'll see what it starts with. Pass a turn. I mean, they do have all small toughness things. So maybe if we can set up something with the siege, you know, possible. Like if we could go Trailblazer into another creature, maybe. Like a 2-mana thing. And then 1-mana thing plus siege next turn. Like it maybe. Like that's possible. Oh, nesting bot. Yep. Okay, this is kind of a thing. I mean, I have to do it in a weird order, which I don't like, but that's fine. Green. Play this. It's not worth attacking, so we'll wait. We were so far, and I think we're still behind. I think we're still going to end up losing, but it's surprising that we're actually that close with the siege. Because the only significant blocker they have is Narset here. So if there's a way we can block and leave them with minimal defense, maybe we can win. But if they just give everything haste and +1 here, then like we're cooked. All right. Well, I assume we're going to lose a great many things. Yeah, I was going to say, like, there's no way we're getting a hold of a big blocker there. That's non-negotiable, I'm pretty sure. And then pump up equal to the number of creatures you control and kill us. So that'd be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's what I would do. Yep, that's what I thought. All right, GG's. Yep, just didn't have our fast start there. Just missed the days of putting War and Peace on a Mirren Crusader. I mean, you can still play swords today. They're still standard legal. Yeah, that's the thing. When you're not playing many new cards, it's like, why'd you even build the deck for today? You know? Especially something... Like, it's one thing when you just don't draw the new cards. But, like, when you're playing something like Roots, you're flipping a million cards. Like, your opponents get to see you're not playing new cards. Like, what are you doing? Okay, let's keep it. A little reluctant, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. Oh, I didn't realize it's Nerd Girl. I like Nerd Girl. By the way, if y'all don't watch their stuff over on Decked Out, you should. And you'll get to see appearances by me every once in a while. Matter of fact, we just recorded a couple of videos that'll be out shortly. Don't kill my Paw Patch recruit, please, and thanks. Oh, I think she's doing the elf thing. Okay, then. Let's just play this. No attacks. So the good news is our spells are not going to be very expensive. The bad news is I'm not going to have any spells in hand to play. Yep, that's going to be an issue to fight through. Makes sense? I think this is where we're going to have to try to get to a world where we can trample, you know? Alright. Yeah, I'm assuming, though, her plan is just get to Craterhoof, right? That's what those decks do now. You either Craterhoof or you play the new green X thing and go search for either Lathel or Craterhoof, right? Tap a bunch of creatures, drain your opponent for 10, or you just Craterhoof to kill them. I think this is where we need to draw a Dragonhawk. Though Big Surrak would be reasonable as well. Wouldn't be upset about that. No, I figured everybody's going to play Corey Still Cutter today, so I didn't put it into a deck. We'll do that as a regular video down the road. That's not a... For me, that's not a streamer event card / deck. Well, it's not just Arena. That's just Standard. We have I think we have 2 swords that are Standard legal right now. 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, you got plenty of mana available. I mean, we're just getting hoofed next turn. I mean, that's basically what's going to be going on. Yep. Or Tyvard. That also does it. You can just pump twice. Yep, I think we need Siege here. I think that's the answer. To at least force blocks. Do I want to block that? I kind of do, actually. Alright. I'll put the counter here, because if we do get the Siege, then, you know, that could be a big deal. 1 mana Surrak, you're cute, but not big enough to do anything here, friend. I think that's ball game. Yeah, alright. I'll just give you the GG's. I mean, really, you can just pump your team twice and kill me. Right? With 5... Because this activates for 2. So you get 5 out of that. Yeah. That should do it. Well, you didn't have to laugh a little and all that. Yeah, I just assume you just, like, attack and Tyvar, and, like, I'm forced into blocking, because everything would have been +4. I mean, Surrak, you're cute, but you aren't going to get the job done here, friend. Yep, and how many elves you got to tap? Tap 10? Alright, I mean, we're kind of just hanging out at the moment. I mean, I guess I'm willing to get in there. I'm trying to think, like, what's the best case scenario? Like, you trade or you have to double block with stuff or whatever? Like, alright, sure. That seems fine, I guess. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. Like, you have Tyvar. Oh, you could have just blocked with Tyvar and just, like, tapped, because it regenerates. Or actually gains indestructible. It doesn't regenerate. But now you have even more mana. So now you get 2, 4, 6. And then you still have another 3, so that's 9. And you could tap a creature to Tyvar twice. So you pump everything by 4, then pump everything by 8. And then we still have to block and die. That also works. Any hot takes? I never have hot takes. I say never. I rarely have hot takes. That's not my brand. Like, if you have a question, I'll answer it if it's a specific question. But all right, go hoofing. But yeah, this is why I didn't play the elf deck today, because it's literally just like a tutor and crater hoof. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's just an elf deck. Not that there's nothing wrong with it. Like, it's still a good deck, but wait, did you not get oh, crater hoof costs 8. Oh, I think that's what happened. They needed to tap one more creature. It didn't matter. We didn't draw anything anyway. I'll just let it be what it is. You can still go hoof now. So, like, just tap your lands, play it out of the graveyard with Harmonize, and then go get hoof. Because that's 8 by just tapping the lands. And you only have to do it for 12. Yeah, definitely have lands left over to do it. Lots of cards. Like, if you've watched my previews or reviews of the set, like, there's a bunch of cards I like. Like, my opinion hasn't changed on most stuff. Like, there's a lot of good cards in this set. Dude, that's weird. Harmonize has little notes coming off it. I don't know if y'all saw that. If it has Harmonize from the yard, so you can remember. That's wild. Alright, no blocks. Yeah, I could have already been dead like 3 different ways, I think. Alright, we're going to play 1 or 2 more, and then we're going to switch it up. That was a long time sitting there for the elf decks to figure out one of the 3 kill conditions. New. I don't know who New is, but welcome. Alright, we'll keep it. See what this turns into. We're going to ask politely that you do not kill our Llanowar elf, friend. They were nice enough to oblige. I appreciate that. Man, I want to play Surrak, but I think this is where we're supposed to do this. So if they do get spot removal, like, our cards still do stuff. Yeah, Frost Siege is real nice. I'm not going to lie. That card has definitely done some work. Speaking of which, do we just play Frostcliff Siege here and give all of our things trample? Because we're definitely playing a tap land, so we could set up that, I think. I mean, these already have trample, so maybe we don't do it yet. And we can decide what mode this needs to be on for later, I think. So let's just attack with these. I think this is fine. I mean, it would have been an extra +1, obviously, but that's okay. Then we just play this, I think. Alright, there's Sibsing Ceremony. That thing dies and makes you a card and a zombie. Sure. Alright. Time for cards to go to work, right? So we play this. We're going to choose the +1 haste and trample because we're already holding Dragonhawk here. Just going to play that straight up and we're just going to get in there. Just like, here comes some damage. Sure. And if they have a sweeper here, if we draw an untapped land, we still get to Dragonhawk, attack, deal 9 in total at a minimum. If it's spot removal, we at least get a card and a +1/+1 on something. But I wouldn't be surprised if they sweep the board here. And like what's about to happen to us? All right, it wasn't a board sweeper. We're in business, y'all. We're in business. Yeah, like, here's the thing. Like, I get what we're doing here, and these things don't die, and they go to your yard, and, like, you can discard a card here to save your creature if you want to. Like, because that just destroys. It doesn't sacrifice. That just feels like a whole lot of... Like, this was my problem when I was... Everything I wanted to play with that card just felt like... It was all just okay, even when we got the card. Because, like, think about it here. The opponent did the best thing they probably could do there. And, like, I don't even know how much it mattered, because we're just going to do this, right? Though Surok's also legit here and probably helps us win. Yep. And then we just attack with everything. And, you know, we got Tramplies, and then these are going to do damage. And Dragonhawk plus the Siege is good enough. Bunch of Tramplers. Yeah. And then all these go off. I mean, I guess I could play a land, but whatever. Alright, cool. And this is no insult to my opponent, but this is why I say, like, this is the type of card that if it's going to make it in Standard, we still have a time to find the best deck, right? And how it's really going to work. Because, think about it. If I had, like... even return it to their hand at some point, right, in the turn. Now they've got to find a way to replay it, and it's 3 black, and it's like a whole thing. Or if I'm playing white and have just like, or green, I guess, have enchantment removal just the same. Like, it's just like, all right, well, now what does the deck do when you're not making the zombies? Because even there, it's like you got value, you got a couple of cards off your things, you know, and it's just like nothing really mattered because they were just 2/2s. It's like, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I did get the Siege, and the Siege gave myself Trample, so that changes things. But, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to be sold. I think there will be a point where this card can be very good. I just don't know if it's early in the season yet. Jay Villain was playing the deck with the Sibsing today, and it was actually fire. I mean, again, I think when it goes off, it's going to look great. When your opponent has interaction to get rid of it, it looks pretty pedestrian. I think that's the way I felt about it so far when I've seen it. Because I watched some other videos whenever I was, like, editing and stuff on my break. And that's sort of what it felt like. So, I mean, I'd love to be wrong. Because it's a cool card. Well, alright. How do we feel about low to the ground Temur? Honestly, I think it's pretty good. But we do need some more interaction. Whether that's the new card to let you destroy an artifact, enchantment, or remove something from the graveyard. Wouldn't mind having that. But really... maybe just another burn spell or two just to deal with some creatures. Maybe a fight spell. I don't know. I'll have to look and see what's available. But we do need, like, one more thing, I think, to make this the way we want. But otherwise, like, it has some pretty sick turns. It has potential for just really big things to happen. You have just oversized small guys, which is really good. Like, yeah, there's lots going for it. But, again, if you don't get, like, an early burst lightning or whatever to slow down one of the goblins or a Llanowar elf, like, you do end up behind a little bit. You're kind of leaning on getting the Siege, which, speaking of, the Siege was spectacular in this deck. I'm pretty sure we won at least 2 games, if not 3, because of just the Siege, which is pretty cool. And I actually never even chose the card draw part. I think you're only going to ever choose that when you're down to, like, 1 creature, you know, where your opponent's, like, swept the board and whatever, and you're trying to, like, draw cards to catch up. But otherwise, you're probably almost always choosing the +1 and trample and haste, because that's just too good. You're getting 3 things. You know, like, it's just too good to pass up. But yeah, you know the drill. Link in the description, all that good stuff. Support the sponsors, use the code. Watch another video, because when you watch it all the way through, it helps the channel. But that's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. All right. That was good. That was good. Little surprising, but it worked out very well. That's one, I think, as the season goes on, What I think you'll see with a lot of these decks you're going to see today is they will change based on what the environment and the meta changes to, right? Because there's a lot of cards, especially now that we're going to be playing 3 colors in a lot of decks, you have access to a lot of things. So it's like, all right, should I be playing more things to get rid of enchantments? Or do I care about getting rid of graveyard stuff? And like, should I be playing an instant speed thing that does it because they're trying to combo? Or if it's just Reanimator, should I just play like, I don't know, Frillback or whatever? There's a bunch of options. Oh, no, I agree. I think the deck can be very good. Don't get me wrong. Like, I think the turns it goes off looks great with the Sig whatever, right? And that's the thing. I think that's where people get lured in, right? Where you see the turn where it pops off and you're like, oh, this is awesome. But then where it doesn't pop off, it's kind of clunky. You know what I mean? Temur has the spicy stuff. I like huge Tintin. Yeah, we did all that actually earlier. So you'll see that in the video Friday, I think. I don't know the order I've had these all lined up yet. All right, so this is the tokens deck, which doing a little bit of a few different things. It has Stadium Headliner, has Voice of Victory. We got Impact Trimmers. We have War Leader's Call, Animpakal, Windcrag Siege, which is awesome. If you get it out with an Arabella or an Animpakal ready to go off and you get double triggers, that's pretty exciting. How many creatures are we? We also have the new Elspeth in here. 17 creatures, technically, because we do have 2 Frontline Rush and we do have Urabras Forge. So if you had those, we have 22 creature or 22 creature token makers of some kind. So yeah, this is probably doable. I don't know. We'll see. We'll gamble. I don't even know what we'd call this deck. It's like Elspeth Siege, I guess. I don't know. But all right, let's get in here, show you all the deck. This is what we're talking about. This is what we're working with. Okay. This should be a fun one. We're gonna these games could be very quick or not. We'll see. We are playing a fair amount of new cards in here, so I don't feel too bad. We do have Headliner. We've got Frontline Rush, also Voice of Victory, the Windcrag Siege, and so I don't feel too bad here playing. I wouldn't want to play a token type deck if it was just mostly old cards and like, and we're playing an Elspeth. Like, I don't want to do that. We try to sprinkle in enough stuff that is still spicy for a early release thing. See you later, Ophidian. Thanks for hanging around. Much appreciated. All right, what's up, Dragon Brood? You know we like playing some tokens, so we're going to try it today with just Boros tokens. We did some Mardu Mobilize already, so you can check that video out. I don't know if I'll remember to link it here or not, but this is fun because we're playing a lot of new cards that do some really big things in here. So if you like Boros tokens, not the like Convoke stuff, just straight up Boros tokens, this is probably going to be the deck for you. But starting out, we have some Nesting Bot. Not that really cares so much about max speed, but we want to make sure we always have a token available. Same thing here with Stadium Headliner, but this actually lets us get a little bit of removal, which is super nice. We are going to play a couple of Get Lost because, you know, you need to answer some things. But then we have Voice of Victory. This keeps your opponent from playing stuff on your turn, but when it attacks, you get 2 tokens. And that's pretty big because we have cards like Impact Trimmers, so every token could be an additional damage. Also, Arabella, very good. And you're going to have to remember to stack your triggers so that the Mobilize stuff goes off first, then Arabella's thing triggers so you can get all the extra damage out of that. We do have a couple of Frontline Rush just for some instant speed creatures, but in our other decks where we did this, I mean, there's a lot of times where you just like give something +X+X and then that wins the game, right? We have Urabras Forge just to make tokens every turn in case the board gets swept. We have solid token maker there. We also have Animpakal. No surprise, you know how this works. Attack, get gnomes, hopefully win in 2 turns. Especially when we're playing War Leader's Call. Now, I don't know if we need War Leader's Call. Maybe we're supposed to swap one of these for an Impact Trimmers. We'll see. I don't know what the right answer is yet. But we're going with 4 War Leader's Calls to start with. And we have Windcrag Siege, another new card here, where you get to choose either when you attack, triggered abilities from permanents you control trigger an additional time, which we may choose that a lot in this deck, because you could get double life loss from Arabella, double triggers on Animpakal, you can get 2 Urabras Forge tokens. All right, there's a lot of stuff you could do with that. But then also, the Jeskai portion at the beginning of your upkeep, you just get to make a token that has haste and lifelink till in the turn, which is actually super sweet because, again, if the board gets swept, we can still just keep generating tokens and maybe get ourselves out of trouble. Now, one of the new cards I think is an absolutely absurd Magic card is Elspeth Stormslayer. There's going to be turns with this where, one, you get to double your tokens, and that's going to kill your opponent. There's going to be other times you're at a little bit of a standstill, and you don't want to run your creatures in. You're like, you know what? I'm going to give them my stuff +1/+1, and they're just going to fly over for a win. Like, that's going to happen every once in a while. And then, worst case scenario, it also gets rid of creatures with cost 3 or greater, which is insane. And then we have some Dollmaker Shop, because, again, you want to just keep generating those tokens here. There is one Dolkoven Encampment, just as another way to generate some tokens when we attack. I don't know how often we'll need it, but I just tossed one in there just because. Otherwise, nothing surprising with the mana. But you know the drill. If you like this list and it impresses you, after you watch a couple games, of course, be sure to check out the description. It'll take you over to Moxfield, a channel sponsor. And you can also buy your cards over at Tales of Adventure to flesh out all your decks, get all your cool cards from Dragonstorm. Use my code DRAGON, DRAGN. You'll save yourself 5% on your whole order, and you'll be helping us out to eventually get more things we need for the channel, because we're trying to up business around here. But for now, let's go see if we can make stacks of tokens on top of stacks of tokens. Yeah, the double combat trigger could be sick. I don't know how often it's going to happen, but in theory, it's awesome. But a lot of decks are fun in theory and then don't do the thing you want them to do. But we shall see. I don't know. It's always exciting to try to figure this out. But this is why we do this, so we try all the dumb experiments, so you don't have to. Right? You can just lean on our time and effort. And hopefully it's entertaining along the way. And you learn something. That's actually the biggest thing, I think, from most videos. It's not so much about impressing you to make you want to build a deck. Because I've literally had people go, well, this video didn't impress me to build this deck. Or this video didn't impress me that this deck is good. And I'm like, all right, cool. You're welcome to not think it's good. Like, I don't care. Like, that's such a weird thing. Like, if you're watching videos for that purpose, that's very narrow. Like, one, it's entertaining, right? You want to see people do the big thing over the top, do the silly stuff, whatever. Like, that's why when I get to the videos, I still tell you, like, yeah, we won some games, but I wouldn't build this. I think I said that about 2 decks last week. They're like, yeah, this was fun, but I don't think I'd build it unless you just already had the cards for it and you just want to do something goofy. You know, like, that's fine. And then there's others that I'm like, if you like this type of deck, this is for you. Go build it. You know what I mean? So, like, it's a whole complete experience, and it's what you make of it. But it's weird to watch videos just to be like, okay, now I need to go build that, right? That's a weird way to watch stuff. And I think more often than not, most players are worse because they change decks a lot. Like myself included. Like, I'm playing a different deck practically every single day on the channel. So I'm playing a lot of cards for the first times, and I'm going to make mistakes because I haven't played through all the game states where all these weird things are happening while I'm trying to dodge a rope, while I'm trying to communicate to you, while I'm trying to figure out all the stuff going on stream with notifications going off or whatever, right? So, like, that's going to happen. But if you play one deck for 3-4 weeks at a time, learn all the intricate plays and all the different ways stuff works, you're probably going to win more games, even if you're not playing, like, the most top-tier deck, because you're just going to understand your cards better and how the deck works. And more importantly, you understand different situations when they pop up, you know? You'll play a deck 10 times and be happy if it works once. See, and that's fine. Like, if you're into that and that's what you enjoy from jank decks, then great. Then, yeah, it's fun, right? Not everything has to be about being the best deck or being a top-tier deck. Because I tell people all the time, like, think about this. I play so many decks throughout a season. And I will guarantee you, at least 3 times a week, there's a deck that just doesn't work. And I just kill my rank at that level. And you'll never see a video with it. Even with that happening, I still can make it to Mythic or whatever most of the time if I want to. Right? So, like, you can play weird junk and whatever on the ladder and still level up. Like, that's... Now, tournaments are a different thing, and I tell people that all the time. Wow, it's been like 3 minutes. Like, I tell people that all the time. Like, the ladder is not tournament play. If I were to play a tournament tomorrow, say like a store championship or whatever, I'm probably only going to consider 20 to 30% of the decks that I play throughout a season. Just because I know the environment's going to be different, you know, whatever. There's a lot of different reasons. But on the ladder, I know I can get away playing a bunch of different stuff. Like, for a lot of reasons. Some people have incomplete decks. A lot of the players are worse. Some of it, you're just trying to high roll because you're playing best of one, blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a bunch of things, right, that just make some of them potentially playable where you couldn't in a tournament. You like Bloomburrow decks because of the art, and if you win, it's a bonus. There's nothing wrong with that, though. If you enjoy playing your cards and that's how you chose them, great. Like, don't let anybody shame you for that. Can we keep this? I think the answer is no, y'all. I'm gonna mulligan. I don't know why, that hand scared me. Oh, Elspeth, you gotta go away, friend. You're too slow to ride this ride. Okay, Nesting Bot, you're up. I was gonna say, please don't exit. Oh no, you're playing Haywire Might? Oh, that's like one of the worst cards for us to see from an opponent. Please block? Ah, dang it. I was hoping they would block like so bad. I've never wanted a Haywire Might to block more. I swear. Oh, you're not attacking or blocking? Dang, man, come on. Give me something. Like, just give me a taste. Just a little bit of help. Okay, here's the deal. If we play War Leader's Call, they're definitely going to use mana on their turn to kill the call, right? So maybe we don't kill the call or play the call. Like, here's... see, here's the problem. I want to play two things next turn. So if I keep the call... Alright. We're just going to do this. And attack. There's a chance they won't block here because they want to kill impact trimmers. And of course, they don't know that both of our cards in hand are artifacts and enchantments. Alright, they still have 4 mana. Spinner of Souls, that's a little bit of a problem. Alright, I mean, I'm not blocking it. I mean, like, you do you, friend. Alright. Raksasha. Alright. So for the most part, we kind of got what we wanted out of that deal. So now we have to start asking ourselves the question of what's the next best thing to do here. And I think we attack and we use the Headliner to kill the Spinner of Souls. I think is the plan here. Yeah, I think it's what we're doing. Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking how I wanted to do it, but that makes fine sense. And they can just block one of our 1/1s. Oh, they're going to block that one. Well, I was going to say, that's a little bit of a surprise, but I'm in. Okay. So now we can give anything haste with our land, because we have the Amonkhet Raceway. So we go and do this, and we're just going to hope for the best. I don't know how this is going to end up, but we'll see. I feel like we set up what we could. Oh, and they had a frill back. Man. This is just the deck that's going to be bad for us. Like, you're playing a bunch of artifact and enchantment removal. Like, there's not a lot we're going to do there. Yeah, that's just hurtful. Alright. And we know they have a Raksasha, but that doesn't trample or... Oh, it does trample. And it has Decayed. Puppet, so when stuff dies, you get a thing back. Yeah. I mean, we got the clunky draw, and we're getting punished, because they also had all the cards to remove our stuff. Like, the sad part for us here is we really couldn't play around anything. Like, there was just no option there, unfortunately. What do we do here? I mean, if we block... Yeah, I guess we don't have a choice. Sure. I think we're already dead, truthfully. Yeah, like that's not going to help our cause any. I mean, they can block with Puppeteer, get a thing back from the yard, which is probably going to be the other dude. Yeah. This is just GG's. Like, we're doing nothing. Just get the frill back, man. Oh, can you not? Yeah, you can. Frill back only costs 3, and then you pay the extra cost. Yeah, I was going to say, wait. Why'd you not get... I mean, it doesn't matter. We're dead either way. Like, they have, like, 6 cards in hand. Yeah, all right. Like, we're dead. No, it's not that Artifact and Enchantment Hate are good, but decks... like, there's a lot of decks that if we weren't playing what we were... Like, if we were playing the Temur deck we're just playing, that would have been a terrible matchup for them, because a bunch of their cards don't do very much. You know, that's just a bad situation where all those cards are good against our deck. And that happens. You know, but it's funny about that, though, Panthro. Like, I've literally seen on multiple videos where somebody, sometime even a couple of people, like, oh, thanks for building this deck. Like, I finally got to Platinum or Mythic for the first time or whatever. And then the next person will be, I don't know when anybody plays this deck. I went 2-15. This deck's terrible. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Sounds like a skill issue. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, sometimes I'm goofing off and making mistakes and still winning games. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe that says more about the deck than anything. Max says, I got second in my store championships a few weeks ago with Boros equipment. No one knew 90% of my cards. I could totally believe that. All right. I think we reached the point where people are starting to... There's fewer and fewer of them, so this will take a little while to get some games. Come on, opponents. We want to play some games. I want to play magical cards with their little rectangles. Also, thanks for you that are coming around and hanging out later this evening. I know if you're on the East Coast, it's real late. If you're on the West Coast, this is prime time. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. All right, let's try to hop back in. We did that last time, and it worked out pretty well. Let's see if this helps. Let's try again. Oh, I didn't see you in there, Tall Paul. Happy Wednesday night to you. Just getting caught up on some of the discussion here. Yep, these last couple hours go pretty slow sometimes because there's just fewer people on. Which is kind of one of the tough things when you're on the West Coast doing these events, because like you're incentivized to wake up early to get the most games in, but like it's so early. Okay, this is kind of all right. Assuming our nesting bot doesn't get torched, we could bot into Dollmaker Shop and then see what happens. Oh, that's not bad either, especially with impact trimmers. All right, I am going to attempt it. Please don't get countered. It's getting countered. Oh, it didn't. There was like a weird pause. I genuinely thought we were getting countered. Thought it was going to be like the dragon thing where you like pay 2. Oh man, we got War Leader's Call. Let's get an untapped land here. Let's try to go off. Hey, all right. Let's do the thing. That's wild. Like, we had only attacked once for 1. Our opponent's at 19. Now they're at 9. Sweeping the board is probably the best answer here if they've got it. I mean, that gains life. That's not nothing. Is it better to Animpa Call here? I mean, obviously we do this. Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's kind of all the same. I guess if they have a sweeper or something and survive. I don't think they do here, though. Because that's 2 triggers of damage. And then we attack these. And that's another 4. Man, that's so much damage. Yeah. Crazy. Kind of sad. The only new card we got was Voice of Victory, but it did a lot of work, so that's cool. Yeah, our opponent went from 19 to 9 and played a dragon in game 3 and ended up at -1 on our turn 4. Like, that's wild. And our hand felt like it was kind of going to be sort of clunky against the dragon stuff. So it's kind of crazy. Yeah, build your own peripherals. That's basically what that was. Yeah. I mean, we can't get rid of this, right? That just seems bad for what our deck's trying to do. Not gonna lie, there's a lot riding on this actually living. I don't know if it's going to. But, you know, we have a bunch of other cheap things we can find if it doesn't. What you got for us, opponent? Good news is, this does survive cut downs on the first turn, which is always a good feeling. So if your opponent does have removal or something, you force them to play it on their turn to deal with it. Which almost always means the next thing you play at least gets to free shot its way through, you know? As much as I like you, Restless Bivouac, we need to do this. So we can get our damages in. Alright. Opponent goes to 12. I mean, if we play this other War Leader's Call, that's 4, and then each of those is 6 damage. I mean, this is going to be kind of crazy. Like, you have to kill this now, right? Because you can't play anything on our turn. I mean, I guess. So, I mean, they can't cast spells on our turn. That's just going to be it. Yeah, Voice of Victory just has everything shut off. Wow, Voice of Victory single-handedly just did all the damage. Like, that would have been 2 triggers, so that would have been 4, right? Because each one does that. So opponent's at 8. Then each of those is also 6. Just damage because they're 3 3s. So now they're at 2, and then this deals 3, so they're at -1. Man, we have a lot of ways to win on turn 4 with this. like for real. Like, this is silly. I might need to get me a good old JR sound drop. By God, King, he's broken in half. Because that's what it feels like. Hey, old man, how's it going? Yeah, like, the blue-white deck literally can... Like, and the thing is, too, the cool part about that card is it turns off stuff like Elspeth's Smite because it can only be played on an attacking creature, right? It turns off, to some extent, the ride down, where, you know, it gets reduced if you're playing it on a tapped creature, because otherwise they basically have to tap out to kill it on their turn. So it's pretty crazy. Oh, that is a sick Sarkhan picture. Ooh. This is really bad, but I'm going to keep it. Just out of curiosity. I don't recommend ever keeping this hand, though. I'm just doing this for science. Just to be like, what happens here if we do this? Like, if our opponent's just playing a bunch of removal, is this even a real thing to do? Alright, well, here we go. We start to find out. I mean, they could also blast zone these over a couple of turns, so that's like a real thing. Want to cut down a token? Because I ain't going to have a lot of things for you to kill along the way. Nope. But they do have something. It's some type of instant speed removal, I imagine. And they don't want to waste it on a random forge token, which I don't blame them. I wouldn't really want to either. Ooh. Yeah, that changes things. I was going to play this Restless Bivouac, but times have changed. Let me tell you. This is time for the cards to go to work. Boom, look at all this. We just got triggers galore. Man, let us find a nesting bot next turn. That would be like the thing to find. That's what we want. I would love to have me a nesting bot. I don't even think I block here. I'm just like, whatever, we'll take 2. Like, forcing them just to have more things to block is just the right thing. They might actually, honestly, just move Blast Zone to 2 and then get rid of 3 of our things. Like, oh, we did get a nesting bot. That's gross. Alrighty. Load things up. Here we go. And imagine right now if we get a siege and we're getting double triggers from the forges. Like, everybody's coming in. And here's the sick part. If they use spot removal to kill something, they actually can't move up their blast zone. Yeah, you got to do it. I mean, it's painful, but it's the right thing to do. The problem, though, is I don't know if they even survive the Urbrass Forge next turn. Hey, new follower. Thanks. Yeah, and we have a creature land that can attack for 3. I mean, we got it covered every which way. Yeah, you got a blast zone here, but like, I mean, 2 tokens to deal with, plus the forges, plus the creature land. Like, I mean, that does block something at least, and you get a point. But the Urbrass Forge tokens have trample. Yeah, alright. Want to kill a bivouac or something? There's probably a cut down that's just been sitting around this whole time. Sure. Why not? What is that thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, for those that hadn't seen the card, it's get a +1/-1 until end of turn. If it dies under your control, when it dies under your control this turn, draw 2 cards. So you can put it on your own thing to draw cards if you want to. Kill off one of your tokens, maybe from like a Preacher of the Schism. But obviously they needed them to block with there. But yeah, that was a hand that shouldn't have worked, but it did. So you take those. Hey, followers all the way around. Thank you. Also, I'm going to be sending out, if you're a member on YouTube, we're going to be sending out a poll probably Thursday, tomorrow, if not on Friday. Kind of like we do sometimes for the beginning of the season of just like, hey, certain things you want to see, what order do you want to see stuff, whatever. So, you know, we can start working on things and you get to kind of help decide what's on the channel. And if you're a level 3 member on YouTube, we also do have a private thing set up so you can get deck help and everything, which is good at the beginning of the season, you know, when most people use it. Okay. All right. This is like probably the most normal, not combo-y hand. Oh, somebody's going straight up burn on us? All right, then. Let's see what we can do. Lightning Helix, our headliner. No. Okay. All right. We're here for it. We still play Anima Call first, right? And then try to set up the War Leader's Call. That's got to still be the right choice. Oh, especially now. Like, that's a no-brainer. This is all the tokens. Yeah, this is the point where even if they Lightning Helix and Anima Call, next turn's gross with the War Leader's Call and all this stuff going on. Nope, GG's. Yep. Oh, we got the Siege. All right, let's just play the Siege so we can do it. We'll choose the trigger thing. All right. Look at that's so many things. Oh, that's a laughable amount of tokens. That's insane. That's awesome. Well, that did things. Look at this. Look at this. We went from 1 token on the battlefield to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 extra tokens that turn. I mean, what's funny is, it's kind of the same amount of damage, though, as if we'd have played War Leader's Call, right? Because you get half as many tokens, but then they also deal a damage when they enter the battlefield, and they're all an additional +1. So it almost didn't matter what we played there, but either way, fun stuff. Man, thank you. A lot of y'all are coming in fast and furious here. Oh, also, reminder here, for those of you who don't know. One, I have a couple of really good videos on YouTube right now, if you haven't watched them. One of them is we ranked every dragon in Tarkir Dragonstorm. So if curious about, how they compare to each other, whatever, I did that. That went up late last night. And then today we also put up the video I do with MTG every set, where we do the top 10 underrated cards in the set as well. So that should help you. But you should also be subscribed and hit the notification bell over on YouTube, because sometime between Sunday and Monday, I almost always put out, well, I'm going to put out 2 videos that are cards you should craft if you want to know, or maybe even buy if you don't craft on Arena, and the ones you shouldn't craft. So kind of based on all the information we get over the next couple days, which ones are kind of good, bad, which ones played well, which ones didn't, and kind of help you make some decisions. And those are free, so I appreciate it if you go over to the YouTubes and hit the button and help your boy out. All right, let's get into another one, or hope we can get into another one real quick. Yeah, that's a laughable amount of tokens, though, in that last game. That's crazy. Like, enough that it doesn't even seem real. You know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy amount of tokens. Also, John Delgado, I don't want you to think I didn't see that. But, like, yeah, thanks. All right. Ooh, what are we doing with this? And we have 2 bivouacs? Ah, man. If one of these was already an untapped land, we could at least, like, turn 2 shop into forge. And then maybe play. You know what? I'm going to gamble. We're going to draw an untapped land. I'm going to will it to be. We have 2 draws to get an untapped land. It can't be that difficult. I mean, those are probably famous last words, but we're going to do it anyway. See? Told you. Magic's easy. You just draw what you need, right? All right. Let's not mess up and play the wrong land here. Go to attack. Get in there. Make a 1/1. I think we're going to play Siege on double trigger is going to be the plan here. Oh no! I love that guy. Man, I have to kill that, sadly, or else the deck just kind of pops off, and I feel bad because I really do like that card, but we can't let that live. That legitimately makes me sad. I really do like Temur Battlecrier. Like, that's one of my favorite cards in the set. Just because of the silliness it allows, you know? Alright, well, we get to do dumb things here. We get to play this. We're going to choose Mardu, so we get double attack triggers. We're going to get this out of the way. And then we're going to get in there with a whole pile of things. And on top of that, we also have the ability to unlock this because it takes 6 next turn. So we've got it all. Oh, they had triple battle crier. Wow. All right, unlock this thing. Everything's about to get spiced up. Buy 2 more. It's funny, on the test servers, I've seen that happen sometimes, where it's just like your opponent concedes as you're attacking and it says draw. Like, that's kind of funny. Could you imagine Arabella in that last game? Oh, yeah, Arabella would have been sick. Like, even here, on those previous couple of turns, Arabella would have been gross. Could have triggered twice for like 4 tokens plus the thing. Like, yeah. Windcrack Siege is kind of cool in here, man. It's kind of cool. I sort of like this. Hey, subscribe. Thank you so much for that. Gonna craft this as soon as you can. I don't know if I'd go out of my way, but if you already own most of the parts from the previous deck, it could be worth it. Some of this new artwork is sick. This. All right, we're gonna keep it, but it's not our favorite hand. If we can get a 2-mana thing here, it'll be good stuff. Because then we at least have some options of doing things. You know, you're kind of it. Like, I don't hate you. You're all right. All right. All right, let's try to get fancy here. Let's see if this resolves. Ooh, it does. All right, let's just stick with double trigger. That seems to be the way we're playing it. Let's go. Hey, a raid came over with 15 people. Welcome, everybody. We're playing some crazy stuff here in the Streamer Early Access events. You're seeing a Windcrag Siege set to Mardu, which is double triggering all of our attackers right now, which is gross. Yeah, I'm just going to go for this. If the opponent has an answer, they have an answer. Oh, they didn't. Wow. 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 Oh, no. Oh, no. Look at that. It's glorious. Yep, you have a mage, friend. That did a thing. All right. Do I even bother playing this? What do you have in the graveyard? Nothing? Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I don't know what's going to happen here. I mean, if we get a creature, we could just give something haste as well. Even if they say, like, kill Animal, we get another one. This is so much damage. Like, yeah, of course I'm blocking. Like, whatever. I was going to say, it has to be, like, ill-timed explosion, right? Like, nothing else there was going to make sense. Maybe I shouldn't have played my headliner. But, well. Sometimes greed is good. Let's just draw another Animal here. We can give it haste. That would be exciting. Or we could just do that, and that's a lot less exciting. Ooh, wait, though. We do still have the land, which is kind of tricky. So when we attack next turn, we'll actually be able to activate that, which is amusing. Cornucopia gets to start gaining life here. Oh, well, we're not going to play that this turn. Because this is just bonus damage. Got a kill spell for this? Oh, lightning hits. That's actually 4 life, actually. So that's good on them. That's legit. This is where dragons start showing up now. Nope, ill-time explosion. That is 2 more life, though. Okay, that's a little sad for us. Don't love that part. This is whenever you attack this turn. All right, so we'll try. I mean, if they have a way to kill our token, then, like, so be it. We don't get the little bonuses, but what else are we going to do? Oh, they just had a pile of lightning helix. That's sick. All right. Well, the good news is we kind of only need 1 or 2 of these to get through, even with them being at 18, so we'll see what happens. Also, if we could just get something with haste that actually does a thing. Just got Revelation's about to be baller, though. Let me tell you. Ooh. All right. And then we'll try again. I mean, if they just have another answer, they have another answer. Like, we can't do nothing about it. Ah, they drew them all? Legitly? Bruh, are you kidding? Like, seriously? Oh, that's so sick. Like, that's hurtful. like, bruh, come on. Like, really? I mean, if you draw it, you draw it. Like, it is what it is. But, man, that's kind of crazy. All right, Shiko. That's free next turn. Yeah, that's kind of wild. But, you know what? Even if we draw, say, like, Animpakal here or something, that could have been for real legit. Like, that could have still been a thing. So we still just do this, I guess. I mean, we are very close to losing here, though. I mean, that triggers twice. And they get to play another Lightning Helix, by the way. If they want to. Yep, you got it. Yep. I mean, I assume you just Helix again and put yourself out of reach, you know? Oh, that's better, because then you get to play the, yeah, exactly. That's the thing you want to be doing. All right, I'm just going to give them the GGs. Like, we're just too far behind there. Like, triple Lightning Helix is just insane. That's just one you just say, hey, you got it, you earned it, man. There's like nothing you do in those scenarios. You just nod, say good job to your opponent. Yeah, that's just crazy. Oh yeah, exactly. Like just they hit all the cards. Congrats. Like you got us. like nothing I can do there. Okay, let's keep it. Ooh, are we playing? I guess we're still playing Voice of Victory on 2. Though I was debating Annabella on 2, but now see, this is my problem with Mox Jasper, and I had people arguing with me. But you get it early and it does nothing. Yep, Sarkin can become a dragon, which is something. And you get to play a dragon next turn, which is a big deal now. We only need 2 mana. I'm just deciding what spell we're going to play here. I think we're going to frontline rush to try to kill Sarkin. Though, maybe we don't. Because having Annabella is even better. And if they're just going to play a dragon this turn, Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. I think I'm just going to play Arabella here. Because they'll probably use removal to kill Arabella. If they do, they're probably not playing a dragon this turn. I mean, they do have Terror of the Peaks, which is a baller. And Sarkin will get a counter. Oh. Really? Alright. Buzz Crusher. When you had Terror of the Peaks. I don't... Alright. I mean, like, I'm not gonna argue. It is just weird. But alright. I'm down. This way, so we get the tokens first. And they get to drain for lots many. That's what we want to do. Sure. And then we'll give this plus X. Alright. Praying for no Brotherhoods in. Ah, there it is. That's where it gets bad. Maybe, I don't know, this might be too late. We'll see. We can draw some stuff to still help here, though. I'm assuming you can find a land for the Terror. Oh, they can't find a land for the Terror here. Ooh, sweet. Huh. I guess we have to go for the 1/1 here. This is like the one time. But I think that's what we do. Because we get a hasty 1/1 during our upkeep. I would like the double attack triggers, but not knowing what we're going to draw or whatever makes it kind of dicey. Yep, there's the Terror. Okay, you know what? Hey, more followers. Thank you. I mean, we're kind of doing the thing. All right, opponent's at 2. I mean, we're trying. Now they could play. Oh, I was gonna say if they played the double damage dragon, they'd have been able to hit us for 6, for 10. No, that wouldn't have been enough. Yeah, you got to kill the token to stay alive. Sure. I actually don't mind this because it might actually help us find something useful in the deck. And we don't really care that the mana's tapped because, you know, what are we going to do with it? All right, come on. War Leader's Call? Oh, bruh, why? Why? Hey, Raiders, what's up? Oh, my gosh. We are struggling here. Yeah, we just attack. I mean, nothing else we can do here. This is if you hit exile card and trap into a non-land card. I'm going to hope they hit a Mox Jasper when they play that next time. Like, just spiteful. Hit a Mox Jasper. Oh, that's definitely not a Mox Jasper. Man, we have so many things we could get here. Even a Get Lost is good. Like, we have so many things. They're getting rid of their own land to go get a mountain. Okay, but that kind of makes sense, I guess, if you don't want to make it easier for us to hit the cards we need. It's a little bit of a quirky play, but I don't hate it. Okay, there we go. We just need to punch 1 damage through. We got there. Well, that's not true. I mean, I guess they could have a shock or something here. Burst lightning. Yeah. Yep. Yep. All right. Good deal. Whew. That would have been terrible to lose from there. But this is my concern about Mox Jasper, and I think we talked about this in the overrated video on Dev's channel. So be sure to check that out if you want to see our top 10 overrated cards. But this didn't do anything the whole game. Literally got it on turn 1, and I don't even know if it tapped one time. And they had dragons after like turn 6. So like I don't really know. What I feel like with this card, and we're kind of going off the rails a little bit here, but what I like about the card is I do think there are worlds where maybe you want to play it because it's just a 0-cost artifact, or maybe you want to play it because you can sacrifice it cheaply to Radiant Lotus or something like that. But I'm still curious how good this, because so far all the dragon decks I built, I haven't put it in there and I haven't felt good about it. So, but the rest of this, I kind of dig what was going on here. I think Favretto was onto something, because this is like kind of a big red dragon, do a bunch of stuff. Like this was, if this starts hitting and you start just getting more dragons in play or another Terror of the Peaks, like that could be kind of gross. Has Ugin held up the hype in Standard? We have seen literally one Ugin all weekend or all day. Like, and it just does, like, Ugin does exactly what you expect. I mean, there's no hype to it one way or the other. It's just how many artifacts are you willing to play to maximize Ugin, I think is really just what it comes down to. And if you're playing a heavy control deck that's playing a bunch of artifact mana cards, the one that like you get a couple mana, you can sack it to draw cards, stuff like that, like then it's actually probably pretty good. You know, like it probably does its thing, but it's just a big control planeswalker finisher at that point. Yeah. So, the siege is kind of cool. I don't know how else to say it. That was fan-freaking-tastic, and we had some stupid turns. Like, the biggest token turns I think we've seen in a long time. So that was actually super cool. We won some games out of nowhere, and then we had one slip away from us, too, that was winnable, and then we just didn't get there, so that was a little sad. But yeah, overall, this was a lot of fun. I think if you like tokens, if you like playing this style of deck and you want an upgrade, even if you don't play this specific build, I think there are a lot of options in the new set. Oh, you know what else I just realized? We never even got Elspeth. So we still had more good cards that we never even got. I don't even know if she's necessary at the end of all that. You know what I mean? Like, we did really well without even getting an Elspeth. So that's actually kind of crazy. But yeah, card that good, and it didn't even matter with the level we were going. And look at more followers. Somebody else subscribed. Thanks so much. And they're coming in back to back. I appreciate it. But yeah, as always, y'all know the drill. Check the links, like, subscribe, go download the deck, follow our sponsors, use the code, save money, watch another video because it helps the channel. That's all I have you for now. We'll see you next time. What do I think about green ramp for Ugin? I mean, here's the thing. I have a green deck with Ugin that I'm probably not going to play till we get to the regular videos in the season. But my problem with it is that you're kind of just playing Ugin to remove a thing and then just gain life, draw a card. Which is fine. Don't get me wrong. It's not like that's trash, right? But it's kind of just okay. I mean, if you just really need to remove something, I guess. But you could also just win with, like, Nissa. You know what I mean? Like, you instead of playing Ugin, you can just play Nissa and then just overrun. Or play it sooner if you need to get rid of, like, an artifact or an enchantment or something that Ugin can't do for you for a couple of turns. Or even play for 5 mana Vivian Reed and then just keep reloading your hand with creatures or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it's neat, but I don't know. I'm still going to try it. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to try a bunch of stuff because that's how I learn about cards, and y'all get to learn through the videos of the things I'm doing. So, yeah, I'll definitely still try it. I just don't expect it to be significantly better. Hey, Night Sky, how's it going? Welcome back. We just played a really absurd tokens deck. That Windcrag Siege, bruh, it was the business. I mean, not even joking. Like, legitly, like, I don't know if you saw it. We had turns where we went from 2 creatures on the board to 16 creatures on the board and killed the opponent. Like, it was really, really dumb. Really dumb. But yeah, this card. And here's what's crazy. In the last game, we used the Jeskai portion and we literally won because of it. Because it gave us 3 points of damage we needed it toward the end stretch of being just that extra creature getting in there every turn to buy us enough time. And we got enough chip damage of life that the opponent could never just send damage upstairs and attack us either. So, like, we actually used both sides of it, which was super nice. It'd be nice when Nissa rolls out. I mean, people are still playing Vivian. I've even had Vivian in a couple of lists. Yeah, this was sick. This was something. I did enjoy that last game with Favretto though, because it was stressful at the end of just like, come on, man, let's just get like a war leader's call, and I'm just like, I just need to do 1 point of damage. Come on, and we almost didn't get there. So that was actually super fun and entertaining. I'm glad y'all got to have some fun and see that one. But all right, I'm gonna mark this one as played because it was super silly and fun. And then we have this one, which is Mardu Speed. Now, how many lands? Are we at 24? We're at 23 on this one. This one's doing a lot of things. It has Burnout, Bastronaut, Hazaret, Gastral, Thrill Seeker to do your speed things, right? Dealing some damage, Fear missing out to get you some extra attacks. But you also maybe sometimes get to do some fun stuff with Siegebreaker here, where we get to copy the Rixasha and have another 5/5 when we get there. We can sometimes get 2 attack steps with it, which is kind of fun. We also have the ability with Nariv to do extra damage with the thing we get from the Siegebreaker, or do extra damage with the Nemesis, or this thing when it's hasty, or whatever. So there's some the token from the Headliner also could do extra damage. So I don't know. I'm kind of into it. It's the first Nariv deck I put together, but honestly, I think Nariv's probably better with just all-out hasty things. But I don't know. So I say we give it a shot. Here, I will say this about the deck, though. It has almost no removal. So you're kind of just all in on, like, Witchstalker Frenzy and Burst Lightning. Like, that's kind of it, right? If we don't get those, we don't get to kill the opponent's thing, and we got to get lucky. But could be really sweet, too. You know, so I don't really know. That's an option. If you want to see that, this is the green Ugin deck I was talking about. Like, you just ramp up, play a bunch of stuff. You have a few artifacts, Iron Crag, Hedron Archive, Candy Trail, so you can actually, like, do something with Ugin when you actually get it. So, like, that's an option. So we could, actually, how many new cards are in there? I think that one's light on new cards. So I think it's only Ugin. Yeah, it's not playing anything. I don't want to play that today. We'll play that in an actual real video later. The Cage. Did we play any other new cards in the Cage list? Voice of Victory, Elspeth, Craterhoof. Is that really all we're playing in here? I mean, I say that's all. Like, those cards aren't good. But, Voice of Victory. I mean, maybe this is enough reason to play it. What is that? 7, 9 new cards? I don't know. Then what else do we have? This is like the experimental Grixis Dragon deck that somebody had posted in the Discord, which is really trying to lean a lot on Leyline of Transformation to make everything a dragon. My problem here, though, is, and this is kind of my issue with Leyline decks as a whole, and this isn't to insult the creator or anything. Like, we had this discussion in chat already in the Discord, but when you play this, it's mostly because you're trying to enable other bad cards. Right? So Embermouth Sentinel is kind of good if you get the Leyline, because you play it for 2 and then you can go search a basic. It comes on the battlefield because you control a dragon. Right? But when you don't, you're just like, all right, I paid a 2 mana 2/1 and put a land into my hand. And that's just like worse than everything else you could do it too. You know what I mean? Like, it allows you to turn on Mox Jasper, which is pretty sweet. But then it's also eating up spots for some other dragons you could play that make that even better. So it's just kind of, I don't know. It's a weird thing. I still think it's worth experimenting with, because it could, I mean, we might learn something, you know? I don't know. And then this is our just straight up ramp dragon deck with, like, Herd Heirloom, the new little 3/1 that taps for mana, Land of War Elves, and then going Decadent Dragon into Magmatic Hellkite, room scale, Stormbrood, and then 1 Urini, which is cool. And then of course some Temur Battle Crier because it's like a pseudo dragon, so that's actually sweet. And then we just have Rakdos dragons, which again, couple of Mox Jasper because you just want to try it out. But this isn't terrible. I mean, it has a good amount of removal. I don't know if Dreams of Steel and Oil are good. It might just need to duress since you have no way to deal with artifacts and enchantments in this build, so duress might just be the better card. Because you can deal with a fair amount of creatures, but you can't really deal with a bunch of those other... So I'm actually going to switch this to duress now, so I don't have to worry about it later if we come back to this. Oh, I don't have duresses crafted on this account. That's funny. Well, we have duresses now. Alright. But the rest of this is all just quality stuff, right? Like Scavenger Regent, Decadent Dragon, Magmatic Hellkite. Like, nothing surprising on the upper end here. No early creatures, but that's not really your plan. You're just trying to play big dragons in this list, right? So, do I have any sack stuff? What do you mean sack stuff? Do you have specific cards or things in mind? And we can talk about that. Now, this is a crazy pile that Yeoman 5 put together, which is 4 colors doing all kinds of things, right? It's got the removal package, it's got Dread Knight, it's got the Severance Priest to remove stuff from hands, it's got Skirmish Rhinos. Like, you're just going ham with this deck and just seeing what you could get away with, which is wild. So, kind of crazy. And then, is it Prowess? This is fine. I don't know if I want to... This is like the one Corey Still Cutter deck, I think, that's in the pile right now. It's solid, I would think, as a deck, but I don't know if we want to play this or not. It does have a fair amount of new cards, I guess. Why is it split my cards up like that? I hate that. Unending Whisper, not Bounce Off, because that's already an older card. There was another couple. Wild Ride is new. Corey Still Cutter's new. So, a few, not a lot. Not enough that I think it makes it fun to play. So I guess we're on... Wait, what is this one? Oh, yeah, we were talking about this earlier. No, we didn't play this. This is a different one than the other one we were talking about. Yeah, this is just Mardu midrange, straight up. Like, doing Unholy Annex. You still have Mardu Siegebreaker in here. Got some Shieldred, some Light Shatter that maybe we could play some stuff out of the graveyard. This actually uses Karsi Revenant too, which is kind of sweet. So, the Mobilize with Ping when creature dies effect. No, I definitely do not have that. I'm not sure that's going to be significantly better than just killing your opponent with the token straight up. Like, seeing what we've seen today, where we can just kill people with, like, I don't know, War Leader's Calls and things, I don't know if it's efficient to try to play things to sacrifice to get the same damage. Any Abzan tokens with Felithar? I did not, honestly, and I'm not sure. I think the reason is I'd still need time in the lab because I don't know if Abzan tokens is any significant amount better than Selesnya tokens. Like, I'm trying to figure, like, there's enough new black cards that care about +1/+1 counters that they could be better, but, you know, got to mess with lists and try to figure out what's actually better or not. But yeah, what do we want to do? Like I said, we have the Mardu speed deck. We've got a Mardu mid-range. We have the Rakdos Dragons. And, I mean, technically we have the Elspeth Cage. I don't know. We do have Voice of Victory in here. I mean, I would play the Cage deck if people want to see Cage as well, I think. We could do that. So yeah, those are our choices. We have Cage, Rakdos Dragons, Mardu Speed, Mardu Midrange. And I think that's it, because I don't think the others have enough new cards to make it worth it. Have you thought about using a Cool with Mobilize to cheat out some big dragons? Not really. What's a Cool's trigger? Don't you have to, like, sacrifice some number of things? Oh, it's a U. Why did I do that? Oh, sacrifice 3 other things and you can play a thing. Yeah, not particularly. I don't know. Like, I, eh, eh. I mean, this is fine. Like, my problem with the cool, I think, when I've played it previously, is I end up in a lot of situations where, like, you have to both have things you want to sacrifice and have something in hand you want to put into the battlefield. You know what I mean? Like, you have to meet two conditions for the card to be useful. And don't get me wrong, it's a 5/5 for 4, and that's legit. But then it also means you can't play any off color lands or whatever. Like, if you have lands that are producing white, but not black and red, then, like, I don't know. I don't know. It's probably an okay card to play. I just don't even know how many times. Like, I don't know if Mardu Dragons even needs to be a thing. You're probably just playing Rakdos Dragons. Because if you're adding white and you're doing it for the tokens, then you're also eating up some number of slots that would also be big creatures that you would want to put into play with a cool. Does that make sense? At least that's the way it's rational. I'm rationalizing it in my head. It's like, if I'm trying to shift a Rakdos Dragons, like say this deck, right? Like say we want to shift this so we can use a cool, then some number of these dragons have to go away for us to make room for, say, the 1/1 goblin and the Voice of Victory and maybe something else, so that we could have enough tokens that we could use with a cool, and then at some point hopefully still have a dragon in hand that we could put in the battlefield. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I'm not sure if that's a big enough advantage either. Like, both the token or the things generating the tokens have to live, or else you're sacrificing the thing that makes the tokens. So now you're taking away some of your advantage to hope that both a cool and your new dragon both live, right? And they don't get hit with, like, go for the throat, get lost, whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's been the issue with a cool when I played it in the past, is like you have to meet both conditions, and you also don't want to give up all your other threats. So yeah, I don't think it's really necessary. Is it a thing you can do? Like, sure. But the thing I would question is, are you making it better than the tokens builds for Mardu? And are you making it better than the mid-rangey and up builds for Mardu? Or are you just trying to slam both parts together, and then you make a thing that's not as good as the sum of its parts? Which happens a lot. I've done it a bunch with deck building too, where you're like, oh man, this card's good, I like it over here, let me jam it in this other thing. And then you realize, like, this is just worse than both of the other decks I was just playing. It's like, trial and error, but sure. But yeah, let's put it to a vote. I'll leave it for about a minute. So here are our choices. We have, just double checking here. All right, so we've got Elspeth Cage with Hoof, Voice, and New Elspeth. We've got Mardu Speed, Mardu Midrange, and Rakdos Dragons. Those are our 4 choices. So Elspeth Cage, Mardu Speed, Mardu Midrange, Rakdos Dragons. I'll give everybody about a minute, and then we'll just see which of those gets the most votes, and then we will go with that one. Y'all get to decide the last deck of the day before, maybe, if we have time, we will potentially, I don't know, maybe for small donos, we will take some deck ideas from the chat and try to play them against other creators. See you later, Night Sky. Speed, you need to be more, you play Rakdos, gotcha. So Speed and Rakdos, 1 vote each. So far, each of those only has 1 vote. If you want to see a certain one, now's your chance to speak up in the chat. By the way, if y'all do not follow me on YouTube, please do so. I've literally just completed 5 years of posting a video every day on YouTube, about 1.5 videos a day. So if you want content, especially around Standard, we got stuff. Also, we've been doing some other fun things too, like rankings of different card types. We've also done some trivia stuff with Jeopardy lately, if you want to check that stuff out. And we're going to have stuff, the crafting guides for cards you should and shouldn't craft, coming Sunday or Monday, depending on when we get around to it. So that's over there too. So hit the subscribe button over YouTube, and then hit the notification bell so you make sure you don't miss that stuff, because that's actually big things, and it helps a lot. And I really appreciate it. Elspeth Cage. So we have 3 votes across the board. 1 for Speed, Rakdos Speed, or Mardu Speed. 1 for Rakdos, and 1 for Elspeth Cage. Again, the choices are Elspeth Cage, Mardu Speed, Mardu Midrange, and Rakdos Dragons. So I'm going to keep a tally here. Rakdos Dragons got 1, Speed got 1, and there was something else. Oh, Cage got 1. All right. Gonna leave it about a minute longer. Anybody who wants to get your vote in, now is your time. If you want to help decide what we're gonna actually play, looks like Mardu needs to be more specific. There are 2 Mardu builds. You want speed or you want mid-range? Like, gotta be specific. There are 2 types there. All right, so we have a vote for speed there. So speed's got 2. 5 years, 1.5 videos, 45 minutes ish. Sort of. Like, it's a weird mix of videos because some are actual, like, gameplay every day. And then there's also, like, some of them are longer or shorter than others. Because some of those are shorts that are like a minute. Some are like the Jeopardy videos that are like 30 to 40 minutes. We do every set. We do overrated cards, underrated cards. Some of our favorite stuff. We also do, like, today I have our underrated cards and our, what's it called? The rankings video. Right? And those are like 30 or 40 minutes each. So, like, it's right. But yeah, it's probably all told close to 2,000 hours. And the crazy part is, I've edited literally like 99% of all those. So, if you're wondering, if y'all get tired of hearing me, imagine how much I have to hear me. All right. So, Mardu Midrange got a vote. Rakdos Dragons also got a vote. So we have 2 for speed, 2 for dragons, 1 for cage, 1 for mid-range. All right, so we're going to put it down to here. So do you want to see Rakdos Dragons or Mardu Speed? Since that's what it's kind of come down to. Everybody else, if you want another one, you missed out. Otherwise, I get the coin flip and we'll probably just play Rakdos Dragons if we're going to do that because it's a dragon set. Unless people vote to do the other thing. Which I'm totally in favor of. Brandon House saying, get in there with Mardu. Again, you got to specify which Mardu deck. But at this point, you're kind of behind. So we're gonna be on. Oh, no, Ryan, we already narrowed it down. You're right. My bad. I'm thinking of too many things. All right. So Mardu, Speed, and Rakdos Dragons. As of the time we started the new vote, have 1 each. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with Dragons. And if we have time, we'll come back to the Mardu Speed deck. Because I know why people want to see the Mardu Speed deck, right? Y'all just want to see, like, this card get played, right? Like, that's the real reason. Though, I kind of want to do it because of Nariv, if I'm being real. But, we'll do... I'm going to do Rakdos Dragons. I think it's an easier sell as a YouTube video. And then, if we have time, we can come back and play the other one. All right. Oh boy, I have no idea how this is going to work out. We'll see though. just got to go for it, and then we'll just see what the hell happens because I ain't got a clue. This is why we do it though. This is how we find out, right? Science. Says, I saw your Jim Davis video and it was great. I really like the deck. You could have won against Mono Black. I probably could have. I'm not that worried about it though. All right. What's up, Dragon Brood? It's that time. It's Tarkir. We got to play more dragons, right? Like, that makes the most sense. So we're going to play some Rakdos Dragons today. Several new cards in this list. Lots of new dragons. Lots of things trying to go over the top. And even a Sarkin. Because that's what we expect, right? We're playing dragons and it's got red. So we're going to start with a couple of Mox Jasper. I'm going to be real with you. I don't expect this card to do a lot. But we're testing cards out. We want to try, so it's in here. If it gets cut at the end of the video or the downloadable list, don't be surprised. All right, so we have Caustic Exhale. This is really great. Give something -3, -3. And it can cost 1 more if we don't reveal a dragon, basically. Duress, obviously, we've seen Duress a lot. We know it does. Same thing with Go for the Throat, just solid removal. Molten Exhale, really good card, especially when we can do it at instant speed for 2 mana because we just reveal a dragon or control a dragon. And then we have Sarkhan, Dragon Ascendant. Now, I will say this. I don't expect Sarkhan to live very much because it's our only early creature. But Sarkhan coming down produces a treasure that allows all the 4 mana dragons to start hitting. And that's what's important. Same thing with Ironcrag. If we can just play this, it ramps us up to 4, which is important. And we're playing basically all the good 4-cost dragons. One of those being Scavenger Regent, 4/4. The cool part about this, though, is you can use its Omen ability to give a bunch of stuff -X/-X. So that way you can kill everything and still keep your dragons, which is super nice. And it does have Ward of discard a card, which is pretty legit. Decadent Dragon's kind of nice. We can actually use both sides of this to steal a couple of cards from the opponent in a pinch later in the game if we need some cards. Magmatic Hellkite can slow the opponent down or mess up their mana if they don't have enough basics, especially in these 3 and 4 color builds. And Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest. This is a way to get extra cards, but also a way to deal damage. So we'll see how often it happens. But this actually feels pretty playable. We'll find out if it really is. But you know the drill. There'll be a link at the bottom if you also want to play some dragons. And it'll take you over to Moxfield. But if you also want to support the channel and save yourself some money, go check out Tales of Adventure, TOAmagic.com. Use code DRAGON, DRAGN, and it'll save you 5%. But for now, let's go see if Rakdos dragons are able to fly over for the win. Yeah, dragons start the chant. Yeah. We'll see if it works. I don't know. I enjoy the Temur versions of things. We'll see if there's... It has better removal in this one for sure. I'm going to check something real quick on YouTube before this one fires off. All right. Okay, we're back. Opponent goes first. So we pretty much have a Molten Exhale and nothing. That doesn't feel great. I'm going to mulligan. Well, at least I got 2 removal pieces here. All right, let's see what happens. Oh, this is only black, though. Eesh. All right, well, we'll just draw land, right? We'll draw a red source and just solve our problem. Oh, well, there's the rest. That's not terrible. Oh, boy. Lumbering World Wagons and... Oh, jeez. Jeez. Okay. Well, that's a whole lot of not fun. I mean, fun for them. Just not fun for us. All right. We're going to have to somehow get enough dragon. Like, we're just stuck on mana right now. That's our first piece of business. And these cards are dead in this matchup. Like, they're just ramping. So, these are going to do nothing. This is where you want to run into a creature deck, but they're definitely not doing creature things. So, yeah, we could just be in trouble here. Yeah, sadly, I don't even think we could play Restless Vince here. I have to take a shot to play this and hope it's something relevant. But even if they just play like a mid-sized dragon here, we're probably cooked. All right? Oh, yeah, Roxanne's even better. Like, GG's. like we're already in trouble. Because now they just play Ureni next turn, and there's just nothing we can do about it. Like, I can kill this at least to keep them from getting a land. Our whole turn got messed up. Let's tap this for colorless. Auto pay, we'll reveal a dragon. We'll pay 1. Behold a dragon. Show them the same one. I mean, we just bought a little time from Ureni, and it's something. I don't know how good it is. 2, 4, 5, 6. They only need 2 more. Golly. I don't even know what we do here. I'm just like grasping at straws. And their decks, I'm sure, are just ramping. So, I mean, it's going to be hard to believe they can't find 2 mana over the next 2 turns. Any desire to have Shivan Devastator to turn on Mock? No, that's terrible. Like, you don't ever want to play Shivan Devastator for 1 just to turn on the Mocks. Like, that's so bad. Alright, so they're going to have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 lands. They can kill that and leave this. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I don't think we get out of this. Like, just ramping to Urini is a real strategy. I mean, we've done that ourselves earlier today. Yeah. Sure. I mean, it's something. Yeah, just slam Urini here. I wouldn't do anything else. Well, attack first, because then you get another land and you just kill both our creatures. Yep, exactly. GG's. I'm not even going to block. Like, there's no point. Like, we could kill their creature, but whatever. We're just dead. Yep. And that's going to do it. Yeah, didn't do much there, unfortunately. No, it's not even about needing bitter dragons. I think it was just a situation where the deck style they're playing, like, our deck's just not going to be good against that. Like, there's nothing I'm going to do to this deck that's going to make you good against ramp, I don't think. I think that's one of those ones you're just going to lose more often than not. And that's okay, right? There's going to be some matchups, we're going to keep this, that are just going to be bad. And that's fine. Let's go ahead and duress here. I mean, as much as you'd like to solve for... Oh, I see what we're doing. So we're doing the for real token aggro thing. All right, well, we can get Sarkit and block a thing, I think, based on what we can see. So let's go Sarkin. We will behold a dragon. So we get the treasure. We could also... This is interesting. Do I want to kill a thing? Like... Huh. If they attack, we... Yeah, that's fine. I don't think they're going to attack here. Alright, so we play Restless Fence. We off this guy. Pass the turn? I mean, I kind of don't want to use the treasure if we don't have to. Because I'd like to play this Scavenger Regent next turn. Voice of Victory. Alright, well, can't do that on their turn now. Well, that doesn't suck. I mean, what's in your hand that would make me... Well, if you attack, then you could use this, kill the dragon, blah, blah, blah. That's a thing that could happen. You know what? I think I'm just going to go for it here. Just F it. If you have something, you have something. I think I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit here. I get a 3/3. It turns off some of their attacks anyway. They'd have to effectively have 2 types of removal here that would matter. And if not, next turn we just kill 2 things and then just start attacking. Yep. You got it. So let's go ahead and use this to pick off... just Behold a Dragon, because we have one in play to pick. Alright, so that's safe. I think we're at least attacking for 4, right? In the turn. We dealt with 2 Voice of Victories already. If there's another case, we can kill a thing before the case resolves. So we don't lose Sarkin. But also now, if we get a land, we just -2 everything. And that works too. Windcrag Siege. Oh, we don't get to know what they're choosing till it enters the battlefield. Ah. They're going to have to choose attack triggers, I imagine. But this is probably wasteful, but I'm just going to do this anyway. But under the circumstances, I would choose to make a goblin. Yeah, exactly. Alright, this is probably where we want to be here. Let's go ahead and just -2 everything. Get our attacks in. Alright. Now they have to kill both these because we play a dragon. Sarkin gets a 1/1 and flies. Oh no, because I'll attack and gain a life here. My bad. They actually don't have to. As long as they attack, they're still good here. Oh, they're going to gain more than that, actually. Oh, well, that's also a thing. Alright, well, let's just kill a token, I guess. Attack them down to 2. In the turn. This, I think in this build, I don't necessarily like the siege as much because they're playing stuff like this that is an ETB and not an attack trigger. But man, the siege gives a lot of value. Such a good card. Actually, all the sieges are pretty good. Yep. You got it. Yep. Alright, cool. It did exactly what we needed it to do. It was great. Alright. Do. Hey, Against Old Fire Shoes. One of the best follows on social media, by the way. You should hop on Blue Sky and follow him if you want to know anything about keeping up with tournament play and stuff. He does a real good job. And helps support a lot of streamers and things. Good dude. But yeah, go follow Fire Shoes if you haven't. We're going to keep this. Alright. Dores. What do we got? Hey, thanks for subscribing. Much appreciated. Okay, so they have 3 mana stuff. So we're okay for a minute. Unless they just top deck something, then like... And they did. There's a voice of victory. Like, and they did. Okay. Let's... Zergo's going to come down next turn. That's tough. Alright, I guess we're just going to do this. Like, just try to keep their stuff under control here in the early goings. I was tempted to play Sarkin, but it's not even like a quality block, and I would have just used the treasure there anyway. So, wouldn't have been great. Okay, that's kind of nice. So then now we can tap, colorless, play the Iron Crag, play Go for the Throat. Alright. Another Zergo. Fair enough. Then I guess as things stand, this is what we need to be doing. And red, white, black, whites, black, reds. So you kind of have it all anyway. Sure. I assume they'll just go get like a mountain here or something. But if they just play Delney and they don't have anything good, we can at least block Zergo, and we know 2 Zergos are gone. Also, if we get an untapped land, maybe we try to do some Sarkin shenanigans to set up something with the Scavenger Regent. I don't know yet. We'll see. Alright, there's Delney. Oh, Zergo's coming to get some? That's bad for us. Oh, it's because Zergo also can't be... We can't block it because we have a 4/5. Yep. That makes sense. Oh, well, that's convenient. Thanks. Oh, I messed up. I needed to play Sarkin first because I needed the treasure. Ah, that's bad. Oh, I needed the treasure so I could go Sarkin and play that. Oopsie. I mean, I guess the good news is I can minus X stuff next turn, so it's not like the worst thing. Alright. Put that on Dragon, of course. And then we will try to kill off a bunch of stuff. Maybe I just do it for 3 anyway, because I'm not doing anything else with the mana. And then just in case there's like a random pump spell or something I'm not remembering. Okay. I don't know if that deck plays anything with haste, but, you know, we'll find out. I don't know if this is good or not. But the opponent has a lot of mana and 3 cards. Another Delny. And a Headliner. Oh, well, nice. Love that. Tap this for colorless. Off a Delny. Let's play this. I will reveal a dragon. Just to get the treasure. I think I'm going to keep the Iron Crag as is, though. Yeah, let's show a dragon. I mean, I guess I could have chose the one in play. I didn't have to show them one. Decline, we'll keep that there. And then we're going to stay back to block. I don't know how crazy that's going to get here. Oh, okay, so just Torch. Okay, fair. Then we're not in too bad a shape, then. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff all around. Alright, let's go ahead and... I actually just want to use this, because they have a bunch of cheap stuff, so I'm going to see if I can get a thing from them. Right now that's castable. Got to do a lot of auto-tapping here with all the multi-lands and things. Hey, we get a Voice of Victory, and we get a Battlefield Forge. Fantastic. Love that for us. Okay, we'll wait one more turn, then we'll start the attacks, and we should be able to hopefully close the game from there. Ah, look, we got a Mox Jasper. Don't know if it matters here or not, but hey, it's a thing, I guess. We're just going to go attacking. Alright, end the turn. Because if you have anything here, it has to be a sweeper or not. I think that's game. Yeah. Alright, just go attacking. Yep, GG's. Alright. Started a little rough, but we were able to recover. Is Dragon streaming on Twitch? Yes, but YouTube seems to be a better viewing experience in my experience. But I don't know. Like, I say this, if you're on PC, Twitch is still pretty nice. But on mobile, man, give me YouTube all day to watch a stream. So this didn't go too badly. I'm kind of into it. It worked. It worked. It's a little slow, but the fact that you have access to this, like, exude toxin seems to be the thing that makes a difference. However, I think if we were playing against, like, straight up control or something like that, this would actually struggle a lot. Okay, well, we're just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna duress. Ooh, ooh, this is spicy. What's going on here? And the interesting thing is, our dragons will do nothing. I mean, or at least our exude toxins against each other don't do much of anything, which is funny. All right. Yeah, I don't know what this is going to look like on the coming turns. Whoa, they're also playing Tyvar Sand? This is a spicy list for real. Guess I'll show them that since we're going to cast the expensive taste portion here. Anyway, pass the turn. I mean, we can still leave up Go for the Throat and not cast it, but I think we're going to cast it anyway. Just because we can get access to some of their lands and such. Yeah, that's fine. You have that guy. What else you got for me? Give me something useful. Whoa. Okay. I mean, that does meet the brief. Alright, so we can play this. We can Go for the Throat. We can discard one of our Scavenger Regents. I think that's fine. We kind of have to do this now. Because if we don't, like, we know they're playing Tyvar Stand, which is scary as hell. Alright. We now have one creature in our graveyard to make this cheaper. Unfortunately, it has cycling, but we can't cycle it from exile. And I think my plan is play this first, even though it's not mana efficient. Oh, what do you do? Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of those back on top and the rest in your graveyard. Oh, neat. I wonder if they're playing, like, a Graveyard Matters thing, because they're milling a lot. Oh, because it's Reanimator things. Yeah, well, that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. Alright. I mean, technically there's a world where I guess we could get to 9 mana and kill that. I don't know. I wouldn't plan on it, though. Oh, darn. We lose our Iron Crag. Oh, it also counts artifacts. Look at that. Wait, why is this attacking? Alright. I mean, I'm your Huckleberry. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what's going on there. Sure. I don't see anything crazy happening here. So, like, yeah, we'll just do this. Ooh, those are both solid cards here, too. Damn. You know what? Let's go ahead and just do this. We'll just get in for max damage here. Why not? Because I'm just going to lose it any other way, I guess. Doesn't really do much. So, sure. Just show you the dragon I already got, I guess. Alright. Opponent's at 14. Uh-oh. They're going to the yard. This is the Reanimator stuff. Yep. That's exactly what we expected. So what's the next thing we get to do here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we were to draw another Molten Exhale or a -3 thing, we could do that with Scavenger Regent. But that might be our only potential out, unfortunately. That definitely is not one of the outs. So what is it we're trying to do from here? What do you have in the yard to get back is the problem. Yeah, I just don't think we can do anything about that. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, we're just not going to get there. And even now, they just get to reanimate it. So I'm just kind of like, what does this look like? I could do this, hit them for some amount at the end of turn, like 6. But then they're going to gain anyway, so it doesn't really do much. I'm just trying to think what the game plan is. I mean, here's this. We can still make this small enough it doesn't kill a dragon, though. You know what I mean? And they don't gain a ton of life, which isn't awesome, but it's something. But we have to do it for more than 3. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to do it. I don't love it, but... I mean, what you going to do? Might as well just do it for the full 5. Yeah, alright. Not excited about it, but it's an option where they just gain less life, and maybe with the triggers from the Dragonhawk, we can try to make something happen. I mean, it's not great. I mean, no matter how you slice it, it's not good. Interesting. They're not just blocking 5? Oh, they might have a way to just kill this. But that trampled. You go to 9. Go to 5. I mean, you just kill our Dragonhawk, we're just dead too. Probably. Yeah, so now we're not even going to be able to target the thing when they get it, so that sucks. Yep. Man, I hate Atraxa. But, I mean, it's the right card to play. I don't blame the opponent at all. But now, even, like, Go for the Throat doesn't do anything here. Matter of fact, if they play another creature, then we don't have any real outs either. Because I was thinking we attack with our creature land to help here, but that's not enough. Yep. And that's going to do it. I mean, I say that. I was about to say, I guess if we drew yet another Scavenger Regent, like, that could have done it. Because we could have just made everything minus. But otherwise, do we have an out here? Probably not. And the opponent's going to go to 11. Yeah, I think we're just dead. I mean, you get a 3-cost Reanimator spell, and you get the best Reanimator creature. So, that's probably going to do it. Alright. Yeah. I mean, I really kind of just want to give them the GGs, because I don't see anything's going to happen here. It's going to help us stay in this game. I mean, I don't know. How many do we have exiled? We have 1 exiled, and we have 1 in the yard. Maybe we draw another one. It's kind of our only out, though. Oh, it doesn't even matter, because Tyvar Stand, they can just make it bigger anyway. So yeah, unless we need them to both tap down enough that they can't pump up with it. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing we're going to have here that's going to matter. And I was going to say, get yet another Reanimator spell. Yep, you got it. Yeah, I'm not sure what else is even possible for us here. But with them tapping there, like, maybe this gives us an option. Well, we didn't draw it anyway. Alright, GG's. We're just dead. There's no point in us playing on. Alright, that was boring. I think that's my other problem, too. Even on the games where I play Atraxa, like, the games are just not fun. Like, there's almost no interaction. Like, you kill Atraxa immediately. If you don't, it's like your opponent gets 4 to 5 cards of value almost every time. Do. Okay, we're going to need this Duress to do some good work here early. Yeah, let's go for it. Alright, here comes good old Duress. Hopefully it hits something. Oh, it's gonna hit something, alright. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, you only have 2 mana, so that's good news, I guess. Oh, this is going to be gross. All right. I actually need to hit stuff from them with the Decadent Dragon. Like, I almost need to get, like, one of their Planeswalkers or something. Is really sort of what we're aiming for here. All right. Yep, you got it. All right. Pass the turn. Also, kind of, sort of need to get to where we can set up to kill a Planeswalker. You know what's funny? I probably should have used the expensive taste there, since they left a card on top and we could have taken the card they wanted. It was probably just, I was about to say, probably just a land, though, if I were guessing. Alright. Well, how do we feel about these cards? Oh. Yep, alright, sure. Yeah, figured as much. I was like, what else are you gonna do? Alright, so here's what we're going to do here. I think we're gonna... Can I play this? Reveal a dragon, lock down a dragon. Or lock down a land. So I'm maximizing my creatures. Alright, yeah, let's do it. Don't love it, but it's something. Alright. Oh, okay. Wasn't expecting that. That was a surprise. Now, this is maybe an example of how the Hellkite locking a land down for a turn was pretty strong, right? Because here's the only other thing that happens here. Now we have the option of maybe killing off their stuff, attack down Elspeth. Maybe they Sunfall, but then we still have a dragon behind. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But, all right, we get a little win there. Wasn't the most exciting win, but, you know, you take those. Do. Oh, man. We go first. What do we... yeah, we keep it. We keep it. It's not bad enough to get rid of. I thought about it, but, I mean, we have a tap land. It's fine. We'll just duress on 2 and hope it doesn't... Actually, we're not going to... Are we going to duress on 2? Yeah, I am. I was trying to talk myself into doing something else. We're definitely going to duress. Oh, it's a Jeskai Dragon deck. Okay. And they kept the hand that was all dragons. That's a sorcery on that, right? Yeah, okay. Might as well. Whatever your unknown card is. It's probably also a land or a dragon. Yep, it was a Sarkhan. Makes sense. Yepers. Oh, this is interesting. So what can you do for 4? You can't do anything for 4. You can do stuff for 5. You can kill my dude if I play a dude here. So that's a little disappointing. But I think we do it. And then they also have to discard a card. So, like, that's fine-ish. Like, not good, but, you know. And then since those things are 4s, we'll have a 5. Oh, I forgot. Sarkhan makes stuff cheaper. Damn it. That's my dumb mistake. Should have killed the Sarkin. I wasn't even thinking about that. I knew he had the ability to turn into a dragon. I totally forgot that he makes dragons cheaper. Yep, that's a shame. Now I think we're just SOL. Alright. Kill this dude. Should have done that before, but that's on me. Yep, it resolves. Kill our dragon search land. Yeah, it seems good. We weren't going to use that anytime soon anyway. Alright, we'll play an opposing, or maybe that'll get them to use the 5 damage thing. No, you're going to counter my dragon? Oh, drew the counterspell late? Yep. Gosh dang it. That's going to be it. GG's. Go ahead and let you get a couple of attacks in here, but we're dead. He's just kind of picking and choosing what he gets to do here. But it's all good. Sarkin, I don't think you matter. Yeah, we're just dead. Like, we got nothing. Like, that's just bad. But to be real, I expect to lose to that deck. I think this deck is, like we were talking about in the beginning, it's not necessarily great against the mid-rangey control type decks. Like, you're hoping to play against the more low to the ground, whatever type stuff, and just beat them with size. So if they get those cards, they get them, they beat us. Not a lot you can do about it, you know? You just take your licks and say, those are bad matchups, and if you get them, you lose. But that said, we did beat the white deck that's full of planeswalkers and sweepers, so I don't know. Like, things happen sometimes in Magic. Yeah, this is fine. Think we just play Iron Crag and then see what happens. Neat. Having 2 removal spells is a nice convenience. Yeah. There's also the reality when you go up against other dragon decks. I mean, your dude that gives dragons -X doesn't really do anything. Or non-dragons, I should say. Alright, hopefully this slows the opponent down for just a second. What's the plan here? Oh, really? Okay. Well, wasn't expecting that, but this is actually kind of interesting. Because we can play this, pay the extra mana, get our dude back, and lock down a land again. So, a little bit of a nuisance, but it kind of did what it needed to do. Alright, what are we looking at here? Okay, fair. Can't hate that. Effigy. Alright, let's get an untapped land here. Almost. Almost got it right. I sort of want to do this to see if the opponent has an untapped land, so I could still leave up, go for the throat. I think that's what I'm going to do here, actually. It's a bit of a gambly play. Don't get me wrong. It's not great. Okay, we did get there. So let's go ahead and play this so we can stop shenanigans from happening. Unless they play Voice of Victory, obviously. And then I was like, oh, alright, you got it. Alright, we'll attempt to kill it. Alright, I guess their hand's just a bunch of defensive stuff. So let's just do this to start with. And then we'll try one. Yeah, I was gonna say, it had to be just defensive cards. They're playing an aggro deck, so. Oh, Stoke the Flames. Nice. Alright. Okay, well, hopefully they can't deal with the 5 toughness dragon, because that's our next play. Well, that's going to be a problem, because now I have to play Delny to be able to block a Delny thing. Oh, I can't, because I don't have the mana for it yet. I guess I could put this on human. It's kind of lame, but sure. Okay, that works. And we can also activate our land from here, I think. Decline, because we probably actually need that still. Yeah. Alright, we'll just pass. Though it's funny, we could get 2 triggers from our Restless Vent, which is amusing. I mean, it's still got to try. I mean, if you have something that kills one of our dudes, then, like, so be it. I mean, like, I can't do anything about it. Okay. Now maybe we can start making some progress. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Darn it, I need 9. It's just the wrong number. So let's just go with this. And hope they don't top deck a thing they need. Though we do get to draw something here, so it could matter. Decline that. Actually, I should just take it, because, I mean, I have the option to just play something else here. Play another Iron Crag. Okay, that's good. Alright. I mean, we can't block here. So we gotta take at least 4. I mean, like, that's a serious issue. Just auto-pay, doesn't matter. Just so that we at least have the option to block here. The other thing, too, that's disappointing is that's not optional. Like, you have to destroy something if it's there. That's why it does it automatically. Which sucks because I would rather them have another land in the deck that they're potentially going to draw, you know? Okay, good cards. Love to see those. Yeah, we had to grind our way out and earn this one. Behold a dragon, kill that thing. I'm just going to let them take 2 here. I don't think it's worth casting the Sarkin. Because I feel like if we lose, we're probably going to get burned out by like Stoke plus something or whatever here anyway. And if they don't have anything, we're attacking for 10 plus the 2 is 14 plus 2 from this. Alright, well, what you got? I mean, I'm assuming one of them's a burn spell. Yeah, exactly. Okay, then we're solid gold. We're good. Got everything locked up. Whoa, that was a tough one. All right. Whew. Goodness. That was close. That was real close. Ooh, goodness. All right, man. That was something to say the least. Okay. Let's talk about it. Oh, I got an achievement. Man, how do we feel about Rakdos dragons? I think it's reasonably good. I think if you are playing against most of the best of one ladder, you're probably going to be fine, right? Like there's enough small creatures that you could pick off with your spells or whatever is good. I think your issue here though is unless you get the right, duresses at the right time, opposing Jeskai Dragons decks are going to be tough. And just serious mid-rangey control stuff, right? When you're going up against all the things that are just playing big spells and like Beanstalk, stuff like that, it's just going to be tough. It's not because your removal's mostly dead in those fights. Like you have one or two things you can kill here or there, but what your deck does well is kind of negated. But if you're playing against anything that's trying to be faster, low to the ground, you're trying to pick off a couple bodies, maybe, minus X for 2 or 3 and get rid of some stuff, the deck's actually going to perform pretty well. So I think just having that in mind when you go to play the deck, I don't know, maybe there's a world where you could play a couple of Planeswalkers to offset that. Like there's probably a build where Koth is pretty sweet to get some extra damage. Maybe a Liliana, I don't know, but something to think about. But if you want to try it, y'all know the drill. There'll be a link, takes you over to Moxfield, all that good stuff. Don't forget to check out sponsors, use the codes and all that jazz, and, watch another video all the way through because that helps the channel. It's important. Also, be a member if you want, because we're going to be sending out some stuff, so you'll get to decide what's on the channel as the new set comes out. So that's important, too. But that's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. Okay. Wow. Wow. That was, we've had some adventures today. We've had some close games. It's been a wild ride, if you will. So we ended up playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decks already. Man, we kind of got through stuff today. This afternoon session was very efficient. Okay, so here's a thing that I was discussing earlier. And I want to be careful when I word this because I don't want to come off greedy or anything else. But I don't know how important it is for you as a viewer to have a deck you created potentially played against other content creators because you're obviously not going to get to be in this situation very often. So I was thinking if people had a deck list that they already have been working on and they want to see how it does, and I don't know, you want to make a small donation, nothing crazy, like $5 or something. Why is my alarm going off at tonight? That's crazy. Then I would do that, take your deck list, and we will play it against other creators for like 20, 30 minutes, maybe get a couple games in so you get to see it in action, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I've kind of recorded enough that I at least have content for now through Tuesday, I believe. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah. So why not? Right? If y'all want to. Otherwise, we could just play some decks we already have, and I'm cool with that too. We can still stream for another hour and a half or so and then just play stuff we already got. So I'll leave that up to y'all, what you want to do. It's a chance for y'all to be featured, or we could just play more of the same. I'm good either way. And the only reason, honestly, I even have like a price tag attached to it is just because if I don't, then there's a chance like I get like 10 deck lists and I have to pick which one, and it's feels a little bad. And at least this way, it's like, all right, somebody paid and I can just do it, whatever. I don't know, weird justification, capitalist, I guess. But I'll leave that to y'all. But yeah, Rachel, earlier I saw that you asked like enjoying the Tarkir brewing experience. Yeah, I like a lot of the cards in the set. I think the set is great. I think there's a lot of fun stuff to build with. I think it doesn't matter if you want to play combo, you want to play control, you want to play mid-range, you want to play aggro. There's something for everybody. And we have done some insane things today. So if you haven't watched the stream, go back, rewind, and watch it. If not, keep your eye out on the videos on YouTube for the next couple of days. Because, man, some of these sieges have been out of control. Like, we've done some wild stuff. Like, we've also got beaten by some wild stuff. So, Yeah, this is going to be a crazy time for the next couple weeks. It's a new time in standard. I will say that. The only thing I will say, if there's a concern, a legit concern for the format, is that there are some, how would I word it? Some very big cards. Like, we're going to be at the point where there are going to be the largest number of big cards that are going to be hard to overcome. Whether you're talking about Urini or Atraxa. Hey, thanks for the follow. Or even trying to think what others we've gotten dealt with today that were pretty tough. I mean, obviously, you still have like Valgavoth or whatever. Like, that's an issue if it gets reanimated. The spells, the Jeskai Revelation, I think it is. Like, if that gets cast twice in a game, that's going to be so hard for you to win, right? Because they get so much off. They get to bounce or counter a thing. They get to deal 4 to a thing. They get to gain 4 life. They get 2 tokens, and they get a card, right? Like, if that happens twice, that's hard to overcome, you know? So, like, that's going to be a tough thing. Hey, Iwine, how's it going? I think you have to say, behold, in the ATHF Dr. Weird voice. ATHF. What is that? I feel like I'm supposed to know what that is, but I don't know what that is. I'm so bad with that stuff. Have you ever tried Abuelo's Awakening with City on Fire? No, I haven't. That doesn't sound good, honestly. Mostly because the things you need to do with City on Fire don't necessarily work well with Abuelo's whatever. So, like, you have some number of damaged things or creatures trying to be played with Abuelo's Awakening. So it just like it doesn't feel like those cards jive together. I think is probably why you've never seen it. And I don't get me wrong, I tried a lot of stuff with City on Fire early on just because you get triple damage. Like, why not try it? But it's a trap card more often than not. Like, you can just win games a bunch of different ways before you do stuff with the City on Fire. Oh, Aquating Hunger Force. That makes sense. Actually, what's funny is I think I've only seen like 5 or 6 episodes maybe of that show. I don't even know if I've seen whole episodes of some of those. Not that it's bad or anything. I just like, it was nothing that just caught me in the beginning. So if I just happen to be flipping channels those on, I might watch like 10 minutes of it. But just one of those things. You got hit by that and it was crazy. I could imagine when it happens. It's wild. I mean, you're not wrong. 1010 Dragon just seems like the new auto-include Reanimator targets alongside Valgavoth Traxa. Yeah, in some ways, like, Atraxa, honestly, this is going to sound crazy to say when I say it. Unless you're worried about the ability to actually cast the thing you're reanimating, I almost don't even know if we're reanimating Valgavoth anymore. Like, we already kind of got away from playing Valgavoth. Like, think about how recently you've actually seen Valgavoth. Like, you've maybe seen one in the last couple of weeks or whatever. At least I have, and I've been playing a lot. Like, Valgavoth sort of fell off as the target already. And now you get Urini. That Urini can enter and still take out 2 or 3 things, potentially, right? Because you're probably going to have 5 or 6 mana anyway. So it's just like, man, like, that's crazy. Aqua Teen Hunger Force, it was a crazy show. It was definitely different. I'll give them that. But yeah, Valgavoth almost isn't even good enough anymore with Urini floating around. And Urini's a real card, y'all, because you have to either sweep it or make them sacrifice it. And I don't know if that means we have to start playing more removal that makes you sacrifice the thing. But then the downside is, if everybody's playing Mobilize, then they're making tokens and doing other things and whatever. So, like, your sacrifice stuff isn't as good. How wild is it the Valgavoth isn't good enough? That's kind of what we're saying in a way. Like, I think Valgavoth's still a crazy card, but you can reanimate a thing that gets you the same life gain or whatever, basically 7 versus 9, right? It's harder, it's easier to remove than Valgavoth, but almost always gets you 4 or 5 bonus cards, which then you just slowly take over the game with. The other thing now, Urini, is a 10/10 that, believe it or not, is harder to kill than Valgavoth, because all of the white and black sources that you could at least sack things and kill a Valgavoth with, you can't even do that to Urini, and Urini probably already killed 1 or 2 things on your side of the battlefield. You know what I mean? So it's like, why would we play Valgavoth? We just get better cards that are both harder to kill and give us more value. So it's just like, that's just such a crazy, crazy thing. But that's where we are, right? Like, and this is one of the things that can happen when we have a much larger standard, right? When we get to the end of this year, standard's going to be crazy big, right? This is going to be by far the largest standard that we have. And don't forget, before the end of the year, we're still adding 3 more sets, right? Because we're going to add Final Fantasy, Spider-Man, and Edge of Eternities. So we're going to have a big standard. Now, admittedly, it means we get to build all these crazy decks because all these cards can work with each other. So that's a good part of it. So I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it is just sometimes that's the case, right? Some cards, while they are very good, are just going to go away while we wait for stuff to rotate. Now, if you're playing Reanimator come January 2026 and we rotate, well, now you're not going to be able to play Atraxa anymore, because Atraxa is going to go away, because I think she goes away with the Phyrexia set, right? All will be one. So then you go back to playing unless we get some other big monster, but then you go back to probably playing Valgavoth and Urini's if you're doing the Reanimator thing. That would be my guess. Does Urini get around targeting an opponent? No, because Urini itself has protection from black and white, but it doesn't give the opponent protection from black and white. So you can still like target opponent, make them sacrifice a thing. And to be fair, if you're playing best of 3, use sideboards and things like that, give yourself some outs. Best of 1, you're kind of just hoping, because the problem there is that if you're playing against mice or rabbits or hell, the aggro Mardu stuff, where like making your opponent sacrifice is just not going to be that good. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a tough situation. But that's why we play Magic, right? Some matchups are good, some matchups are bad. Kind of like you saw today. We were just talking about that with the Rakdos Dragons deck, right? We get to go against the small to mid creature stuff, great. If we're doing big creatures and control, our deck's not so hot, right? Like, that's just the risk you're taking when you play certain decks. And that's why I always tell people, like, don't try to build a deck that's perfect, because you're just not going to be able to. I mean, to put in perspective, we have some people that have played on the Pro Tour. Let's say like Reed Duke, for instance. I think Reed Duke's played on the Pro Tour, hell, for the last 15 years or something, right? He's always a great mind in Magic. He's always working with the right teams or whatever, and they can't build perfect decks for the format, right? You'll have times where the whole team, 8 of them will play the same deck. 6 of them make day 2, 2 of them didn't. Only 1 of them top 8s. A couple of them missed top 16 or whatever, right? So you just can't. There's going to be some bad matchups. There's going to be some sideboard cards that are good against you, whatever. That's the way the game works. So your goal realistically, especially for us average people, because we're also going to make more mistakes than pro players, just got to be real about it. You're really just trying to get to where your deck's like on the ladder on Arena. Like if you can get to like 55%, that's still pretty good. And if you just play that deck for 3 weeks, you're probably still going to end up in Mythic, because you're winning more than you're losing. It doesn't have to be a lot. Just over the course of games, you're just grinding. Like, you're just going to get there. You know what I mean? Like, that's all you're aiming for. I think when people do all that other stuff, you're just putting more stress on yourself, and you end up making a worse deck because you keep taking stuff out and tuning stuff, and you're like, oh, well, that card beat me. I need to put this in there. Or this thing beat me, so now I got to put this in. And then before you know it, your deck's getting clunkier than it was when you started because you're worrying about all these things. You have a bunch of answers, and you've lost the focus of what your deck's trying to do. So yeah, I think that's a big deck building flaw for people all the time. I think we see it. It's just, man, I should just do a whole video series on this. But like, yeah, it's just a very constant thing. And don't get me wrong, like I get caught up in it sometimes of trying to make a deck do too much. And then after playing like 15, 20 games, it's like, yeah, this ain't it. Like you can feel it when you're playing it. Like you're always behind. Like you got the wrong cards that don't work together. Like you can tell. Like if you're being honest, it's easy to tell yourself like, man, we're this close. If I just change like these two cards, we're going to get there. But if you're being honest and look at the games and how they progress, like you know if it's working or not. You know what I mean? And don't be afraid to use other people's deck lists. Like there's creators like me that are putting up stuff every day or, at least 3-4 times a week. So you have a whole plethora of people, hundreds of folks that are deck building and doing the hard work for you. Now, not saying don't put your favorite cards in there, put your twist on it. Like, yeah, have fun with it. Like, but you don't have to do all the work. It's like I tell people, when we started making electric cars, we didn't start all over. Hey, thanks for the follow there, gamer. Like, we didn't start all over building cars from the bottom up. Like, we know the aerodynamics of a car work, right? We work backwards from a combustion engine and know, like, okay, we got to have a brake system. We got to have this, right? We didn't start over and just go, I'm going to make a brand new car. And we went and got, like, square wheels, right? Because that's stupid. So, like, if other people, especially if, like in my case, like, I'm not going to play a ton of control decks. And when I do, they're probably going to be the type of control decks that somebody that likes playing aggro or mid-range are probably going to enjoy more. So, yeah, if I'm your type of player, then you can follow me, right? Like, if you want to play more of the upper control big spell stuff, maybe you follow, like, Covert Go Blue. That's his style of Magic. Or Ali Eldrazi, I think, kind of likes that type of stuff, too. You could watch him, right? If you want to play just big combo-y, kind of do crazy things, sometimes you can watch, like, Ash Lizzle, right? Like, we all have our styles and our flavors. We'll all play a bunch of different decks. But, you can find somebody that speaks to you, so to speak, and then just work from there. I think that's always a good start for people. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's what it feels like every time I get on one of those, like, preachy rants about deck building or whatever. But, I mean, I have the luxury, I guess you call it luxury, it's my job. But, I literally play different decks every single day. And let's be real. Let's have a talk for a second. The number of people that armchair quarterback on people's YouTube videos of, oh, how'd you make that play? How'd you not know they were going to do whatever? How'd you miss? Like, bruh, you're talking to somebody who's literally, again, like in my case, some days making 3, 4, 5 videos, recording a podcast, editing videos, editing podcasts, like doing an interview, doing comment. Like over the weekend, I literally woke up at 7 o'clock in the morning, did commentary for back-to-back days for the Arena Championship, still did gameplay videos and edited videos in the evening, so make sure y'all had stuff to watch. Like, yeah, I made some mistakes. I was a little tired at the end of like a 14-hour workday or whatever that was. Like, that's going to happen. And I'll admit, I also have a lot of stuff going on my screens a lot of time that I'm helping people with YouTube stuff or whatever while I'm making videos so I can try to be efficient with my time. So I'm not even giving myself a chance to play correctly. But I've also watched those same people when they're watching pro players and they're like, well, I don't know why he made that player. I don't know what. I'm like, dude, give them some credit. They're in the seats because they're good, Like, could it have gone a different way? Sure. But, we play with Magic. It's not an exact science. Like, sometimes you just misread a card. Sometimes you're tired. Like, it's fine. The thing I tell people the most is don't get caught up on the plays themselves. Don't get caught up on the win-loss records. What you need to look at is how a deck is winning or how a deck is losing. That's the important thing. Because I'll use myself as an example, so I'm not throwing anybody else under the bus. But, like, let's say you're watching my video and I go, I don't know, 5-4 or something with the deck, right? But you look at 2 of the losses and go, well, I would have probably done this differently, and that would have probably turned into a win. Or PowrDragn made this mistake that cost him a win, so maybe it's actually 6-3 and not a 5-4 deck. Or the opposite. I've told y'all this at the end of videos where we had a good record, but I said if you go watch those games, we pretty much got lucky in at least 3 of them. So while the deck might look like it went 8-2, 7-3, whatever, a couple of those probably should have been losses if my opponent didn't get like mana flooded, or I didn't like rip top deck 3 cards in a row or something crazy. You know what I mean? So you have to look at that both ways and take that into consideration. Don't need to re-engineer the will. Yeah, that's absolutely. It's easy to find misplays when you have unlimited time. That's also true, right? And there's a lot of things I see when I'm editing my own videos that people don't even catch, where I'm like, I probably would have done this differently, or if I'd have been more patient on this turn, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's a thing. But, like, I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that upsets some people. excuse me, because I think they want the person they're watching to want to be super competitive and to win every single game and whatever. But like, not everybody's playing with the same thing in mind. Like, don't get me wrong, I'll still go to my local store and play a store championship or standard championship, whatever we call them now. Occasionally, once or twice a year, I might play an RCQ if I just happen to have a Saturday free or something. But realistically, I'm not that invested. If if I were to make the finals of an RCQ and I knew my opponent really wanted to go, depending on where it was, if it was a place I wasn't that excited about going to the event, I might just let them have the win. And I'd be okay with it. You know what I mean? That's just where I'm at right now. I tell people, I've been lucky enough to play in nationals and play in a couple of pro tours, and I've done well at regionals and I've done well at Star City Opens. Like, I don't need that anymore. Like, I'm playing for fun. Like, my content's just all baller fun at this point. Adam Busbin on YouTube with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Thanks for the stream. It was great. Just found you today through Jim's channel. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Real talk. Thanks for reminding me. Like, if y'all don't watch Jim's stuff, Jim Davis, go look up Jim Davis MTG over on YouTube. Jim's going through a time right now with some health issues. He called on a bunch of us as his friends to do some content for his channel. And honestly, I recorded that like a minute. He told me, hey, man, I need some help. We're like, cool, I got you. I stayed up late. I mean, I was editing at like 2 a.m. to get that to him and upload it. So because I didn't know the timeline he was on, to like make sure he could have content for his channel while he's unable to record. So, and again, that's one where I knew I was making mistakes while I was playing and I was tired, but I'm like, gotta help my boy out, like gotta get him a video. So yeah, go watch his channel, just watch a video, help him keep his views up, get a little money in his pocket. He's still got a kid at home. Like, go help a dude out. Like, even if you just put it on, let it play in the background while you're watching streamer event stuff tonight. Like, that'd be helpful for sure. Stranded Education. That's a great username, by the way. Actually, if that's a YouTube channel name and you help people like get educated, that's awesome. I don't know what you do with that name, but that's fantastic. Says, found you through Dev. Your knowledge on the game is fascinating and great. Thanks. Like, my knowledge, honestly, in the game is more about perspective. Because, and this is going to be a humble brag, so, take it for what it is. But we've thought about that. We've talked about this with other people in the industry before. I'm one of maybe a handful of people that have ever had the benefit of working in almost every part of the game industry. The only thing I haven't done is distribution. Like, I've run a retail store. I've been a writer for websites and magazines. I've judged tournaments. I've run conventions, right? I've worked at Wizards of the Coast. I've worked for an online company with Card Kingdom. I've been a content creator. I've been a commentator. Like, I've done all these things. So I have one of the unique perspectives of like, I know people in every branch of the industry, at least of the tabletop gaming industry. And like, I can talk about different stuff. On our podcast, I can literally speak from like, hey, I called this person to get information about this thing. So when I have people that literally tell me, you don't know what you're talking about, and blah, blah, it's like, dude, I called the head of this distribution company because his number's in my cell phone. Like, I talked to him this morning, right? I talked to this person at this distributor. I talked to this retailer in Arizona. Like, so it's good. It helps me make content, And what's funny? Hey, Camille, what's going on? So here's what's funny. I actually never intended to do daily YouTube videos. Like, that was not my plan when I started doing content. I actually mapped out a whole thing where I was going to be doing flights around the country and driving to speak to different people in the game industry that I knew, because that information isn't out there. So I was originally going to do kind of the business side of the tabletop game industry with, how people got in the business, how they started their game store, how distribution works, right? Things like that, right? Because I knew they would give me access. The problem was, and I literally still have business cards and pins and little lapel mics and things I never got to use because the pandemic hit. I was literally like a week or two away from buying the first couple of plane tickets to plan the stuff. And they were like, hey, I heard we're going to be shutting down airports, whatever. So I pivoted and turned my content into what it is now. So, little kind of secret that people don't know about PowrDragn. I actually was never intended to be an arena streamer. It just made sense at the time. And then when the pandemic really hit, I was already in place doing YouTube videos. Russell Coaster said, "Hi, had fun hanging out with you in Chicago. Any chance you could build and try out a CODIS deck real fast?" I'm gonna be real with you. I think CODIS is a bad Magic card. I hope I'm wrong, but man, let's bring it up on screen so people know what we're talking about. Man, y'all are coming in fast and furious now. Subscribed on YouTube. Thank you so much. Oh man, another one. Y'all are lining them up. Thanks. Oh, Camille says it turned out great as far as the pivot. Thanks. Same thing from Pab now. Stranded Kid says, I live on an island, so learning anything, especially MTG, is all online. That's actually makes your name even better. That's cool. Justin Lowry, honestly, bros, I considered you as the Gruul King. You know what's funny? I kind of got that moniker during the pandemic with a lot of people because I was one of the few people playing Gruul decks regularly. And then when they did, I think it was like the first Arena Open, we ended up winning the $2,000 playing a Gruul deck. So then, like, it sort of just became a meme for me on the channel, which was funny. But yeah, I don't mind it. Everybody's kind of known for something. Okay, so CODIS, right? This card. The problem I have with the card is that it's 4 mana for a 2-1. Now, don't be wrong, it's indestructible. So that's great. But we also know there's a bunch of stuff that gives, like, -1/-1s. We now have a dragon card that gives -3. We have nowhere to run that doesn't, like, so there's a billion things that people play that are going to kill this. And you've invested 4 mana into this card that effectively does nothing unless it somehow gets through in an attack step. So you have to contrive a way that you get to 4 mana, get to safely play a 2-1 that doesn't die, and something else that makes it to where it's unblockable. Or somehow magically you have killed off everything your opponent's done through 4 turns, technically 5 turns because the turn you attack, and CODIS has lived. That feels like a big ask. I could be wrong, and it's very likely somebody will find something to do with this card. But man, it's tough. The new sword gives them... Well, but again, okay, so now we're playing the sword. That's okay. I wouldn't say great. But, like, okay, so now we're playing CODIS and we're playing the sword, right? This starts to become like, what does the rest of the deck start to look like? And even then, is CODIS plus sword good enough? Let's go. I gotta look at the latest set. This thing. Hexproof, and it's hexproof from monocolor, so not even from multicolor, right? But a lot of the monocolor stuff would probably be what kills them, right? But you turn them into a 4/3, which is better. You know, like... But even then, you still have to equip it. So, I mean, you get to equip it for 1 less. So, I mean, you could equip it for 1, and that's nice. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of work, man. I don't know. CODIS is going to be a card I'm going to wait for other people to figure out the best path, and then I will fine tune it from there. I don't think I'm going to go that route. Ride on CODIS when Glarb is 1 cheaper and gives you so much more. That's kind of the other thing too, is what are you getting for that 4 mana? You know, I think is part of the problem. Because your opponents are getting so, like, any other deck we open, right? The Rakdos Dragons we played. Look at everything you get for 4 mana, right? You're getting a thing that slows your opponent down. You get a 4/5, it flies. You're wrecking their mana base, right? Like, you get a... Hell, not only that, this comes with a 3 mana thing you could play, and then you get a 4 mana thing that also generates treasure every time you attack. Like, this one's a 4/4. Your opponent has to discard a card to even try to kill it, but also could be a board sweeper if you need to. You know what I mean? Like, just the options of... Even in black or blue or whatever, the colors it has, your options are just so much better at 4. I mean, this is probably the least thing by compared to it, but even then, we won games because the Road Watcher was able to flip a skirmish rhino into play. You know? How many exile removal cards are going away with rotation? Oh, there's a lot of exile removal. That's the other problem, right? There's so many cards, including new cards, that exile. There's like a Mardu one that exiles, and I think there was another one that also exiles stuff that people are going to be playing. So that's the other problem on top of it. And then, like, let's say we're playing this silly deck. Like, what's Codis really doing against this? Like, some number of tokens are just going to hang back and be like, all right, or some creature just to block it. And we're like, okay, seems fine, I guess. You know, like, okay. I'll block with my nesting bot or like my nesting bot token that's left over or whatever. And it just feels bad. Like I said, I would love to be wrong on Codis. Because, like, but here's the problem. Like, not just Codis. But, oh, what's the other card? The black card from the last set. That you could look at your opponent's top cards if you deal damage to them or whatever. We don't even play that. Gonti, right? We don't even play that anymore. Not collected, because I'm sure there's... There we go, this card. Like, Gonti's 4 mana. It's a 3/4, so you already get a bigger body. You can play stuff from your opponent, and you get treasure when you play stuff. And we still don't play Gonti, even. You know what I mean? Like, it's easier to cast, because it's only 1 color instead of 3. It's a bigger body as a 3/4. Obviously, not indestructible, but similar ability, and we don't even play this. Aldo a lot. Hey, lots of subscribers coming in. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's this set has... I don't even know if if you... I'm gonna need a more specific question. Like, let's talk about individual cards if you want. Trying to just, like, pack stuff in one way or the other. I'll just link you to my videos of my top 10 underrated cards and the one we did with Dev with the top 10 overrated cards. Because that's probably going to be a more succinct way to talk about stuff. But as far as individual cards, yeah, if you want to talk about stuff we saw today, I'm down. Because I'm sure people have questions, especially those who didn't get to watch a lot of the early streams. Like, there is a lot here still. But yeah, this set is nuts, y'all. Like, every color got stuff. Every deck type got stuff. Like, and people want to ask, like, well, did control get better? Did midrange get better? Like, they all got better. I mean, literally, we played all types of... Well, we didn't play a hardcore control deck today, but we played against some, and they were actually pretty good. So, you know, we played low-to-the-ground Temur stuff. It's just a straight beatdown deck. We played mid-rangey dragons. We played the Abzan mid-rangey deck. We played crazy shenanigans with dragon back, whatever, right? We played the mobilized deck that went nuts. Hell, we played just the Boros tokens deck with the siege that was stupid good. So it's just like every deck has things it's doing. We've seen combo decks. There's a bunch of different combo decks. Some that are using... Well, they're all... Like, most of the combo decks are using something with clones. But then there's also the stuff that you can still use. The Invasion of Alara. We saw some people messing around with that. There's some combos using the red Dragonstorm. Like, there's just all kinds of things, man. It's going to be a crazy time. Moraine River Regent, I feel, is the strongest of the rare Omen Dragons. Of the rare Omen Dragons. That might be true. I don't know. Let's see. Let's go take a look. Let's look up card type Omen. That'd probably bring those up, right? Okay. Of the rare Omen Dragon. So that's the Moraine River Regent. It draws 3, discard a card, and the other side is you get a 6/7 and you can return 2 things. I don't know. This might be the best of the rare Omen Dragons, actually. Like, just having a built-in sweeper and a creature that's hard for your opponents to deal with, like, that's actually... How many Omen Dragons are there? There's quite a few, actually. I did a whole video on ranking all the dragons that's up on my YouTube channel right now. All the dragons from Dragonstorm. This one was okay, but it needs a very specific deck. So I think of the rare ones, of which there are, what, 3? If I had my money, I would probably say Scavenger Regent, Moraine River Regent, and then this thing. Bloomvine Regent. I think. In that order. But I do think Moraine is very good. I do think it's very good. But yeah, I think for my money, just the ease of casting it and being able to wipe out a board is just... It's too good. It's too good. Like, it's hard to turn that down. But not bad to draw 3 cards either. I mean, this is no slouch. Like, this is a legit Magic card, and we will see this card get played. I'm pretty sure. Meringue has the best body, I think, but the Omen part isn't as universally useful. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? It's the best big body on one of these, but just like you said, I think it can be harder to find spots where that is useful versus like just wiping out all the small stuff can just be a big deal. Man, thanks y'all. There's been a lot of followers and subscribers today. Thank you so much. And especially for those of you that, you know, became new channel members, that's always good. And those of you that subscribed on Twitch, also thank you. Like, it's been a very crazy day today. Yeah, so I probably still have like, I don't know, I maybe have close to another hour. If y'all have a deck idea or something crazy up your sleeve that you want to mess with, I mean, we could still play for a little bit, I think. Doesn't even matter what's on the screen. Like, with the early access accounts, we can technically craft or have access to whatever cards. Hey, thank you for the follow. Man, my account's going to look crazy. They're going to be like, where'd all these followers and stuff come from? Or these bots? Like, no, they're real people. Yeah, but there's, I mean, everything's on the table. I will say that for this set. Like, everything is possible. I wouldn't say anything is like just can't be done. I mean, plus we have the mana base that allows a lot of stuff to happen right now. Like, we have, like, if you're doing on theme, you have a dragon specific land, you have like courtyard or whatever, you still have caves, right? So like, I don't know, like mana isn't really an issue for a lot of, I think did we even have mana trouble? I mean, as long as we drew enough land. Like, I don't think we ever had, oh, that's not, one time I think with the Temur deck, we happened to not hit a blue source. I think was an issue that cost us a game. But that was it. I mean, even playing all these 3-color decks and stuff, we didn't really have an issue, except one time over whatever that was, like 6 hours of gameplay, 7 hours of gameplay. So, like, can't be mad about that. I mean, there's a lot of people saying, oh, well, the mana base isn't necessarily good enough for 3-color decks or whatever. Like, I disagree. Have you tried Sib Sing Ceremony yet? Nope. Saw it 2 times today and it looked pretty pedestrian. So I don't think people have figured out what to do with it yet. I think it's the type of card that when it pops off, it's going to look great. It's going to look stellar. It's going to look unbeatable. But the times it doesn't, it just looks pretty clunky. Like, we had one opponent who got it out, had the Enduring Innocence, was able to play it, get a token, get a card, played another one, was able to get a card, a token, and a draw off of that, was able to play the Overlord of the Belmerk, put stuff in the graveyard, got a card back, and then they just died. Like, we just killed them with dudes on the ground that were trampling little Temur guys. Like, they literally had the setup, we're doing everything their deck wanted to, and it just didn't matter. Like, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Like, the card, and I didn't even have a way to get rid of it, right? If I'd had a way to get rid of the card, now the deck does a whole lot of nothing. So, I think there is a way that the card can still be good, but I don't know if me personally, if I'm willing to put the time in to figure it out. I think I will let other people start figuring it out, what to do with it or what the best plan is for it, and then I will build my version from there. I think it's going to be the best thing. With all the other cards we can play with and all the other cool things we can do, I don't know if that's the thing I want to spend a bunch of time on, because it would take a lot of time. And to be honest, it's the type of thing I would build and play for a video, but I would literally probably play it for the video and then just be done afterwards, and I probably wouldn't play it again. It'd be one of those ones that, like, it's fun, I made the video, people got to see it in action, awesome, I helped some people out, and then I'm probably not touching it again. It just doesn't seem to fit the fun style of Magic that I would want to do. Maybe if I found a way to do it with, like, I don't know, blood gas and things like that or something, where I could return that for free after it made a zombie, or, like, I don't know. I could probably find something fun to do with it. You could try a janky All Omens Discovery, cheatable cards, and the red Dragonstorm in a control deck built on Moxfield. Yeah, that sounds a bit clunky. That's a lot. I don't know if I want to do all that. Did I get to play Storm Dragon? Nope. I think Storm Dragon is a trap. I hope I'm wrong, because if somebody gets to play Storm Dragon, you get like 6 dragons all pumping each other, that's going to be awesome. But we didn't even see anybody even come close to attempting it. I don't even think I've seen a deck list online anywhere where anybody's attempted it. I mean, for people who don't know, let me bring it up. So I like at least having it on screen so people know what we're talking about. Let me put type dragon, and the card says storm on it. All right, cool. This Stormscale Scion. It's 6 mana for a 4/4, but it pumps all your other dragons. However, it has Storm, and Storm says for each spell you've cast before this in the turn, you get another copy of this card. The closest thing we had where this was possible. Oh, this is Stranded. You just followed on Twitch. Thank you. We had the Temur deck that's able to reduce the cost very efficiently on cards. And I didn't even know if I wanted this in that list. Because part of the problem is, even if we do get the cost down, we have to have something where we already have played another card. And then if we just top deck this, it's like, okay, well, we have a 4/4 that we probably paid for 2 or 3 mana, but it's just a 4/4. You know what I mean? At that point, we could play any other big stupid dragon we want, because the cost is already so far reduced. You'd be better off just playing some big one. MTG Malone just got hammered by one. Hey, awesome. Somebody figured it out. Like I said, I'd love to be wrong about it, because that sounds like the type of Magic I want to be playing. You give me 6 dragons that are all pumping other dragons, I'm in. You know? But I also tell people in the early access thing, temper any results you see from any deck, mine included, because a lot of people aren't playing as much interaction, and all of our decks aren't tuned perfectly yet, because we're still trying stuff with new cards. So, keep that in mind. That's why I say don't focus on decks winning or losing. Focus on how they won and how they lost, because that's the most important thing, especially when we don't even know what the format's going to look like and, all that stuff. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed a comment up there. Sorry. It was from Russell. What's your thoughts on the new any number of bird? Any number of bird. Oh, this guy? Not really feeling it. I don't really know what I would do with it. Because here's the thing, right? When you look at the other cards where we get infinite of, where you're talking about rats, they all pump the other rats and it becomes a big thing, right? We have the rabbits, right? That you play it, you get more rabbits. There's the what's it called? The blue ones, right? Where you get a bunch of them and you can tap them all and mill your opponent and do all that, right? The more you have, the more effective they are. This doesn't really have that swarm effect. It's just like you can play it and go get another one. Okay, but I still just have a 2/2 flyer for 3. That's just barely on rate these days. So I don't know what we're doing with this. I mean, people will want it because everybody seems to want every Magic card that just says like you can have infinite, but I don't know what we do with this. You know what I mean? We just like it's just I have a flight full of 2/2s. Now, if each one came out and said it makes the other Tempest Hawks +1/+1 or even +1/+0, or if you have 3 of them, this thing happens. If you have 6 of them, this thing, something. But this just isn't as good as the other things where you get infinite. Right? It just doesn't. Maybe in Commander where you can stuff like 10 of these in and get a card advantage sometimes, but there's just better cards you could play. Like, there's better cards you could play that let you draw other cards and still give you a flyer. Right? Like, why would you play this in Commander? Even if you want birds, there's infinitely better birds throughout the history of Magic than this thing. Like, is it card advantage? Like, sort of. But, like, what world are you in where you just want to have 2/2s? Like, because if you're playing this, and that's the situation you're in, you're basically playing the type of Commander I play. That's a lot of mid-rangey, just below battle cruiser level Magic. But you're still going to have the worst card on the battlefield. I mean, you might have 4 of them, but they're going to be the worst creatures on the battlefield because they're just 2/2s. You know what I mean? So that's my issue with it. I don't know where you want to play it. Like that's the issue for me. Whereas at least the rats, they're always getting bigger. You know what I mean? Like we said about the rabbits, they're always making more hell, the red one, the dragon one, right? You're just doing progressively more damage and whatever, trying to kill your opponent with those. That's a thing. But these don't really lead to you finishing your opponent any faster. So I think that's the issue I have with it. Pab now, when we're talking back about the Scion, the dragon, says you could cheat it out with Dragonstorm, since it's technically an earlier spell, but probably not as good as just Temur. Yeah, like here's the thing: you could invest it in that, or you could just play your Rini. You know what I mean? If we're doing that stuff with Dragonstorm or whatever, like I'll just play your Rini. like why not? Like now I just have a dragon that's harder for you to kill. And as we've seen today, if you're ramping, getting from 6 to 8 is not that big a deal anymore. Especially if you have dragon shenanigans in mind. There's a lot of ways we could do stuff. Is it save? Oh, it's saving all these silly decks I've clicked on. That's probably a good idea. Let me delete these off the account, because we don't need those. But yeah, y'all, I mean, 3 mana cards have to be busted to fit. I don't know if busted is the word. I would say though, they just have to do something. They have to be productive. Like just being a 2/2 body, even though you fly, is not really enough, right? I mean, because think about what your opponents are doing. Like while you played a 3/3 flyer for 2 to went to get another thing, hell, even the mobilized deck, like you have this guy. Like they played this a turn sooner, and it's also bigger. And then after that, it can just start making other creatures. Like totally outclassing the other birds or whatever, right? And then the best case scenario is you had 3 mana, you played a 2/2 bird to put another bird in your hand, but then maybe on turn 4, you played another bird because you only have 4 mana, so now you have 2/2s on turn 3 and turn 4, and they're not doing nothing. You know what I mean? They're going to die to everything they block effectively or whatever. Maybe some 1/1 tokens they could chump block, but anything could block those. So like, yeah, I think that's the issue with them. It's weird for Tarkir rare land to be monocolor. What do you think of them? I think they're actually fine. I think the trick though is people. Oh, I guess I put the wrong symbol there. I think people are caught up on how powerful they are or are not in standard, and the reality is they're not necessarily going to all be superstars in standard. Like, for instance, I think the blue one is very good. I just don't think it's going to matter greatly in standard. Now, there is a world where, let's say, Jeskai control and some other blue control deck, maybe just straight up Azorius, end up being pretty played, fairly top tier, whatever. Then, yeah, it makes sense that Temur decks or whatever could play this. And then now at least your dragons aren't getting countered and, you know, some of your random spells get through. Does it cost you 2 more mana? Yeah, but if you're ramping and doing stuff anyway, this actually isn't that bad. So it's going to be a metagame call. I played this one in a deck today. And we had a situation where we forced our opponent to have to kill a creature every single time so we didn't get to attack. Now, admittedly, they did the right thing and they drew the stuff to kill creatures every single time. But this put the pressure on them because even one time, if this would have triggered, the game was going to be over. Right? So that's a thing. This, had it used against me, almost lost to it because it was just making a 1/1 every turn and I had to find a way to get the last points of damage. So this, I think, is probably the most playable of them and actually works if you're playing something like, say, an Insidious Roots deck or something like that where you want to remove a creature and make a 1/1 token or whatever. So this is actually playable straight up. I don't even think you don't even have to look hard to find a deck for that one. Red one, probably one I'm least excited about because you have to leave up effectively 5 mana to use this. Even though it does get you access to a card, red has a bunch of cards that can, enchantments and things that can get you access to an extra card. So, not sure where you're going to use that one. The green one also might be playable, right? If you're doing a self-mill deck, if you're doing, again, Insidious Roots, something like that, Achik decks, whatever, like, yeah, maybe one copy doesn't hurt. Right? Still taps for colored mana. And there's a chance that like you just need to surveil and dig for something or put more creatures in your graveyard. Like highly viable. Like not even a stretch to think that that's playable. And then this I played in a couple of things. And it was I think we searched one time. The rest of the time we just never had the situation where it came up where we had to search. So, I think that's just where it is on that. Agree cards have to do something on turn 3. A good blocker or removal. Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Pixie and Mono Red beat anything. You've been eating your lunch lately. That's where you just need to have a couple of early removal. Packing some stuff that's like -2/-2, maybe some extra 1 mana burn spells or whatever. And then just buy your time for a couple of turns, right? That's really all you're trying to do. Or play things that make multiple permanents, right? That's one of the things, and I guess I can bring it up because I have a version of the new one. Discard changes. Where is it? The Elspeth's Cage deck, right? This is one of the things that helped this deck actually do well, is that so many of your cards make multiple bodies, right? You get multiples from Paw Patch Recruit, technically Voice, but those die at the end of turn. You get multiples from the Sanguine Evangelist, Toby, Beastie Befriender from the Sandstorm Salvager, Elspeth, but whatever. Overlord of the Mistmoors, and Dollmaker Shop. So like you just overwhelm those decks where like, okay, cool, you're gonna need 2 or 3 removal because like this is going to keep happening. And then like you don't want to bounce anything because some of them have ETBs that give you another body, right? So you just gotta have to play around some different stuff, really. There's ways to do it, but you have to get creative in your deck building, right? Sometimes just being straightforward works, sometimes it doesn't, depending on the power of the cards that you're actually playing. New Green Land and Simic, I can't wait. Yeah, that's real. Like, if you're doing that, that's a card you want, right? You get to surveil every turn. Especially if you're digging for a certain card, right? Maybe you have a key card in the deck that helps it function or is going to help you win. You're like, great, let's just dig, right? End of turn, let's just do it. And you don't have to do it as a sorcery. A lot of those lands or abilities, a lot of times just get the caveat of like, you have to do it as a sorcery. So it's cool that you don't have to. I think that's the big deal. So you can leave the mana up and do it whenever you want to, which is kind of nice. Because especially like with the black one, if you think they're going to sweep the board or whatever, you're like, okay, cool. And so you already have roots out. You're like, okay, I'm going to remove a thing. I'm going to make a 1/1. Now I also have the roots token. And now we're kind of back to functioning again immediately, right? It's almost like nothing happened. So yeah, I don't know, man. This set, there's a lot to explore. And I think there's stuff even on day one. I'm going to have to go back, watch a lot of video. That's why when you see that video, we do like cards you should craft, cards you shouldn't craft. Like I genuinely spend time reaching out to people, talking to people, visiting some local stores. So I see like how people are trying to use cards, what cards people are buying, like watch some other creator videos in the background while I'm editing. So like we can put together those videos and really help y'all out. Because like, I don't want to just say like, I like this card, so craft it. I hate this card, so don't craft it. Like try to genuinely look at all the decks we ran into and decks we see other people playing to kind of like help decide what we actually think of the cards. I think the new blue land will be played in Omniscience combo, at least in the sideboard card. Other than that, yeah, that's possible. I mean, best of 3. I think each of those lands could show up in some best of 3 scenarios in a sideboard as a one of sometimes to try to like shore up some weird matchups. That's very possible. Simic, Beanstalk, and Terror. Yeah, those decks are still good. Which deck tonight am I highest on? Here's the thing. I always try to be very, very careful with those types of questions. Mostly because, and I'm not saying this is particularly you, Eli, but I feel like a lot of times people are fishing for, I want to know what the creators think is good, so I use that as part of my logic going forward. And you have to be a bit careful because me liking a thing doesn't necessarily mean it's the best, or any creator for that matter. Liking a thing doesn't mean it's the best thing. It just might be the thing that did the craziest thing, or it might be the thing that we had the most fun with today. But may not be the deck we would play in a tournament if it happened tomorrow. You know what I mean? So I feel like you got to be a little careful with that answer. But that said, I don't think I necessarily have one that I was highest on. I liked a lot of what we played today, honestly. Mostly because, like, I would say, okay, the Rakdos Dragons, I would say, just did what we expected. It was, like, the most And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, we built it, we wanted the cards to do a thing, it did exactly what we wanted it to do, right? Like, what we expected. The outcome of the games were kind of what we expected in all the matchups. So that's good. And that's not a bad thing. Like, sometimes building a thing to do, building a tool to do a job, and it does exactly the job, that's all you want, right? But, you know, the Abzan mid-range, we had some crazy weird games with some crazy finishes, and that was fun. The Temur beatdown deck, like, we had the blue-red siege was great, and we did some crazy stuff over, or trampling over stuff. The tokens deck, we literally had games where we went from 2 creatures to 15 creatures, or whatever that silliness was, right? That was kind of fun. The mobilize deck, we got to attack and just kill people. It's like, oh, well, you just trigger a War Leader's Call a couple times, and that was good enough. And Dragonback Assault, actually, we did Dragonback Assault things. Like, made a bunch of dragons, returned the Dragonstorm, played it, made more dragons. Like, so, yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, like, each deck was just doing some big, crazy things. What was your favorite card today? I don't know if it changed. I think if you watch any of the videos we've been doing with the overrated, underrated, you know, top 10s, things like that, like, a lot of the same cards. You know, I think the Temur Battle Crier's probably just, like, a fun new card for me. But I liked a lot of cards today. I don't think that changed for me. I think just the things you can do with Battle Crier are still interesting to me. And I'll probably take me like 2 weeks to move on to another card. Am I going to play any more games? I don't know. If people want to see some other decks, maybe. Like, we have time. You know, like I was saying, we could still probably play for a little bit more. Your point being, for a set that requires multicolor lands, to have rare mono lands feels a little off. I want them fetches reprint. We're probably not getting fetches in standard. Maybe ever again. Honestly. I won't say ever. I'll never say never, obviously, right? But they're good chase cards. They're actually chase cards in this set. I think they're inserts either in collector's boosters or something. Or maybe in the special guest slot or something like that. I saw some of those for this set. But they're good and still valuable for people to want to have. So they're better off putting them in products that are going to be more expensive, basically. Right? If you're going to have a higher ticket product, putting more desirable cards in there just makes sense. And you don't need to cram them into a standard set. I think it's just kind of where we are. Did I get a chance to use the new red equipment? I did not. I only have one deck with it. We were looking at that earlier. I think the only deck I have with that card in it is... Actually, what deck do I have? Oh, it's this one, I think. Yeah, this is the only deck I have with it in there. And I just ended up not wanting... Like, this particular deck I'm not going to play on stream. Just because the new cards we're using just aren't exciting enough for either audience, really, I don't think. I'll play it in a video on the channel at some point, for sure. But I don't think this is a streamer event type deck. It just doesn't feel fun. You know what I mean? Like, this feels like trying to be competitive in a let's try new cards environment. Like, that just feels kind of weird. Yeah, you love SBMTG. Great content. Overrated, underrated. Also the ones with Mythic Mike. Yeah, those are fun too. I don't think I have one scheduled with Mike for this season. But yeah, we did a couple of them. Mike was fun to do some videos with too. But yeah, we saw Corey Stillcutter 3 times today. I think we lost to it once and we beat it twice. Though to be fair, one time the opponent got a little mana screwed. So, take that for what it's worth. So, I mean, I'll say we're 1.5, you know, against this deck, or against that card. But it's a good card. I mean, I don't have anything against it. I think it's solid. I just, again, for the type of event this is, I don't know if that's I'm tempted to try to play this Elspeth's Cage and see if having Voice of Victory alongside actual Elspeth and other things like change this deck a lot, or, you know, even what Craterhoof does to it. Off topic, any chance of seeing you featured on SU? I don't know what SUP is. Like, y'all gotta just type stuff. I don't abbreviate nothing hardly when I talk. So, like, I'm the worst. I probably shouldn't. Oh, I know what SUP is. You're talking about shuffle up and play. See, I would have put SU ampersands P, and then I would have known immediately what you're talking about. I don't know. I mean, I don't get to make that decision. Obviously, it's not my show, not my channel. That's a professor thing. I do know. I mean, like me and the professor are cool. I've during the pandemic, we did a couple of videos together, so like no issues there. And if we see each other at events, we're still cordial and friendly. So like, there's a chance, maybe. I don't know. If he reaches out, I would do it. We don't live that far apart, honestly. I think we're like 3 hours from each other, so I could just drive. And actually, I think we're 2.5 hours from. But either way, I mean, I could obviously drive, record the stuff. It's not a big deal. Like, and his stuff is very highly produced, very good stuff. So, would I be interested? Yeah, I would totally do it if he'd had me on. But right now, is there? Well, I guess to answer your question, is there a chance? Sure. In the world that like we're not that far apart, we know each other, we're friendly, it could happen. Are there plans right now? No, as of this time, we have not discussed anything about me being on the show. Speaker Wiggin says, I want to see some slick shot show off in Tarkir Standard. Well, that will happen, just probably not here during the early access thing. Hope he reaches out. Yeah, I would totally do it. If he's into it, as long as we can schedule it and we can make it happen, yeah. Speaker said that's an even better reason for Prof to invite you, as you say. It's very highly produced and would be great content. It kind of depends too on like just what he wants or what he's looking for, right? Do you need somebody with a certain level of perspective, energy? Are you looking for certain personalities that mesh well together or not? Or, and to be fair, maybe he just wants bigger names that the audience already knows, right? Which is also a thing. Now, don't get me wrong, he's had some people that aren't that big on there, but maybe for his money, because he's spending a lot to produce those. I mean, he's got sound engineers, multiple editors, all that. So maybe he just wants to make sure he gets more people that are going to guarantee more eyeballs, right? And if it comes down to it, and you have a chance of getting me or one of the big R&D folks at Wizards, or I don't know, even one of the big pro players, like a Reed Duke or something or whatever. Well, yeah, I get it why you're going to go with one of them. Like, I'm not even offended by it. Like, that's just a money business play. You know what I mean? I mean, unless a bunch of y'all hit him up and, like, you got to get PowrDragn on the show, and then, there's enough ruckus that he wants to have me on there, then sure. But otherwise, it'll happen if it happens. If Aaron from Game Grumps and Pay Money Wubby are welcome at this table, I'd say that, Pay Money Wubby, he's got his fair share audience. And I've heard people talk about Game Grumps, so it's not like they ain't nothing. I'm not going to sit here and besmirch other people because, like, their audience is their audience, right? Like, everybody's growing a brand however they do it. So, but if you're talking about people that are, like, mid-tier, then, like, sure, that would make sense. But he might also only have, and again, I don't know his business plan, right? But he may only have so many slots on there that maybe says, okay, let's say we're going to do 10 episodes this season. We can do 3 that maybe have people that are at this tier or below, and then all the others, we need people above a certain tier just to make sure the views hit enough that we can make a certain amount of money or whatever. And I would understand that. That would make sense. Me and Krim would be a good combo person. Krim is actually cool. I've spent time hanging out with him. Man, where were we? I think we were in Vegas 2 years ago. And we spent some time chatting. We were talking about, at the time, I think, Marvel Snap. Because we were doing that in between, like, waiting for Uber rides and stuff. But yeah, he's a really funny guy in person. He really is. And very thoughtful, pretty smart in his planning of his content. Like, it's an interesting thing because he's a person that on camera kind of has a personality. And that's still somewhat of him, but his content personality is kind of like him amped up another couple of points, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Like, real smart dude. It makes sense that he has a big audience, honestly. Like, ain't even gonna hate. Like, it makes sense he is where he is, All right, let's take a look. Let's see if we can get Elspeth into play. I don't know if we can knock this out, if there's enough people even still playing. But we already have this up. Let's see if we could rock with it. See if we can get Elspeth to do an Elspeth thing and win a couple games. Or if we just get Craterhoof and just beat somebody. I don't know. Maybe that works. Let's see. I'll start a recording and see how far we get. Alright, what's up, Dragon Brood? We're going to play some Selesnya Cage. But Cage did get some upgrades with this set. Now, how good are they? I don't know. But that's what we're going to play. What we're playing today and see if we can figure that out. Because if you played the deck before, you probably already are familiar with all these cards. So we're going to be fairly quick. But there's a couple of new ones that we have to keep an eye on. So anyway, we do have some Llanowar Elves, which is very good because we have quite a few things that cost 3. So if it lives, this helps a lot. Obviously, Paw Patch Recruits has a lot to say about the early game. Collector's Cage, because we have so many ways to make tokens, it's very easy to trigger the cage, and we have some very big things we like to get under the cage. Also, Shelter by Ghosts. We're all been annoyed by this, but it's a good removal card for these types of decks. Voice of Victory. This keeps your opponent from doing stuff on your turn, so if you do actually get something off the Collector's Cage, there's probably a chance they're not going to be able to do it, and you get at least one turn with it, which is kind of nice. Couple of Sanguine Evangelists just to pump up those tokens. And we have Toby BC Befriender. Also a really good card, making a big 4/4 alongside the 1/1. But sometimes your tokens get flying, and that's pretty cool. Sandstorm Salvager, making a 3/3 when you get your 1/1, and being able to pump all the tokens at once is super nice. And then we get into Elspeth Stormslayer. I don't know why this card has so many lines of text on it, but it does, and they're all good, so we're going to try it. Most importantly, being able to double our tokens, which is a pretty big deal. But also, there are going to be games where we just get to put a +1/+1 on everything and fly over for a win. So we'll see how often that happens. We have some Overlord of the Mistmoors, because this card's also good to get off of the cage, or just use it for 4 mana and get a couple of flyers. Dollmaker Shop. Obviously, if we get this on the cage, we're going to cast Porcelain Gallery for free. Otherwise, we play it early and just get us some 1/1 tokens. But if we have like even 4 creatures out, and you get a Craterhoof Behemoth under a cage, that's probably going to be the end of the game. It just kind of is what it is. But yeah, and don't think anything here is going to surprise anybody. Should be what we expect. Link in the description, all that good stuff. Go over to Moxfield, download it if you want to play it. Otherwise, be sure to check out Tales of Adventure, that's toamagic.com. Use code DRAGON, DRAGN, it'll save you 5%. And you get all the sweet cards you're looking for, because they have a lot of stuff, and they get restocked a lot, because they're at all the major shows. But okay, let's go see if Elspeth can carry this team to victory. Because I don't know if it can, but maybe she can. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Yeah, I mean, it kind of is an Elspeth deck of sorts. Honestly, this Elspeth, I don't know why it doesn't even just cost like 6 or 7. I don't know. I feel like it should just be something crazy. Because, man, I ain't gonna lie. 5 almost doesn't feel like enough. Ooh, opponent goes first. Man, we just drew the Craterhoof. You don't like drawing Craterhoof. That's not what you want to do. I'm gonna mulligan just because we're on the draw. And, okay, this actually isn't a bad redraw. What if we keep... Ah, man. We get to pump tokens, though. I'm going to do this. I don't know if that's right, but... Man, really? You're doing that? Boo. Alright, well, we got to get rid of this. Well, we found a Llanowar Elf. That's something. Almost wish I would have kept it now. Nashi. Nashi has Menace. Okay, sure. Milled both of us. That's interesting. Alright, let's go here. Man, am I just double blocking here? That feels bad. I mean, I guess the good news is, if I double block, we don't get blown out, because if they target one of them, then we put counters on the other one. So, I mean, probably just playing another one. Oh, Honest Redstone. Well, you get to rebuy it. Same difference. They're definitely in on this mill plan. I don't know what that's about, but... Alright, let's just do this. pass the turn. I don't know what this deck is doing right now. There's a lot of legends. There's trying to return some things. There's Ronas. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I think I'm just going to get wrecked by something unknown. And sometimes that's exciting, not going to lie. Though it does suck that we lost a Dollmaker shop. That's real. Ooh, and a cage. I didn't see that earlier. Having either of those right now would be nice. Okay, they finally quit milling themselves. So I was just like, well, I was wondering why they were doing that in the first place. I can only make 4 mana, so that's disappointing. I guess I do this, and then I can still, like, pump a token. And it's not the best, but it's fine, I suppose. Is there a world where we want to do this? God, I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, I guess I'm going to do it. It just makes our blocks a little safer, I guess. And we could also, like, cage hoof for a billion. So, you know, that's the game plan now. Just get Collector's Cage, right? Alright. Got the dragon. And we got a land. That didn't help us at all. That did next to nothing. Okay, then. I guess had I waited to play the Paw Patrick route, it would have been better, but not particularly great. So is there anything we do here? I guess we just attack with this. Oh. I was like, alright. I ain't mad at that. I mean, sure. I guess we still take that exchange. Nope, they're not putting anything at risk there. They're just going to single block. Nope, they're going to block that way. All right, fair enough. Yep. Okay, I guess we just go ahead and play this now. All right. Did you play Gruul Dragons? We did not play Gruul Dragons. Lazav. Okay, so you can exile a thing. And then Lazav turns into a copy of that, or whatever I think is what it does. Oh, it's when it attacks. Alright, well we got Cage. How many of our big Cage targets are missing? 2. 3. Alright, we still have quite a few. Let's see what we can hit. Come on now. Big money. Oh, no. Ah, that was terrible. That was super bad. Oh, no. That would have been hard to be worse than that. Jeez. Yeah, I guess. Wow. That was terrible. Yeah, we just passed. We're not winning this game. The opponent has cards that are literally doing nothing right now, and it just doesn't matter. We drew so bad. Glarb, you got it, friend. And Garb lets you play off the top, right? You can play lands and spells that are 4 or more. Alright, yeah, sure. I mean, might as well attack me with the dragon. Man, it's at least something. I don't have flyers. I mean, I guess maybe if you're worried about blocking, I get it. That's real, too. Alright, we just take it. Put a counter on this. So eventually I attack with it and it's protected of sorts. Oh my gosh. Like, ugh. What are we gonna do? What's the best case scenario? We attack with this. It gets blocked by Glarb and something. We don't get to kill Glarb. We get to kill the other something. I mean, I guess. Alright. I mean, we got to do something. We can't just sit here. We're just going to end up dead, you know? Oh, so it's not even... Okay. Well, I thought they were going to double block this. That would have been more of an issue. Huh. Well, then I guess... This is a little odd. I don't know how I want to approach this, then. Actually, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and put counters on things, right? So then we could pump a token to kill off Rona, which is somewhat of a problem. All right. What's crazy is we have 6 mana. We could just play the Porcelain Gallery at this point if we drew it. We actually have 7 mana. We can just cast Overlords. Like, that's how bad our game has been. Like, we can just cast everything in the deck if we were to draw it. Except for Crater Hoof, which means we'll draw Crater Hoof, you know? You may have it become a copy of a creature you exiled, blah, blah, blah. Sure. Alright, cool. GG's. Well, it's already attacking. I mean, at least they gain life from it, right? Because you... Oh, you have to crack a clue first. Yeah, then it becomes a flyer. There you go. That makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we're practically dead anyway. I mean, like, we don't have... I mean, I guess if we get exactly the Overlord, we're not dead. But that's the only way we're not dead. Okay. Yeah, we drew nothing this whole game. Like, that's tough. Like, we didn't do anything. That's rough. And we missed on the cage badly. It was 4 land and a voice of whatever. Like, that's so terrible. You will probably lose every game that goes like that. Comes with the territory, though. Like, some of those are going to happen. Oh, and no green mana with this one. Dang. Alright, this is better. I think I'm going to get rid of this. Mostly because if Llanowar Elf dies, I'm going to be able to play Voice of Victory on 2. But then we drew another land, and I could have just kept my other card anyway. So sad. Oh, elfy things. Alright. Oh, no! Alright. Well, I'm just playing sloppy. I needed to play a white source there. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Like, assuming there's another elf here. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't going to play any of the, like, elf ramp things today. That felt like not what we should be doing on this type of thing. Because it's really all old cards, and then just a new search card and Crater Hoof. Pretty much what they're all doing. But that being said, so far we've only drawn lands this game, so it's not like it's great. Okay, this is something different. Got infesting. Okay, that's oh my gosh. What's happening right now? I guess I'll get in a chip damage for 1. Why not? But I mean, opponent can almost just Crater Hoof next turn. You know what I mean? Like, just attack us. Do it. Do it, Jay. Attack us. Put me out of my misery. Oh my gosh. Why? Why are we doing all the things? Like, just kill us. We're probably getting overrun next turn anyway by something. So it doesn't really... Oh, we literally drew only lands this game. Like, that's crazy. Like, I don't think we drew one spell. Like, every spell I'm looking at were the 3 in our opener. Like, that's... I mean, it happens. It happens even in paper. But my goodness. Like... That's terrible. Man, can we not get Crater Hoofed or whatever yet? Just go search for something and kill us. Okay, maybe you can kill us next turn then. Really, just attack and put me out of my misery, bro? What are we doing? Like, we should have been attacking last turn. Is that guy even an elf? Why is this in there? Just a random 1/1 with 3 keywords? Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm not blocking. Just kill me. Yeah, and now we draw a spell. Like, alright, cool. It's over. Like, we did nothing. Yeah, that was bad. That was probably the worst game we've had, man, in ages. Ages. And it's funny because people are like, see, the Arena Shuffler's terrible. Like, dude, I see it happen in paper when I go to play at store events. Like, it's randomization. I tell people, anybody who plays poker understands. When you played online poker and you're playing like 10 tables, you could play one way because you know you were going to see all of the type of odds over the course of like an hour because you're playing so many hands. But when you're just playing one table, it looks like you're just waiting forever for a result to happen because you're seeing so many fewer things, you know? We get to it first. We will absolutely keep this. And we're just going to hope to draw some extra mana along the way here is our game plan. An extra untapped land would be spectacular. You don't want to kill a Paw Patch recruit. It's fine. Okay, well, I guess you do. I would have killed it too. Okay, we did find a land, so that's helpful. I mean, if you got more kill spells, Voice of Victory is about to eat it. Nope, but there is a Sarkhan, and Sarkhan's a pretty damn good magic card. Man, why weren't you, like, a couple cards lower? We could have just got you, and that would have been great. Yeah, we still got to do this. Like, I was thinking I might want to play Collector's Cage and just get squirrely with Sarkhan there, but nah, it ain't worth it. Alright. You could just play a dragon here. I mean, the problem is we're already holding 2 of the things we'd like to get under the collector cage, unfortunately. And now this taps a mana down, so now we have to draw an untapped mana. I say we have to. Have to is a very strong set of words there. But it would be very helpful. I will say that. Okay, another collector cage. It's alright. What do we want to do here? I guess we just cage now? I don't... This is like the second time this happened with Cage already in the last, like, 3 games. Like, bro, what? Literally 4 lands and voice. Like, I don't even know what to do with that. Like, all right, we're just passing. Like, I mean, nothing we can do with it. It just is what it is. The opponent can do whatever they want here, honestly. Yep. I get attacked for 8. Sounds like a plan. And then I just die next turn. Great. Love it. Like, we ain't doing anything else here. GG. Actually, hold on. We could technically Collector's Cage. That doesn't really do anything. What's the best way? If we hit exactly Crater Hoof, we could have 1, 2, 3, 4. Crater Hoof, I think, is 5. So that's 9, 7, 16, and another 8 is 24, and they could block 4. All right, we have to go for Crater Hoof. And we'll get 2 counters. Like, it literally has to be Crater Hoof or nothing. I take that back. Sheltered by Ghosts isn't bad here. That's actually somewhat reasonable. With Shelter, I discard a card, which is fine. We can't cast some of these anyway. Let's... have to put the counter on one of these, obviously. I'd like to put it on that, but whatever. Actually, I'm going to put this here because we get more life. And they can't kill it with Go for the Throat. Get rid of this. We'll discard a card. Probably going to be Elspeth. That's the one thing we have no chance of casting for a couple turns. Yeah, we're not blocking anything here, really, are we? Like, I'm just like, what am I even caring about? We're not blocking. All right. Invasion, reveal a dragon, pay the extra 2. That makes sense. I say, I'm assuming you have a dragon. Yep. We take 9. Oh, just a pack. Man, just put us out of our misery. Just attack us. Like, our draws have been so bad. All right, I'm just gonna GG's. Like, yeah, all right, that's good enough. Jeez. Like, come on. I mean, if we'd have hit a Crater Hoof, like, we could have won there. So it wasn't like it was impossible. But, man, those first 2 damn cages we went on, like, those were terrible. I don't think I've drawn that bad between back-to-back games. And, whew, boy, it's been a long time since that's happened. To be fair, I was due. You know, like, I got to get my fair share as well. But you'll listen to people and they'll be like, well, Wizards make sure that content creators get better draws than everybody else, so, like, the game looks better. And we're like, oh, come on. Like, here's the dumb thing about the logic, which kind of applies to the world these days. But people will both tell you that Wizards is incompetent, can't do anything, they have terrible technology, whatever. But then also have these crazy, over-the-top things that Wizards somehow knows every person who's playing and when they're playing and the accounts, and like have all this crazy technology to make sure it works for some players but not for other players. And it's like, what do you think's happening? See you later, Pab. Now, thanks for hanging out. Okay. Oh my gosh, we got to mulligan this. Ugh, are you kidding? All right, sure. I don't even know what's happening right now, y'all. This is the craziest day. All right, maybe we can get lucky and find a land here. And play Toby. Come on, don't kill our voice of victory. It's all we got. Actually, I don't think I want to play Toby. I want to do this. All right. Also, I will say, like, playing Toby is not a bad play there because we have the Collector's Cage, and we could have potentially went off this turn, but it's whatever. Alright, let's go with this. No attacks, and we'll see if we could set up something good with the cage here. We also have to remember to be careful to put the counter on either the Voice of Victory or the Beast. If we put it on Toby, we end up with 2 creatures with the same power, and then this doesn't do anything. Alright, Lazav, I see you. And a backup Rona. Well, that's not fair. Alright, here we go. Spinning the wheel. Let's see what we get. I was about to say, if it's legitimately like 4 land and another voice, that's it. We're packing it up for the night. Like, that was about to be all she wrote, y'all. I was like, I ain't doing this again. No reason to attack there. I really need to probably get this Paw Patch recruit down, though. Oh, that's going to be annoying. I mean, the good news is I at least have a flyer I can put in front of it, but that just buys us some time while they're gaining life. But I also don't know if it's worth it if we can just get a bunch of flying tokens, though. That's a real thought, actually. What if... Nah, I think we still just do this. What's the best that happens if we attack here? They block, they gain life. Yeah, no attacks. This is just not an efficient situation for us. Man, we have like, what, 10 or 11 hits on the cage and somehow we missed. That's rough. We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we have 10 hits that are quality on the cage. And we did not hit on it. Well, I mean, if we get a cage now, it's probably pretty gross. Well, yeah, attack now is flying tokens, but they also have an Aclazotz. So I would just be attacking for them to, like, block a 1/1, and then we'd get nothing. And you have to have 4 or more token creatures. So right now it's 3. But even if we were, attacking into an Aclazotz just doesn't do anything there. Do. Tiny Bones, you got it. So there goes my hand. I'm not gonna get to play either guys, and I actually don't get to my tokens. Yep, sad times for us. Yeah, the victory tokens will eventually be flying, but like just attacking into Aclazotz is terrible. And I also end up having to give up the Voice of Victory because it'll get blocked by Glarb. So there just wasn't a good attack there. Alright, Karu Goldkeeper. We have... Oh, they're not attacking with Aclazotz? Like, bro, what? Really? Why not? That feels so weird. I mean, okay. Whoa. I mean, I get another 4/4, which I actually kind of like, to be honest. But I do this, I get to pump thing. Yeah, you know, I could be talked into that. Sure. Because we're not attacking here anyway. That's fine. No attacks. At least now we have some flying tokens, and that might matter. Like, I don't know. Man, I have mana envy right now. Something serious. Man, and they're playing the snakes? Oh, God, I wasn't even thinking about those being over there. Oh, that's super annoying. Yeah, you got it. Well, that's a card that probably wasn't going to matter, so I'm not that disappointed that it's gone. While I do like it, it doesn't do too much here. Oh, man, I really needed just an untapped land here. Because I want to be able to attack with the 2 Toby tokens, be able to pump those, and then still be able to play a Salvager or whatever, but yeah. Yep. Alright. We're just going to do that. Like, there's nothing. They're just going to cycle those forever now. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, we didn't do much there with those 3 lands. We kind of just stared at the opponents. Man, that was terrible. At least this time we got a cage that hit something more than just a voice of victory. Like, it's like, gosh. And I'm not even blaming this on the deck. Like, we've all played. Well, I say we all. Like, we've seen Selesnya cage. We know the deck works. So I'm not. It's not that. We just had just the worst possible luck. All right, we're gonna keep it. But man, I'm not gonna lie. Faith is pretty low. I have a feeling we're gonna draw a bunch of lands. Overlord of the Bellmark, sure. Didn't get to return anything. Lost 3 lands in the process. I don't know if that's good or bad for us. We'll see. Also, cage is not automatic here, because we'll only have 2 powers of creatures. Well, now it's not even worth... Ugh. Man, you were supposed to be a card lower. What do we do now? I mean, I can almost just cast that soon. I guess we just do this. Okay, we can put a Daltmate. Ooh, we could put Elspeth under there. I think we just go for the Porcelain Gallery, though. Yeah, that's the right play. Do I just go for the other cage here, too? Yeah, why not? Maybe we get hoof under that one? We did. We got a hoof under that one. Oh, next turn, potentially real big. Okay. All right. Okay. We are not interested in blocking. That's not our scene. Not real nice for us. Let's put a counter on this duder. Okay, now we got to figure out what's best to do here. So we attack first. That gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tokens. Then we hoof all the tokens. Yeah, that's what we do. That's actually not that hard. Okay. Oh, oh, I have to. Oh, no. That doesn't work. Because I need to use both of these. So I get to hoof, basically. Alright, that's fine. So then we just make this bigger. And then we make this bigger. And then we get a hoof. Alright, that works. A little bit complicated, but it worked out. It doesn't need better surveil. You get collector's cage. Like, that's your giant surveil. You get to look at 5 cards. Yeah, hoof there is kind of gross. I'm not gonna lie. Mulligan. We have enough early creature. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's tuck you away. See what you turn into later. Alright. Go with the voice here. Come on, voice. Don't die. Big money, no whammies. Oh, you dead. Yeah, exactly. Like, we knew immediately that card was dead. Yeah, we just do this. I was going to try to get a little quirky, play Paw Patch and Doll Maker Shop, but whatever. If they just want to kill Toby so we can't attack, that's also reasonable. Okay, opponent opted not to, which means they're probably going to respond to an attack. So let's do this first. Oh, they're not? Oh, no, we could have got away with a much better play on this turn. I mean, you're going to flash dudes in? Nope, nothing? Ah, man, I might be about to lose my board here. No, nothing. Opponent just says GG. Wow. Okay. Man, that's crazy. They kept a 7-card hand that just had 2 land and Helix. Huh. Alright. The thing is, though, like, if you had something you surveil, I don't know. I don't think we need the surveil. I really don't. Like, if we just have bad luck and we miss with usually, let's say, you've drawn 7, you've drawn 2 more. So let's say from 42 remaining, or 52 remaining cards, well, maybe 51, you get to see almost 1/10 of the deck, and you don't hit something with 10 targets. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's just bad luck. The math is actually built in okay. It's just, if you miss, you miss. Okay, we will try some things with this. Oh, that's a crazy little thing. You click it. Oh, and it glows. Has like a sphere around it. That's crazy. I think their dragon might be mad. I turned his little pot off. I'll turn it back on. I don't want dragons mad at me. All right. Bitter reunion. Uh-oh. What are we doing here? Bitter reunion usually means you want stuff out of your graveyard. I don't know. This could also be a... no, not what I was thinking. I was about to say it could be potentially a monument to endurance deck, but that does not look like that's what's going on. Voice of Victory did not just eat it there, which is peculiar. What is going on? You're playing dragon, so you're probably countering the next thing I play. If you're not, you're probably playing... You know what? Let's do this. Let's just attack first. Because they're not doing... Oh, they can't counter stuff, because we have the stupid Voice of Victory. They can't play stuff on our turn. I think we still do this, though. And then next turn, if they do have an answer, we just play Voice plus Doll Maker Shop. I say that. We might just play Overlord of the Mistmores. But this could be an ill-timed Explosions turn, which would make sense. Yep. Sort of expected that. Yep. All right. And then we'll just follow up with what we were talking about. Let's go here. And here. Though another argument to be made to be do it where you just make 2 tokens. And then the following turn I could play like something plus shelter. Because now I'm kind of either shelter or Miss Morris this turn. So it's probably better to play the Overlord of the Miss Morris there. Being real, that's probably just the smarter play. This becomes a 2. We get a 1. Yeah, it doesn't do a whole lot for us. All right. Get you out the way. Not to say they don't have another sweeper, but, you know, if they do, they do. Go ahead and play this and try to set up a potential big play next turn. Another shelter. I think I'm going to take another cage, actually. Like, random opportunity to maybe do some things with the cage. Cage into cage and see if that finds us a bigger card. It's also a bit greedy, if I'm being honest. Like, very greedy. Because we know what that deck's capable. Oh, I should have put a counter on my dude. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to y'all. Well, I just threw the game. All right, GG's. Yeah. Wait, you gave them haste and then didn't even attack? For real though? All right. I mean, I guess. Weird. Yeah, I definitely could have still won here if I'd have just been paying, put a counter on my dude, and then we didn't been able to attack. Because then I could have actually double. Yeah, I actually tossed the game there by not paying attention. You play another land, make it. Oh, you just make another deal. All right, opponent here. GG's. Let's move on. Come on now, just kill me. All right, you have 16 in play. I'm gonna have nothing. That counts. That's my fault. I'm not blaming the deck because we potentially could have won off these cards and the triggers. So that's my fault. I was talking to y'all and not paying attention. Because I definitely could have had the voice there. It would have been 3 power. I attack with tokens, put a counter on a thing, cage, then cage again, and we get to see what happens, you know? Yep, already played Boros tokens. So that time, I think the deck probably gets another win, but I just goofed it up. So you can put that one on me for sure. And we got 2 Hushwood Verges that are only making green. Well, that's a mulligan. Let's keep this, hoof away, and let's see what happens. Yeah, while I like kind of what's going on with this, I think I know what it needs to look like, honestly. I think it just needs to look more like the versions we've been playing previously. And yeah, we're not going to beat that dragon with this scenario. I mean, we at least can make a 3-3 or a 4-4, and it's like something. But it's probably like our best case. Yep, you got it. I think we just go here. I mean, they can just give our 3-3, you know, -3, but yeah, what are you going to do? Yep, that also works. I'm your Huckleberry. Okay, well that could have been worse. Don't know what's left in their hand. I'm assuming... Oh, no, we did not want to draw that. Like, I'm assuming it's big, scary 5-cost dragons, which is not good for us, but... Gotta get lucky from here. Yep. You are now the proud owner of another 4/4 dragon. There you go. Now you have 5 mana. Now you have 6 mana. I would say you definitely kill our 3/3, right? No? I mean, we attempted, I guess. Alright, we'll try. I mean, we gotta do something. Yep, I was gonna say, I figured they had something, but, like, you can't just not attempt the play. I mean, we're dead in 2 turns. Basically, because that does 4 plus 4 plus 4, so that's 12. Alright. Another removal spell? I mean, there has to be if you're not playing dragons, right? Yeah, that's not going to cut it. We are just dead. GG's. Like, just didn't do it. So sad. Alright, I know what we need to do. I know what we need to do. I got it. Here's the thing. Where are we at here? Also, we've never really even, like, got Elspeth or anything. We only drew Elspeth even 1 time. So our deck's been... The odds have been very weird for us today. Well, I say that. We actually have 8 things here. 7. We want a full set of cages. Those voices. You know what? I don't know. Maybe cut a voice. Play this. Overload with Mistmores. I'm almost thinking we need... I want to make another 1-drop, potentially. But the problem is, to do it, I think I have to cut one of these upgrade cards, which we're just never hitting anyway. I mean, it's kind of part of the issue. Damn, how do we get there for that? And Voice of Victory has been... I guess it's fine. I mean, we just... Again, just a run of kind of bad luck. Even there, we were like... We drew the hoof as well, which didn't help. But that's a good situation where... Had we drawn Elspeth, and those things were blockers, and had another +1/+1 on them, like, that could have been different. But we'll see. Okay, well, this isn't going to work. All the white land and all the white cards in the green land, so easy peasy on that one. Man, I guess we got to get rid of that. That's sad. Yep, Headliner has probably been the #1 played card today. It's just been in a lot of different builds. I mean, with good reason. Alright, well, this is a little... Oh, well, I was going to say a little unfortunate, but... I think we go ahead and... play this here. Get rid of Voice of Victory. Play another Duder. Alright. that at least buys us a little bit of time. Oh, well, they have another voice. Well, whatever. You know, I think, you know what's sad in these scenarios when, like, you're not drawing well and your opponent is just drawing hotter than the sun, you know? And it just, like, when those happen, you just kind of shrug and just go like, nope, it's just a thing. Do I even want to play this here? Probably not. All right. Okay, that's some good news. All right, let's try this. So if they do want to blow up their headliner, we at least get some counters on something. Yeah, that makes sense. Why not? No attacks. Any chance we can find a collector's cage deck? Oh, and they get an Elspeth, but we don't. Alright, fair enough. We're dead. GG's. Like, that's literally, like, what we're saying. This is what Elspeth does, right? Just turns games. Yeah. Alright, we're just gonna take it. We're... Like, what do you do? But that's exactly what I'm talking about. You get an Elspeth, everything just flies, and it's like game over. Like, we had the mana, we didn't draw our Elspeth. That's sadly what some of the games are in those scenarios. In these battles, because you don't each have, like, big sweepers. You're all just playing, like, little spot removal. So if you get your thing and the opponent doesn't, like, that's just bad. I mean, Elspeth does exactly what you expect Elspeth's going to do with the way it reads. Like, not a surprise at all. That's the whole reason we have some. We just never draw them. Don't know how many people are left on tonight, honestly. We might be getting close to the end where there's a few people. We're going to see a lot of the same opponents that maybe are all on the West Coast and are still awake and playing. So this might be the end for the most part, but we'll see. Let me quickly check the Discord and see how active things are. Yeah, not much else happening. There's a few people still active, I guess. There are a lot of people signing off, though. So we'll see. Man, I need a 1 or a 2 drop creature, please. Alright, that at least works. I guess I'm gonna get rid of Fountain Port. Much as I would like to have a third land, I think we're just going Paw Patch into Dollmaker Shop, hopefully. Wow, the deck wants us to play Paw Patch Recruits for real. Alright. Vengeful Blood Witch. Okay. Kind of want to put this here just so if they do kill something, they're encouraged to try to kill this. We'll attack. I'm going to go ahead and play 1 Paw Patch. So, I mean, if something gets targeted, the other things get 2 counters, so that's cool. You know what? A cage would be awesome here. Cage would be excellent. Oh, wow, look. I actually got it on request this time. That's exciting. And we got an Overlord. That's cool. Love that. Let's just attack here. In case there's a sweeper or something. I don't want to go too crazy. Because a +1's not going to make a difference there. Yep. Alright, cool. Mr. E-Skull from the AU. I have a lot of friends on the East Coast USA who play Magic, and they got me into MTGA. I found your YouTube content accessible and understandable. Keep coming back to MTGA whenever real life gives you a break. Keep it up. Well, thank you. You know what's funny? A lot when I first got into doing content. Hey, Kuro came over 23 people. Thank you. Y'all should go follow Kuro. He does a lot of stuff. He even does a little bit of cosplay stuff, not just magic stuff. But yeah, when I first started streaming, I did a lot of research on like who was on, because on the West Coast, I was going to be streaming late, because I think I did like 9 to midnight when it first started, which of course, if you're on the East Coast, that's already well after midnight for people when I'm streaming. So I actually was researching news and things going on in Australia and New Zealand and whatnot. So like half of my early viewers were actually Aussies and Kiwis, believe it or not. And so that's why some of my early, and I still have some on my shop that you can buy, but some of my early merch were actually tributes to the fans from Australia and New Zealand. That's why, if people ever wonder, that's why I have a kangaroo and some stuff on a few of my things. But we will keep this. Thing a lot of people don't know. The Aussies and Kiwis were some of my first followers, honestly. Yeah, dude, go get some sleep. You are definitely on the East Coast. Enjoy your rest. How are you? What deck are you playing? This is like the 7th or 8th deck we played tonight. But this is just Selesnya Cage with like 10 or 12 new cards in it. Please don't sweep our board. Oh, a cat. We haven't seen a cat, Helpful Hunter, be played all day. That's cool. I guess we go ahead and just play this. Man. Okay, so earlier today, I had a collector's cage that was 4 lands and a voice on back-to-back games. Now we hit one that's 5 lands. That's cold-blooded. That's just mean. That's all that is. That's just mean. Just damn, man. Why? Why you gotta do me like that? Alright. Man. Woof. Sometimes when the luck ain't luckin', there just ain't much you can do. Lemon Lord says it just came in from England at 8:30. Yeah, that's cool. I appreciate it. Oh boy. Alright, I'm gonna try again. Okay. Alright. That's something. Okay, we could work with that. So then we attack. Let the opponent make their blocks. And we will put a counter on one of these 1/1s. So it'll be a 2. And then we're just going to play Porcelain Gallery. Now our dudes are big. Alright. We got some big backs now. Excellent. I definitely get a lot of love from the Aussie and Kiwi hobbyists. Our niches are hard to fill over here finding tabletop. Yeah, that's actually true. I actually had a game store for a long time, and that was always a thing with getting American and European items into Australia. And like some of the price tags for a few things y'all have to pay for, it's like way expensive from import fees and stuff. Like, pretty crazy. What's my favorite deck? Man. We had a little low to the ground Temur beatdown deck that was cool. We did some big stuff with just Boros tokens, which was kind of wild. The mobilized deck was kind of sweet too, though. Man, I don't know. There's a couple of good ones today. I don't know. Maybe those 3. Something between those, maybe. Though we had a really fun deck with Dragonback, whatever, too. That was kind of fun. Glad to see you still streaming here in Italy. It's 9:30 a.m. Wow. Cena Charge, how's it going? It's late for me. It's 12:30 a.m. right now. So at most, you're probably getting about another 30 minutes out of me. And then I'm probably calling it good. Because I am on, let's see, we got back on at 6:30. So that's 6 hours, and I streamed for 3. So I'm on hour 9 at this point. But by the time I'm done, I'll be 9.5, 10 hours that we streamed today. We're going to keep this. You have to play frogs the most. Most people hate them? No, frogs is fine. Why would somebody be mad at frog decks? I mean, they're a little annoying when they bounce your stuff, but it's all good. I have no problem. Like, somebody being mad at a frog deck, that seems random. Like, of all the decks you could be bothered by with, like, mono red aggro, Azorius control, whatever, and like somebody's mad at frogs, they gotta lighten up. Ataxies? Okay, that actually worked. I'm surprised. How long is a typical work day as a content creator? Oh man, sometimes it's long. That's why I genuinely tell y'all, like sometimes, you know, when you see the videos where content creators are goofing around or stumbling on cards or whatever, it's just like, you know, sometimes you're for real playing a lot. I mean, as an example, on Monday, I recorded 4 videos with Dev from SBMTG. I recorded another clip for one of my podcasts. I had to research a bunch of stuff for 2 contracted things. Oh no, I completed 1 contracted video. And then edited a video as well. Like, all that happened in one day. So that's like, I don't know, 12 hours worth of stuff that happened. So you just never know. Like, you can have some real long days. Okay. Okay, deck. We gotta figure some things out here. What are we trying to do? Alright, I'm just gonna do this. If we're just going wide, let's just go wide. Let's keep going. If we're stuck on mana, let's just do the thing. Really thought that Bloomburrow was crossover with Redwall when it first... You know, a lot of people said that. They felt like it was inspiration from Redwall or whatever. A lot of people had that vibe. Okay, opponent gets to wipe our board out now. Assuming they got it. Nope, it's another helpful hunter. And something. Oh, Zahur. Okay. Oh, geez, really, man? Come on. Well, sometimes it's just not meant to be, team. It's just not meant to be. Alright. I mean, maybe eventually win by just overwhelming them with 1/1s. Because that's the only plan we got going right now. I guess if we get an untapped land, we just play this and all of our tokens have flying. So that's a thing. We get in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not necessarily game ending, but it's close. You have the Warhammer 40k commander decks on your bucket list. Yeah, they were actually pretty sweet. They're actually some of the better, more popular commander decks still. They were really good. Man, are we really going to play another Voice of Victory here? So they block, they get his or her. They take 3, 4, 5. Is that good enough? I mean, I guess we gotta. Sort of hate it, but... I mean, we don't gotta, but we kind of gotta. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to, but we kind of have to. I mean, obviously, yeah, you block and kill there. Block a 1/1. Take the 5, go to 2. I don't even know if it's worth playing anything here, but why not? Are we dead? I mean, they've got a sack outlet. They've got a bunch of mana. They got a bunch of cards. Oh, it's one of those decks. Yeah, this is what I've been saying about this card, and we've seen it today. This is the fourth time we've seen this today. And I think it's the fourth time, maybe the third time. Either way, every time we've seen it, it's not looked great. Like, don't be wrong, I think there are times it's going to pop off and be brilliant, but then there's a bunch of other times where it just doesn't do anything. Yep, Toby gives our tokens flying. And then they just get in for the business. Yep, I mean, you gain some life. Now see, now that makes sense. We're also trying to like drain the opponent with the room. I kind of like that. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking like, what's the best case scenario if they would have got this on turn 3 with the way thing like you get a dude, so this at least turns into a card in a life and whatever, and that makes sense. But then Zahur just dies, so you replace him with a zombie, so you lose like your sack engine. So you kind of have to play this before you get this, and then like the thing in play is already triggered to die. Hey, thanks for the 12 people in the raid. So like you play Zahur. You play something else. So you have to play these in the right order so that now each future card you could sack her and get extra value. Get 2 zombies, I think is what they're aiming for. Since you already get the one that triggers from the ceremony anyway. I don't know, man. That's a lot. I still don't think we're there yet on what to do with this, but somebody's going to figure it out. Saved up last summer for those decks. Yeah, they were pretty pricey. I was a little sad too because like I had pre-ordered the special ones from somebody online, and then they just never shipped them. They were like hoping they were gonna get restocked, and then I had to just get refunded. Like I think it was like 3 months after they came out. Once we realized there wasn't gonna be any more. Oh, been a Warhammer since you were 14. That's cool. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I think a lot of people who have issues with Universes Beyond don't really understand that it's a cool crossover product for people that are into that other product, right? Whether it's Warhammer, Doctor Who, Fallout, hell, Jurassic Park, whatever, all the different things we've done. And it actually brings in a lot of people. I mean, I've met people that just like, you know, when it was Ikoria, they just wanted to collect all the Godzilla cards. Like, they don't even play Magic, but they saw and heard about them. So then they started buying stuff and trading to try to get all the Godzilla cards. So, like, there's a lot of appeal for a lot of these brands they're crossing over with, and they're bringing in a lot of new faces. So I get it. Ooh, okay. Man, we're going to keep this, but if Paw Patch dies, it's going to be a rough time for us. I mean, to be fair, if they have a real blocker, it's probably a rough time for us. Oh, they have 2 blockers. Well, that's not great. I guess I'm also supposed to play a Llanowar Elf here. And I think I'm willing to attack. Okay, they're willing to give up a Llanowar Elf. Good to know. I wasn't sure if they were, but I figured I had to at least test the waters. So they don't have anything here that they need to have like 5 mana for on this turn. Okay, that's totally fine. We could live with that. But they gave up a mana and didn't have another one. We need to note that. All right. Ah, blue mana is there. Interesting. Well, I guess that means in some way, shape, or form we're losing this Sanguine Evangelist. Nope, they're just gonna leave us be. Hey, for 6 months. Thank you so much. I love the long timers. Oh, we only get this or this. We don't get both. All right, well, obviously we're going for Dollmaker Shop, so we can try to set up a collector's cage eventually. Okay. Makes sense. I assume something like that was happening. Not completely stunned by that. When the opponent doesn't do anything with 4 mana up, you kind of know something's coming. Well, that destroys a thing. Alright, and that chapter 1 and 2 destroy stuff, right? Target non-land permanent, so that's a real issue. Cool deck, though. Opponent's really doing their thing over there, for real. So I play this, it will get destroyed. How do I feel about that? But otherwise, we just lose a token here? Oh no, they only have 1. The next one's mill 3. Never mind. For some reason, it looked like both chapters were destroy a thing. So I was definitely wrong there. This is a case where I think I just won another cage. Alright. I mean, they might just kill a cage not knowing and thinking we have something cool under there, but we really don't. It might be shocking to discover we just have another cage. Oh yeah, sure, you can use that to destroy our cage? Okay, it kind of did what it was intended to do there. Opponent's deck's cool, though. I kind of like what they're doing. Wait, could they not play that? Oh, because they have 2 green. They needed another blue. Okay. Then yeah, I guess we try to go for it then. At least have some blockers here that matter. Ooh, do we Paw Patch recruit? Because caging's just like... Oh, no, actually not really, because we could also block something here. Alright, I think we're good with that. Because I assume they're going to play that, destroy a cage. That eats up 3 mana. And then we kind of get a choice of how to block here. And can still set up our cage if we have the remaining creatures correct. I like the opponent's deck, though, a lot. Like, I like what they're doing. Oh, the Final Fantasy crossover. I know people who heard about it because they saw it on different video game sites, and they're already asking, like, how do I get these? Where do I got to go to buy them? So, like, yeah, that set's going to sell crazy. Try to put a counter on this knucklehead. Might as well play the other cage. Like, secret's out. Ta-da! We had another cage under our cage. While Elspeth is cool, I think I'm actually just going to put a Toby under this so we don't... Actually, I think I'm just going to put... Yeah, I'll put a Toby under there. Mostly because I assume they're going to destroy the new cage and I don't want to lose anything too valuable. And we know we have a backup cage still. Though, to be fair, getting that Elspeth would have been sweet. Ah, man. Okay, they went a whole different route there. Whoa! Why? Why were you so far down? Why are you like this? Okay, well... Okay. I mean, alright, I guess we pass. Because we can still effectively block a 3-3. I guess technically we could block a 4-4 land if they were to roll into that. Discard, draw 2 cards as a card. Alright, cool. Seems fine. Somehow we're still hanging in this. Our draw was kind of clunky, and then of course we drew the Crater Hoof, which was bad. We attempt to put a counter on the duder. And then we attempt to block. Alright, that could have went a lot worse. Like, I don't know what I was expecting to happen, but yeah, it could have been way worse. Okay. So now we could make a token, play this. Yeah, I guess we just have to sit and block, unfortunately. Okay. Not a great situation. But maybe soon, we get an Overlord of the Mistmores. Or they stop us from getting an Overlord and just kill it now. Or they pick the wrong Collector's Cage to destroy. This is like such a weird gambling game for the opponent. I kind of dig it. Oh man, come on. Alright, what are we killing? They're going after our token. Okay, I kind of like that play, because if we don't have a bunch of creatures out, then we don't get anything from our Collector's Cage anyway. You know what I mean? So that kind of makes sense, really. That's a good play. Man, we're already a 6-man. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Let's do a thing then. Let's put a counter. So now if they try to target, we can still use the other one and get the trigger anyway. Alright, so now we can still do it and at least go off, so that's cool. Haha! Now you don't even kill it. How you like them apples? I could have waited till it came into play and targeted, but let's just attack here. Alright. We get a 6/6. Technically it's a 3/3 because it's the size of the things, but, you know. I mean, they can kill it if they have another nowhere to run here. What's funny, though, is if they kill our Porcelain Galler, we end up with a 6/6. So yeah, so this is a wild situation. Alright, what are we destroying? Going after the Overlord of the Mistmores? Makes sense. Okay. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can almost just cast this, y'all. Unlock this. Play a land. Oop, wait. I gotta wait till we attack first here. Cool. Then we'll go ahead and put a counter on, I don't know. Probably the flyer. Get the most damage in here. Oh, I couldn't. That gives me 3 different powers. Oh, well, that was stupid. Like, I wasn't paying attention. I should have put it on one of the 3/3s. Yeah, that was idiotic. Alright, whatever. And I'm just going to do this. Alright. Opponent's at 3. We get an untapped land. We get to hoof. They can return a creature or a land. So they can destroy our enchantment, but they're also at 3. So they could bounce, kill a creature. Yeah, they didn't have an out there. Man, I like that deck the opponent was playing, though. That was cool. I'm into that. Be an expensive year for you. Haven't seen a single MTG card yet, but so much on. Yeah, I feel that. Spending money to go to MagicCon Vegas. Oh, cool. Well, I will be at MagicCon Vegas as well. You should find me. If you follow me on socials and stuff, I'll post when my meet and greets and things are. Do, 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 do. Oh, Alinda's super fun. That's a pretty crazy card. Yeah. If you haven't been to MagicCons, like, there's a lot happening. There's a lot of vendors, a lot of different creators there. Like, at the one in Chicago, they even had, like, the new D&D pinball machines were set up, so you could try those out. There's a billion artists. I think the least that have been in one recently, I think, are like 30 artists. So, like, there's a lot of that if you need to get stuff signed. There's a lot of different panels from a lot of creators doing stuff. They do live, what you call, Commander game nights. There's also Commander at Home did a thing last time. There's obviously all the Pro Tour stuff. It's like there's a lot to keep you busy if you want to. And then, of course, plenty of tournaments and things if you just want to play Magic. So lots of opportunity. Yeah, we're getting to the point in the night where I think most of the people have packed up if they're not on the West Coast and wanted to get some late night gaming in. Credit also, for real, for y'all that don't know, credit to the Wizards Arena team and the admins on Discord for them, because they are literally available the entire time for this event. Now, admittedly, some of them aren't on for the whole, like, 24 hours. But the fact that, oh, thank you for that, by the way. But the fact that they have somebody available to answer questions, to when there's like, because we're also kind of sort of testing it early. So anytime there's bugs and whatever, they're dealing with the bug reports and sending those in. You know, making sure everybody's stuff loads the way it's supposed to. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, credit for them for handling that. Well, I guess we got to keep this. I would love to get lucky and draw a 1-mana thing off the top. I don't think we're going to, but I would enjoy that. We drew the opposite of a 1-mana thing in this deck. That's not cool. Literally, I'm like, oh, I want a 1-mana thing. And the deck's like, what about 7? Maybe 8. That's even better. Alright. I think we go Sanguine Evangelist into Doll Maker Shop and just see what happens there. Yeah, that's probably the play. Attack, get our tokens in. And it makes sense to hold on to those because they can trade with any other creature and just block this guy. So, you know. Oh, Midnight Reaper. That also gets you cards. That's legit. I can respect it. Alright, what does this need to look like here? Kind of wondering what's the best play here. Are we supposed to just, like, Evangelist? I think I'm going to do this. Play the Llanowar Elf. Attack with a bat. Make another 1/1. And then if we just draw an untapped land, we could just unlock Porcelain Gallery. And then for real, go off. And if they wipe the board, we just start over. We make Overlord of Mistmoors. We play Evangelist, and we see what happens. Living Phone. I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually cast that card. We also didn't draw land, so it didn't matter there. When this creature dies, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're going to play Toby, because Toby gives our tokens flying. Once we attack, we will get a 4th token, and these cannot be blocked. Alright. Kind of a crafty way to get around the system. Enduring Innocence, sure. Oh, it's a tapped land. Jeez, really? Well, alright. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. What's the opponent at here? If we attack with everything, those would be 2 more flying tokens that are +2. So, or +1. So that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. +5 is 15, but then they gain 2 from blocking. It's not great. Oh, but they'll die to this because they'll lose a life. So yeah, then we just attack. There's no downside here. Yeah, we just get in with all of it. Because the flyers can't be blocked, and then they're just going to die to their own creatures, their tokens dying, or their own creatures with their Midnight Reaper. Unless they have a way to kill Toby here, I guess. Then they'd be able to block some other things, but not a lot. But yeah, this is basically... Yeah. Then they gain 2, but then they die to all the triggers there of getting cards. Yeah. Yep. It's a heck of a way to go out, but it's cool. Yep. There you go. All right. We played again against the Sib-Sig thing, and kind of the same thing happened. When you don't get the Sib-Sig ceremony or whatever, this was kind of a pile of... I mean, don't be wrong. Midnight Reaper's good. I actually play Freebooter in some decks. But these are all kind of like okay low-value cards that if you have the Sib-Sing thing, it's like, oh, now I get to draw a card and get a token. And I get to like look at stuff and get a token. But when you don't, they're all kind of just lesser quality than the other things your opponent's doing. All right, let's do a wrap up here. So yeah, Selesnya Cage, it kind of is what it is. We got a little bad luck on a couple of those cage draws, so I can't blame that on anything. It's just luck. It happens. But the deck is still good. Would I play a version that looks... I'd probably play something that looks a little bit different than this. I'm still not sold on how much the voice of whatever belongs in here, but it is a good card, and it is extra tokens, and it can sometimes make it a little easier to play stuff off the cage. However, it's not a 2-power thing, which does offset your math a little bit on how you can use the cage on turn 3 or whatever, or turn 4, I should say. So that is a little bit of a thing. But otherwise, yeah, it's still a good deck. Craterhoof, still a good Magic card, obviously. All your big cards are still good. So yeah, if you want to play it, you probably already own the parts. The update will be in the description, all that good stuff. And then, you know, support the sponsors, use our code, save yourself some money, buy new Magic cards, and be a member on the YouTube channel, because if you are, you get to help decide what's on here. And here in the early going of the season, if you're at the right level, you actually also get some private deck help as well, which is super awesome. Otherwise, watch a video, watch it all the way through, because it helps the channel. We really appreciate it. That's all of you for now. We'll see you next time. All right. Just wanted to get that last clip for a potential video. Give me an extra one in the bucket, as they say. Just going to get caught up a little bit here on the conversation. The Tarkir deck we want to build has, or comprises on card rarity, but still costs nearly 300, according to Moxfield, if prices don't go down. Okay, I'll say this. If you're looking to build something with a lot of new cards, unless the cards are under, I would say like $5. I found like some cheap Temur Battle Criers or whatever for a couple of dollars, so I picked those up. I would wait, because almost inevitably, there's a lot of hype over a lot of cards during the preview season, and a lot of the prices are very, very high. Now, on a couple of cards, like say Elspeth, I don't think you're ever going to get Elspeth for less than $30 in paper. It's just that good of a Magic card, and everybody who plays +1/+1 counter decks, who plays token decks or whatever, they're all going to want that. Same thing, you can look at cards like Doubling Season. It's been, I don't know, been printed like 8 times plus a bunch of special versions, and it's still like $30. You know, any of those cards of that ilk always have value, so don't expect that to change on that. But a lot of the other stuff, I think you'll see a lot of things right now that you see for like $10 or $12, you'll be able to pick up for like $6, $5. You know, that's pretty regular. That happens all the time. So I wouldn't worry about that too much, as long as you're not trying to buy them on day one. But there is the other side of some cards that are a little underappreciated or sleepers can go up in value as well. So I would keep that in mind. That being said, if you want some extra info, if you follow me on YouTube, usually, and I think it's going to be Monday when this goes out, because I usually put it out either Sunday night or Monday mornings, right before the set goes live on Arena on Tuesdays. We put out basically a list of cards you should craft, because these have been good. They've shown on a bunch of decks, and we break down all the research and stuff. And then cards you shouldn't craft or buy, right? So that can help you out as well to kind of get an idea of if you are going to take a chance on a card that's $5, $8, $10, how safe it is. Because sometimes, even if the price comes down, if you lose like $2 or $3, you don't mind that much. But like if you lose half your value, that's pretty much a beating, right? So we try to help people avoid that as well. You know nothing about MTG? That's okay. Like, that's what we're here for, right? And honestly, if you want to, you can hop in my Discord. The link is in the description of all my YouTube videos. But if you get in my Discord, like, we have a good community. There's like 600, almost actually like 700 people in there. And there's always people answering questions, helping people with deck stuff. We share, like, just the other day, somebody was asking about pre-release stuff. I went and found all the links for the articles, put them in there for people. So, you know, it's like nothing wrong with not knowing. Like, at some point, we all didn't know how to play Magic. Right? We all learned from somebody, or at some point, I say that I didn't learn from somebody. I had to buy like the thing, and there was a little crappy little rule book. Anyway, it's the whole thing. I'm old, but realistically, there's a lot of opportunities to get help, and you don't have to like struggle online and read through a bunch of stuff. Like, there's a lot of people who have played a lot already that you can learn a lot from. Like, I tell people all the time, it's actually really cool if you started playing Magic. I mean, obviously now, but anytime in the last 8 or 10 years. Because you get to benefit from so much extra knowledge that exists. Like, you can, if you want to play a deck type, like say you just looked at whatever, some Mardu list or whatever from Tarkir, you could literally, probably starting tomorrow, go to just search in YouTube and there'll be 10 different Mardu decks you could look at that creators are playing, right? And you get all the different perspectives and you got to see all the different cards in action. There'll be articles written about stuff. Like I said, there's Discord channels you can hang out in and ask questions. You can go from not knowing anything to being at least a mid-range decent player in Magic in a year's time now, which is wild. But there's just that much information. And you don't even have to be consuming it full time. It's just Magic's one of those games that not only does it have its now, 32, 33-year history or whatever, it still has all the resources, right? Because that's the other thing. Like, Yu-Gi-Oh's getting up there, Pokemon's getting up there, but there's so many people that are adjacent to those games because they're fans, collectors, whatever, and not as many players. So a lot of that information kind of just gets lost. You know, you kind of have to dig really hard for it. Magic has a lot of just active sources everywhere, which is super sweet. Speaker says, ever since Duskmorn, there have been multiple decks you wanted in paper and standard that are too darn expensive. Even after that, I looked at Bloomborough precons at brick and mortar stores, and they were all sold out. Yeah, they should be. I saw a thing with the WPN retailers that the Commander decks have been selling out very well. I mean, it also tells you how many new players have been coming in, that all the precon decks keep selling. But they are working on reprinting those, and those will be getting back into stores. Several of the sets that are still standard legal. So just like what I would do is go to your local store, let them know that you're interested, that when they get restocked, email you, call you, whatever. And most of them will do that for you. So you don't have to worry about keep checking and stuff. And they're obviously going to restock them as soon as they're available because they want to be able to sell them. So that's what I would do. Just get with your local stores. Or, you know, if they have a Discord or whatever, they can put you on a list if you can call them. Like, just let them know, hey, I'm still interested. I want to get these as soon as you have them back in. Yeah. Well, it's 1:06 local time, AM. I have to extract a lot of deck lists and make them available, so I have them to do videos and edit with the next couple days. But man, this was fun. We did, oh my gosh, I'm having trouble doing math. It's already that late. Almost 7 tonight. So we did about 10 hours of streaming today. Wow. And we played 8 different decks, 7 different decks. And we had some good conversations. We helped some people learn some things. We saw some crazy decks, some crazy cards. This is exactly what we should have on streamer early access events. Like, this is the fun we should be partaking in. James earlier said, thanks for the games. Time for sleep. Catch you later. Mystery Skull says, well, have a good night. Thanks again. Appreciate the newbie-friendly content. Hey, I think that's the best thing. We got to welcome new people in, right? And don't get me wrong, there's a bunch of room for content for enfranchised players. You know, whether you're trying to qualify for the Pro Tour or you want to get into the nitty-gritty of the different strategy things, wherever, there's room for everybody. You know, and I like to be the place where I try to present my content in a way that it's fun, it's friendly, it's chill, so there's not a lot of pressure and not a lot of screaming. You know, like, especially if you're trying to learn the game, you kind of don't want all that in your head while you're going on. And honestly, you know, having a store for as long as I did, for teaching as many people as I have with different things, running different programs, you kind of get a feel for how to speak to people and how to like step people through stuff. So, you know, I like having the different type of content available for everybody. It's one of the reasons on our YouTube channel I started recently doing some of the Jeopardy trivia things, because I realized there's a lot of people that now started playing Magic or follow me that don't know about a lot of that stuff. So it's fun to go through and try to see how much I remember while also giving the viewer a chance to learn new things that they didn't know about Magic. So I'm still going to be doing some of those, maybe like once every couple weeks or whatever, just because they're fun, they're interesting, and, you know, again, a chance for new people to learn. So giving opportunity to people for a lot of different things. Extra Humor says, got back in 2023 after 15-year break. Yeah, that's funny because, you know, I jokingly tell people that nobody really quits Magic. You just go on hiatus. You know, might be 5 years, might be 10 years, but all it takes is that one time you go by a game store and you see a cool new card, or somebody's like, hey man, you want to come booster draft, or you're digging under your bed or in your closet and you pull out a box of Magic cards, and you start kind of fiddling through them and you start to get that itch and it's time to play again. You know, that's why, in true story, this is what I tell people. If you ever think about selling your cards, if you can afford it, you don't need to sell them for the money. Hold on to them for at least 2 years. Like, decide you're not going to play anymore. And in those 2 years, if you never think about playing, you don't ever consider going through your cards, you never think about talking to anybody about Magic, whatever, sell them. But at any point that you have a very engaged thought about Magic, reset your counter before you sell those cards. I've told so many people that, and they were so happy I told them, because they got 2 years, 3 years down the road, and they were like, man, I'm glad I held on to these. Because especially on older stuff, like with all the rare versions and whatever, like some of those get expensive, and you kind of regret selling them. So if you can avoid it, hold on to them for a while. And like I said, if you even think about it, like, man, what if I went down to a Friday Night Magic and drafted tonight? Reset that counter. You know what I mean? Until you have 2 full years where you just don't care about Magic, then go ahead and sell them. Because at that point, you've moved on. And it's fine. Nothing wrong. Every hobby. I have hobbies I don't do anymore. Right? If you move on, it's cool. And then you sell it, enjoy the money, you're not going to feel bad about it. But it's way worse if you sell it and then like a year later, you're like, man, I wish I would have held on to those because now I want to go play Commander with these new guys or whatever. Like, I just think it's a good thought to have. All right. Y'all know the drill. If you don't follow me on YouTube, you should. We just completed 5 years, literally 5 years of posting a video every single day. Matter of fact, I even streamed all day today. I took time off to record a podcast, edit a video, and that will be live probably within an hour of me ending this stream. So we aren't missing anything. So if y'all want to make sure you get all the content, and if you want to get those different crafting guides that we put up at the beginning of the season, go follow me over on YouTube. Obviously hit subscribe, hit the notification bell to make sure you don't miss when those goes up. And yeah, enjoy all the content because we have plenty. There's going to be more and more. Otherwise, if you're on Twitch, Facebook, be sure to follow. If you subscribe, I appreciate it genuinely. Also want to say thanks to all the new followers that we got, all the new subscribers. We had a couple of super chats as well. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. And a couple of longtime subscribers kind of kept their long-time running streak up. So I like that too. That helps so much. But man, it was a long day. Been a long couple days. I'm going to log off, get me something to drink. I'm going to finish loading this video, and I'm going to have myself a real good sleep tonight. So I appreciate it, though. This was fun. I don't have anything negative to say about this. Tarkir Dragonstorm was fantastic. The games were good. Our opponents were great. I mean, it was a good day, man. We got to play Magic and hang out all day. Like, we can only be so bothered. You know, I think when you meet the people that are upset at their games all the time and gaming makes them mad, I really get concerned for those people because you shouldn't be taking your games that seriously. But as always, wherever you're watching, because some of y'all are all over the world right now, and I appreciate that. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Please remember to take care of yourselves and your family because the world is crazy right now. Remember to be awesome, and most importantly, be awesome to each other. Seriously.